Welcome to the Johnson Collection, New England Patriots radio broadcasts from 1985 through 2026. It's the 2025 season, and this is game number 12, played on Sunday, November 23rd, 2025, at Paycor Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio. It's the New England Patriots at the Cincinnati Bengals, as called by the voices of the New England Patriots, Bob Socci and Scott Zolak. Let's go to the pregame.
Looks to the end zone. He pumps. Drake May eludes a defender. Running to his left. Looking to the end zone. Trying to keep the play alive. Falling down. He throws to the end zone. It's caught. He's got it. Touchdown. Ramondre Stevenson.
Oh, my God.
Drake May. Play fake. Pressure coming. He unloads down the middle. Douglas catch at the 20. Peels away 10. To the 5. Diving toward the pylon. In for a touchdown. Patriots. He ties down the middle. He takes it to the house. Dabbles over, under and at the 13. Starts back to his right escape. And then carries back near side 20. He's going to lay into the 30. Along the sideline 40. To midfield. Marcus Jones with a combo. Cuts it right to the 40. To the 30. To the 20. To the 10. To the end zone. Touchdown. Patriots.
Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Casper.
And welcome in to the New England Patriots pregame show, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more. Shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. It is Jim Murray and Chris Casper with you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. And we're leading you into this afternoon's Week 12 matchup for your 9-2 New England Patriots, who are on the road against the 3-7 Cincinnati Bengals. Patriots come into this game on their continued heater, Chris, winning 8 straight. While Cincinnati, they've continued to struggle, having lost 3 straight, mostly thanks to a historically bad defense, which currently ranks. You ready for these numbers?
Hit me.
32nd in yards per game at 426.6. 31st in pass yards per game at just a hair over 260. 32nd in rushing yards per game at just a hair over 166 yards. 32nd in points per game at 33.3. I know that this is a pass-happy, quarterback-driven league nowadays, but these numbers are ridiculous. And besides all that, they're also still without their starting quarterback, Joe Burrow, who was back practicing late last week, coming back from the toe injury, but officially ruled out yesterday by head coach Zach Taylor. And they're also without their top wide receiver, Jamar Chase, who's suspended a game for spitting on Steelers cornerback Jalen Ramsey. It's a weird thing to even say out loud, but it's true. This was a game, and I think you're in lockstep with me, that, you know, back in the spring when the schedule came out, assuming health, we were like, well, that's probably a loss.
Yes.
Even maybe a couple of months ago, I was like, well, that might be a little, or a month ago or so, that might be a little bit of some tough sledding for the Patriots. Now it feels like a layup.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I mean, especially when you look at who's missing for the Bengals, and you started there. Obviously, it starts with Joe Burrow, franchise quarterback, guy that's been to a Super Bowl. Jamar Chase leading the NFL in receptions. He's not available to them. In fact, since they drafted Jamar Chase in 2021, we know Joe Burrow's missed a lot of time with injuries. But believe it or not, this will only be the second game since 2021 in the drafting of Jamar Chase that the Bengals have played without Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. The other one happened in 2023. It was Week 16. They lost 34-11 to the Steelers. So, again, as we said yesterday on Gasper and Murray, this is just another example of it's all coming up, Patriots.
It really is, yeah, and that's good. You know, the road continues to get a little bit wider. It feels like for the Patriots, and not just their play, but it's things that are happening throughout the league like this. This Bengals defense, though, last year it got in the way of them getting into the playoffs. Well, Joe Burrow stayed healthy, had an MVP caliber season. He was in the conversation there for a bit. So they fire Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator. He's now at the Colts. Turns out he wasn't the problem. It's the personnel, still the continued scheme. I mean, this is now the pass-happy, quarterback-driven NFL. So, you know, it's probably easier to move the ball and score. It's just different now than it was when, back in my day, or even 5-6 years ago. But this is ridiculous. What do you think the main problem is there? Is it just simply bad personnel? Is it scheme? Is it lack of trying? Like, this is historically terrible.
I mean, I think it's all of the above. Look, they have some rookie linebackers who have promise, Barrett Carter, Demetrius Knight Jr., but they're rookies, and rookie linebackers can be exposed. If I had to pinpoint the biggest issue for them, I think, is just a lack of pass rush, even though they gave Trey Hendrickson that contract. They're second to last in the league in sacks with 14. Last is the San Francisco 49ers with 12, and that's only because the 49ers have been decimated with injuries up front. The Bengals are 29th in the NFL in pressure rate. They can't get to the quarterback. They can't do it. So then what do you do to try and get to the quarterback? Well, now you start blitzing, and you're blitzing young linebackers, and their secondary is not good, but I don't think it's the worst secondary in the history of the NFL, but it's not a secondary that you can ask to hold up a lot against blitzing. I think if they were better in their ability to get to the quarterback, they could be better. And also, obviously they haven't been good against the run as well. They're not really good at anything. The one thing I will say is when you look at what they've done overall, 9 straight games that they have allowed at least 27 points, and in the last 4, they have allowed at least 30 points per game. I'll give them a little bit of grace for the last time they gave up 30 because they didn't really give up 30. It was 2 defensive touchdowns by the Steelers that allowed the Bengals to pull away in that game, including a 73-yard interception return by former Patriot Kyle Duggar. But overall, this defense, when you look at, or the Bengals as a team, they're allowing 33.4 points per game. That would be the highest any team has allowed since the modern NFL came into being, which is the 1970 AFL-NFL merger. You have to go back to the 1966 New York Giants to find a team that was allowing this amount of points per game.
Like I said, historically terrible, and also hated by their fan base, too. I just wanted to read you this just for a quick early morning laugh. The Cincinnati Bengals official Twitter account, about an hour ago, or a few hours ago, getting ready for today's game, just, they're saying there, I don't know why they get away with this, ripping off the Saints, but they have the Who Day chant.
Yes, Who Day.
So they tweet out, "Can I get a Who Day?" Here's some of the comments underneath this tweet.
Oh, boy.
Can I get a defense? Who Day gonna miss them tackles? Can I get a defense? Let's see here. Can I get a fire Zach Taylor now? Can we get a defense? Maybe owners and some leadership that has a clue. A coach that doesn't resemble Coach Klein from Waterboy. Can we get a competitive team maybe? Can we get a win? So yes, no, they've had it, and it's a shame. This was a Super Bowl team.
Yes,
that felt like, okay, all right, they end up losing to the Rams in 21, but we'll be back. It's kind of in shambles since, and it feels like Joe Burrow's being wasted there.
It does. Now, and I heard Cerrone and Leroy, who follow us, I heard them talking about this yesterday, and in terms of, look, this is not how you build a team with the wide receivers, and they're right. The one caveat I would say there, though, is that Joe Burrow has to take some of that responsibility because he's driving the bus in terms of he's been insistent that he doesn't want Higgins or Chase to go, and part of it is the overall mismanagement with Cincinnati waiting until the last second to sign these contracts, and of course then the price goes up, and also you can have those receivers that Joe Burrow wants if you draft better. Do you realize, and we'll see if he's active today, but Jermaine Burton, who's a guy who should be active in this game, because they have issues at wide receiver with Chase. Do you know he hasn't played all year? He's been inactive for every game. That guy was a third-round pick.
Wow.
He's like their Jalen Polk. He was a 2024 third-round pick. He basically has not been active, this year at all. He hasn't. I'm just double-checking. He hasn't been active at all this year. So you can build it the way they're building it. It's iffy. I agree with those guys. It's not the preferred build. But you could do it if you draft better. If you don't draft well, you don't have a good defensive coaching staff, and you wait till the last minute to pay everybody so the price goes up, if anything, I look at it and just proves my overall point about a quarterback will forgive all sins. How the heck did this organization, with these people running it, make it to the Super Bowl in 2021? It was all Joe Burrow.
No, it really was. And he was sacked a ton that year, too. It's almost kind of a cautionary tale, and I do have some concerns about this, and maybe we can discuss this later, that, this is maybe something we're going to be concerned about with the Patriots and Drake May going forward.
Patriots are run way better.
They're definitely run way better than the Bengals. They, unlike Cincinnati, aren't selling old TVs out of the stadium like they were a few years ago. True story. Go Google it.
Oh, can I tell you another story? Who is this? Who was the quarterback? I should remember his name, especially because he played at Alabama. Oh,
A.J. McCarron?
A.J. McCarron, thank you. He told a story in a podcast that stuff would go missing for the players, basically. NFL issued gear at the end of the year, things would go missing, or if you asked for an extra pair of this or that, they'd say no. What would happen is at the end of the year, they would sell it. the Bengals would sell that. So stuff that like
put it on eBay,
stuff that like the NFL had given them for the players, like gear and stuff. And when I say gear, I don't mean like shoulder pads. I mean like a hoodie, a sideline jacket, gloves. He said that when he was there, the Bengals would sell that stuff at the end of the season to make money.
It's incredible. But yes, just being so quarterback centric and building outside in, right?
Yeah.
Not focusing on the offensive line. It's kind of a cautionary tale what's going on there, and you hope that the Patriots don't do that with Drake May. Well, we'll get more insight on today's game and whether or not this we might see a little rust on the Patriots after this mini bye with former Patriots center David Andrews, who's going to join us for his weekly pregame hit to give us his thoughts on this afternoon's game between the Patriots and Bengals. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper with you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots, who are on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. Joining us as he does each and every week before kickoff, former Patriots center David Andrews, who's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Celebrate the year-end sales event and hurry in to secure your deal on a new Ford truck. Good morning, David.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Very good.
Good, David.
So I know during your playing days, you and the team definitely faced some teams that had bad defenses, but I'm not sure one is historically terrible as this Bengals team that the Patriots are playing today. So, how do you, as a player, and how did you, like, if you knew, like, we're probably going to clean up on a team like this, how do you stay humble to also, respect the opponent? Because, again, the whole any given Sunday thing, but also, or is it just as easy as going in and saying, like, no, we're going to kill them today because they're that bad?
Yeah, I think you're right. You want that, like, humble feeling, but there's also kind of that confident feeling. You know what I mean? Like, what you want to call it, swagger. Like, I feel like that team's got a little bit of that right now. Just the way that and you gain that by playing good. The confidence of, like, oh, we're better than everyone, and you ain't done anything. Well, that's just cocky, but when you backed it up, which this team's done it, they've gone on whatever winning streak it is, beating teams. Like, I like the way they're playing. They should have that attitude today, right? Like, we're going in there and, we're going to go out there and we're going to kick their tail for 60 minutes today. We're going to get back on that plane and get ready to go. This should be a fun game for this team. They should go out there, they should dominate, and they should feel really good walking out of that stadium, at 3:30 today.
David, I think one of the really pleasant surprises for this season has been the performance of the wide receiver core. And we talked about this a little bit this week. Jim and I did on our show. Who would have thought that Drake May has better weapons in the passing game than Allen? But he does. Which leads me to Stephon Diggs, who's on track for the first 1,000-yard season by a Patriots wide receiver since your former teammate Julian Edelman. So I'm just curious, because you've been in this offense, how are they using Steph Diggs? Is he being used like a traditional Josh McDaniels slot receiver, or is he sort of playing all around? What have they done to make him so successful this year?
That's a disgusting stat, isn't it? It just kind of makes your stomach turn. I would say a little bit of both, right? When I think of, like, the typical Josh slot kind of position, I see Mac Hollins doing a lot of the stuff I think about in the run game, right? Like, Steph isn't going in there digging out safeties, blocking. But then he is being used on some of these kind of, call it slot routes, right? Like, and he's got such a good feel of, like, sitting down in zone, when to sit, when to expect the ball. But then you've seen him on the outside too. I think they're using Steph a little bit of everywhere, like, I wouldn't say he's like the Jacoby Myers of this team. I would put Mac Hollins more in that situation. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I do like, that's where Josh is so good, because he takes a guy like Steph and is like, all right, I like Steph running this route. Do I want him to run it? How do I get the matchup I want? You can create it a lot of different ways, right? Like, all right, we don't want a top corner on Steph here. So we'll put, Mac Hollins or Booty out wide. The corner will take him. Now I can dress Steph up on the inside somewhere on, some of these intermediate routes, right? And then you see Mac Hollins' production, same thing. Like, Mac Hollins been on the outside, caught the deep ball, took the shot against the Jets last week with Mac Hollins. But you see Mac Hollins on a lot of these play actions, like these crosser routes through the middle, right? Because he's faking blocking, and then it creates a lot of the space. So, look, I think when you think about pure talent, right, you would say there's probably more talented people on NFL rosters than some of these Patriot receivers. But when you trust and play within the system, know how the system operates, it allows people to make big plays. That's why you looked at, like, obviously with Gronk was Gronk. He's the best tight end to ever play. But then you had a lot of these other guys that had so much production, you know, the Danny Amendolas, Chris Hogan's, you know, Jules to some extent. Like, all these guys, they played within the system, trusted the system, were good route runners, had good rapport with the quarterback, and they had great careers here. So it's a little bit the same of that. It's knowing Josh's system, trusting in it, and Josh is a great offensive coordinator, which obviously, you know, has been shown this year with things he's done with this team and how the quarterback's playing.
David, when there was uncertainty about who the opponent is starting at quarterback, like has been this week with Cincinnati, and we find out yesterday it is not going to be Joe Burrow, it'll be Joe Flacco, is that disruptive for you guys in the room, or is it just not matter? It does not that end up not mattering all that much?
Well, it didn't affect me, obviously. You know, I wasn't rushing the quarterback, thank God. But I would say this: if it's like a Lamar Jackson versus Cooper Rush, right? Like that kind of situation, that's a lot different. With Joe Burrow and Flacco, you would say their play styles are somewhat similar. You know, one's not this very mobile guy that you have to change your whole rush plan. Obviously, Joe Burrow's, you know, more talented, can throw the ball, do all that, but it's not like one is a freak athlete and one's, you know, going to stand there. So I think for the defense, it probably didn't change that much, game plan wise, rush plan wise. I think for us fans, I'm a little disappointed. I think I wanted to see Burrow out there. You want to see the team play the best possible teams they can going forward, in my opinion. And obviously with Joe Burrow, that's a huge asset for that football team. And, I thought if Burrow's in that fan base, hopefully I was listening to your guys, those tweets, maybe not after those tweets, but I thought, if Burrow's back, the fan base is going to be in it a little bit. They're going to be fired up, excited. Should be a really, fun atmosphere now. And after hearing those tweets, who knows what they're walking into today.
So I want to get your temperature at this point, David, on the offensive line, because I think about it. Honestly, they've exceeded my expectations. When I think about most of the season, normally as an offensive lineman, I've always felt like as a media member, if I'm not talking about that guy, he's doing his job. He's doing well. And I feel like Will Campbell, we haven't really talked about him that much. So I think he's fit the bill as a left tackle. But then I look at some of these advanced stats, and they say, well, the Patriots have the fourth highest pressure rate allowed in the NFL at 40%. So what are you seeing overall from the offensive line, and I guess specifically from Will?
Yeah, Murray took the day off. I called in and got into it with Felger and Maz about Will.
I heard about this, yeah.
Look, all right. Has the O-line been amazing? No. Drake has gotten hit a lot. And that's concerning because you look at the quarterback you were supposed to be playing this week, like similar path, it's not that I don't think Joe Burrow's tough, but he's had the ACL. You can't play without an ACL. He's had turf toe where he had to have surgery. So you got to have surgery, and he's had the thumb surgery, right? A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that I don't think he's tough. Like, if you got to have surgery, you got to have surgery. That is what it is. But you don't want to see your quarterback take a lot of those shots with the O-line. Look, some of it's Drake, some of it's the quarterbacks. I mean, some of it's the offensive line. Like, I would never say that when I was playing, right? Because as an offensive lineman, your job is to protect the quarterback, whether he holds it for 2 seconds or 30 seconds. You got to find a way to do your job. But I think they've gotten better. It's still concerning. And I think when I think concerning, I think more of the long-term concerns, the health for the quarterback. But at the same time, you don't go 9-2 and play terrible. You know what I mean? I think the run game's been a little disappointing for me this year. It's shown glimpses at times, but they're top 10 offense with a 20th rushing attack. Like, that's not a good disparity. you're going to need the running game. I like the way they finished the game against the Jets last week, finishing with the ball on the ground. But I think Will Campbell's done a good job. I don't think he's done a great job. He's a rookie playing the hardest position on the offensive line. And it's one of those things where, sure, it doesn't look pretty all the time, but you're not sitting there dog cussing Will Campbell, 30 snaps a game. So, and look, I think you look at like the Cincinnati Bengals, I think it was Felger and Maz actually were talking about Cincinnati's done nothing to protect their quarterback. I would disagree with that. They went out and signed Orlando Brown, drafted Mims in the first round from Georgia, signed Ted Karras to a big deal, tried to sign Trent Brown last year, drafted the kid from Georgia this year. A couple of years ago, they signed, I think it's Kappa from Tampa Bay after winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, Alex Kappa. Yeah.
Kappa. Yeah. Like they've thrown money around at that offensive line. I don't think they've played good, and they haven't protected the quarterback, but it's not like they haven't addressed it. So addressing it and getting the guys to do good is two different things. You know what I mean?
Just one last thing before we let you go. Should people expect maybe a little bit of rust now that the team's coming off this mini bye and not having played since the Thursday against the Jets? Or do you think they're going to be, full steam ahead, ready to go right from kickoff?
Could they be rusty? Yes. I don't expect them. I think the way they've attacked the game. And what does rust look like? Bengals probably going to go get an opening score touchdown. If I'm playing percentages, I might bet that one because that's what we do. And then the defense finds ways to lock it down. So, there may be a little rust. I don't expect it. I've been really happy with how the team's prepared each week, how they've looked. I feel like they've handled things very maturely throughout the year. So I don't expect any rust personally.
So I know you maybe thought that was the last question. We got one more for you because they're playing the Bengals today. Can you give me a Ted Karras story? Obviously it has to be safe for radio. I know we love covering Teddy as media members. Great personality. You got to have a Ted Karras story.
Oh man. Ted is awesome. I was very happy in 2021 when we signed Ted back. To me, I thought we could keep me, Shaq Mason, and Ted Karras for a long time going forward. After letting Joe Thuney go in free agency, it kind of made the most sense. Like, you can't pay one guy $20 million. Well, you can pay the other three, divide that up between the three of us, and I really liked playing with Ted. It was great because he was another center on the field for me. And when you're in the silent cadence, you're looking through your legs, having him there communicating with me. But that year, Ted was very serious at times, always, and he was goofy, but he didn't handle things well. So that year, I had a fine letter drafted from the league office, like got the letterhead, made it real official, like copied a fine letter I had, and I had Jim Whalen, our head trainer, mail it to his locker. So FedExed it, mailed it from the NFL office, had it sitting on his locker just like a fine would. He opened it up before a walkthrough during the season practice, and that whole walkthrough, he was super rattled and like messing up plays. And finally I had to be like, Ted, I'm sorry. It's a joke. Like we can move on. Like it's going to be okay. Like don't let this ruin our practice. It was Wednesday, like big practice, full pads. Then there was one, in 19 when I was hurt. We had a strict social media policy with Bill Belichick, right? No pictures in the locker room, all kind of stuff, right? Bill did. Well, that was the year of the 3-week Antonio, hell, it might have only been 2 weeks, Antonio Brown experience. So AB's in the hot tub with Ted, right? Ted's talking to him. And Ted, everybody loved Ted, right? You just said that. So they're talking, hitting it off. Well, AB posts a picture with Ted in the hot tub. And we used to meet with Dante every morning. So we saw it. We were dying laughing. We're like, Bill's going to be pissed. So we told Dante to, kind of rile Ted up. And because he just didn't handle that stuff well. So we're meeting with Dante, and Dante starts in, he's preparing us for our day. These are the drills, the plays, whatever, right? And he goes, oh yeah, Ted, be ready in the team meeting. Bill's seen the picture of you, Antonio, in the hot tub. He's not happy. And Ted, I think he went whiter than white, sweating, cold sweats. That whole team meeting room, I was just looking. Bill had no idea, right? Like, Bill didn't care. And I was just like looking over at Ted, and he was so focused, staring right at Bill, locked in. Those were two good ones. There's a couple more, but I can't say stuff on air.
No, those were two great ones for on air.
There's some Dante ones you could go look up on podcast in here. So
okay.
Well, I love an elaborate prank. You are you're my kind of guy.
Yeah, those are two great ones. Yeah,
well, thanks for joining us.
We had fun,
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and we will speak to you next week ahead of the Giants game.
Same deal. Monday night next week. Here we go. Another
prime time. Thanks, David. Great stuff.
David Andrews joins us each and every week prior to kickoff. Coming up, it's going to be Chalk Talk with Alex Barth of 98.5 of SportsHub.com, and you hear him on the Sunday kickoff. Alex joins us next here at the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Gasper with you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots against the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati. It's time for Chalk Talk, brought to you by Bud Light. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the New England Patriots. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. And joining us for Chalk Talk this week, it's Alex Barth of 98.5 SportsHub.com and the Sunday kickoff with Cerrone Battle. Alex, is this game, we were talking earlier, Chris and I, that, I feel like, I don't know how you felt, but going into the season, this was one on the schedule I was like, assuming health, that's probably a loss. And then, even when they ended up trading for Joe Flacco and how he looked in that first game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, I was like, maybe we're going to get a game here. Now, this feels like a layup. Do you agree, or could there be a hiccup for the Patriots today?
So when you come out of that Jets game and everybody starts looking at the final stretch of the schedule, there's obviously the Bills and the Ravens game. People are talking a lot about those. Those are tough games. Those are, big-time games. And then you have the Jets, Giants, and Dolphins, and those are should wins, whatever you want to call it. Like, those are layups. And then there's this Bengals game. And prior to the Chase injury, I said everybody's sleeping on this game. It's not quite as difficult as the Bills and the Ravens, but I'd put it much closer to the Bills and the Ravens than I would the Giants, Jets, and Dolphins. Now I don't know. Now it kind of feels like dead in the middle. Like losing Chase. Like you said, Flacco's been playing well. And Burrow obviously would have helped, but Flacco's been playing well. But part of the reason he's been playing so well is because how effective the connection between him and Jamar Chase has been. Jamar Chase leads the NFL in catches. And we all saw that primetime game against the Steelers a couple of weeks ago, where Chase had, 16 catches on 23 targets, something like that. And so losing him is going to kind of reshape their offense. Their defense is a complete non-factor no matter what happens. So Chase is just such a massive loss for them that it knocks it down for me. I don't know that I still don't think it's quite the level of the Jets and the Dolphins and the Giants, but it's a game they should win.
So you were bringing something up to me off the air that I found really interesting, which is that when this Bengals defense is horrible in many, many ways.
Most of them.
But perhaps their Achilles heel overall is their inability to get people on the ground.
Yes.
And I just looked this up. They've allowed more yards after catch by far than any team in the NFL, according to Next Gen, at 1,730 yards.
Yeah, and their yards after contact on the ground and through the air is tremendously high, too. 126 missed tackles for the Bengals. That leads the NFL. Now, keep in mind, they've had their bye. So other teams have played one more game than them. That's almost 13 missed tackles per game. Next closest team, so they're at 126. Next closest team is the Steelers at 93. Next closest team after that is the Commanders at 84. And then there's a group of teams in the mid-70s. So they're not just missing a lot of tackles. It's a problem. And on top of that, we talked about this with the Patriots early in the year. They were missing a lot of tackles, by the way, fourth fewest now in the league, according to Pro Football Reference. But some of their missed tackles I felt like people were too hard on, because it was a case where, all right, there's two or three guys in the backfield. It's coached this way. First guy there, go for the big hit, go for the ball. And if you miss, the next guy's going to clean it up, and maybe it's a difference of a yard, right? You take that trade-off. These Bengals missed tackles are not that. It's somebody misses and the ball carrier's in the open field. They don't do a good job of swarming the ball. They don't do a good job of gang tackling. So whatever it is, pass game, run game, when the Patriots players have the ball in their hands, they should be looking to create, because there is going to be a ton of opportunities to create, because not only do they not get guys to the ground, they allow explosive plays after the broken tackle as well. It's not just, all right, well, they broke a tackle, the next guy came in and cleaned it up.
And how much does that have to, I'm just curious, how much does it have to do with the rookie linebackers in there, Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight Jr.?
I mean, that's definitely part of it. They're among the worst offenders. The safeties have been pretty bad, too, and you can't have safeties missing tackles. Some of it, I think, is, and we'll see what happens during the game today, but if you've watched other Bengals games this year, a lot of late communication. Guys don't seem to know where they're supposed to be lining up, what their assignment is, things like that. And so when you're overthinking, you can miss the physical element of it. You can let go there. And to your point, two rookies in the middle of the defense, I wonder if that's part of the problem.
What Joe Flacco do we get today? Because when he first joined there, it's like, oh, okay, they're not really going to probably miss a beat here. They're going to be still in the playoff mix in that win on Thursday night against the Steelers. But since then, especially last week against Pittsburgh again, it felt like he reverted back to bad old Joe Flacco.
Well, for all the talk about Burrow and his status, Flacco was limited all week with a shoulder injury. Right shoulder, throwing shoulder. Right. So I think that there's a veteran element of he's not going to get confused. He's not going to get sped up. You're not going to outsmart him. It's just what can he do physically with his shoulder being where it is and throwing to guys that he's maybe less familiar with. Again, he's heavily targeted Jamar Chase. So, Gesicki's been out, hasn't spent a lot of time with Gesicki. Yoshavas is probably going to be in a slightly different role than he's been in. Like, where's the chemistry at between Flacco and those guys? Yeah, and just in terms of it's interesting because you're right. There's the experience versus when you get to this age, and I noticed it at the end with Brady outs, these guys don't want to get hit. And Next Gen had some interesting stats on Flacco versus the blitz, which you would think as a veteran quarterback he'd pick apart. But against the blitz this year, he's thrown the most interceptions in the league, 5. His passer rating is 58.3, which is the second lowest among qualified quarterbacks, and he's one of only 2 quarterbacks this year with more interceptions than touchdown passes. I gave you the 5. He's only thrown 2 touchdowns against the blitz. The Patriots are not a big blitz team, but when they do blitz, they're effective. And with no Milton Williams in the middle, I know you talked about it from the run game standpoint, but from a pass rush standpoint, would you go after Flacco? Yeah, I would a little bit. I think the numbers speak for themselves. And again, he doesn't have Jamar Chase to be like, all right, here comes the blitz. I got to get rid of it. And that's the guy he trusts to just kind of throw, not necessarily a no-look pass, but like sight unseen. Yeah, I think this is a game where you dial up the blitz a little more if you're the Patriots and you try to heat them up. Besides that Milton Williams injury, he hadn't had a chance to talk to you since that Jets game. They scuffled a little bit against a bad Jets team. Were there any minor red flags that came out of that game for you, or was that just short week, divisional opponent, familiarity, that kind of thing? Yeah, mostly that. Division games are weird. Thursday night games are weird. The big question for me with the defense continues to be, and it's not even an ability thing, it's a schematic thing. They play a lot of soft coverage, and they'll kind of give up that underneath stuff on first and second down because they've been one of the best third down teams in the league, and I don't think they're afraid of facing a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. They're confident in their ability to get off the field. How sustainable is that? I mean, they've made it this far, so credit to them. And they've shown a willingness to play more aggressive. Oddly enough, the Bills game was the one game where they played more aggressive and really got in the faces of the wide receivers. So it was funny today. I'm like, all right, against Chase and Higgins, do they get more aggressive in the coverage? Now without Chase, I wonder if they kind of do this bend, don't break thing that they've been doing. And so that was a problem in the Jets game to me, is there was a lot of off coverage, but that wasn't new. They've been doing that, and I just wonder if, does that change in the playoffs? Does that change against certain opponents? Or are they just going to roll with this bend, don't break thing because it's working? Shootout today? Shootout-y. I think the Patriots probably pull away late. I said 38-17 this morning, but it's something like, is it 21-17, 24-17? And then the crazy thing about this Bengals team is I think a lot of teams that play them, so oddly enough, 32nd in the league in pass yards allowed. They've only allowed one 300-yard passer. It was Bo Nix in week 4. That's it. That's right. No You're kidding. Right to give me that. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of guys in like the 270s, 280s. Yeah. I've joked they're the reverse Drake May. Drake May has all these great games. No 300-yard game. Yeah. No 4 touchdown pass game either. The Bengals defense sucks, but they've only allowed one 300-yard passer. The reason for that, they've allowed a league-high 5 100-yard rushers because teams just get up. They don't really, the defense doesn't scare them, and they try to run the clock out. But the defense is so bad, even some of these runs that are designed to just take up time, you can break for big gains and touchdowns, even when you're just trying to run the clock out. So I do think, it's going to be a high scoring-ish, close early. Patriots are going to get up, try to run the clock out, and, Travion Henderson, is it like in Tampa where it's, all right, just get a first down here, keep the clock moving. Oh, he's gone, 70 yards, touchdown. Like, I could see whether it's him or Stevenson, I could see one of those runs today.
One last thing. So I heard you and Cerrone on Sunday Kickoff talking about potential playoff permutations. Yeah. You're like me, you would like to have, and I think most rational people would rather have the Jags or the Chargers if they do end up in the wild card.
Those are the two above everybody else, yeah.
But if I'm hearing you correctly, you're like me, you want no part of that Houston team.
I don't know that they'd be like last on my list of teams that I want, but that defense is the real deal. Now, what do they look like outside in the cold in January is a fair question, but I was really impressed with them against the Bills. And the big thing is, and what I think the Patriots do so effectively, the Patriots use offensively every blade of grass, not just down the field, but, sideline to sideline. That Houston defense can just cover so much ground. There's so much speed, and the instincts are great. It'd be a really fun matchup to see how they go up against each other, but they're not an easy opponent by any means.
I'm going to make a reference I hope you get. That Thursday night, at times, Josh Allen looked like, you remember the episode of South Park when it's just Dan Snyder and he goes out and plays the Cowboys and they just keep sacking him and he keeps getting up, he's all bloody? Like, that's what that felt like. That was just relentless, that defense on Josh Allen. Well, Alex, always a pleasure.
Great stuff.
Great stuff. Always catch Alex on Sunday Kickoff before this program. Read him at 985sportshub.com, and happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
You too. Thanks, guys.
All right, coming up, we will name the hardest working player for the Patriots going into today's game against the Bengals. That is next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper with you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for the Patriots on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. So Travion Henderson, he's started to wake up here, and any of the doubts that I had early on, it's like, oh boy,
yeah, me too.
With him in this draft class as a whole, you start to feel a little bit differently about it, a little bit more positive about it, because it's not just him that's popped, but other players too.
Yeah, you look at it, they've gotten good contributions from this draft class. Now, we'll see what it ultimately ends up being with Kyle Williams as a third-round pick receiver. A lot of people really liked him coming out across the NFL and felt like that was a great pick for the Patriots. Outside of the touchdown in Tampa, we haven't really seen much, but he does have guys ahead of him. But when you look at what you're seeing from Will Campbell, who I think has not stuck out like a sore thumb at left tackle. Now Travion Henderson, we kept talking about, we think that breakout game is coming. I was saying that before the Cleveland game, and then he had 10 for 75 in that game. And now all of a sudden he's averaging 4.9 yards per rush and has 5 rushing touchdowns on the season. So he's a guy who's obviously contributing. Let's see what the split at the running back position looks like today, assuming that Ramondre Stevenson's back from the toe injury. I think Craig Woodson kind of flies under the radar, leading them in snaps defensively as a 4th-round pick. And now maybe with this Jelani Tavai personal situation, again, Braden Swinson was a 5th-round pick who I liked out of LSU, a little bit light in terms of being on the edge for today's NFL, but he's been on the practice squad, had opportunities to join other teams and be on the 53-man roster. They elevated him to the 53-man roster. He's somebody with some upside. And then there's Andy Borregales, who at the beginning of the year looked like he was going to be Scott Sisson 2.0. Now you feel pretty good about the kicking situation.
If it's a long one, like a deep 50-plus yard, I think he's going to nail it every single time. Inside that 25 to 35, it's still a little shaky, but, kickers. It's not just him. With the return of Ramondre Stevenson, which you mentioned, so started the first 8 games of the season, 83 carries, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 fumbles, but caught 16 passes for 169 yards. Now, he had this toe injury. He has been practicing this week. We haven't got the inactive list yet, but it does sound like he is going to be a go today. How do you want to see that split? Because Travion Henderson has been kind of on this heater. Do you think that Vrabel and the coaches are going to have this be like a 50-50 thing? Or I would prefer to see kind of a 70-30, more Travion Henderson or Ramondre Stevenson, kind of ease him back coming back from this injury.
Well, just quickly, obviously we were remiss not to mention Jared Wilson, too, 3rd-round pick, who started next to Will Campbell at left guard. So, again, to just finish up on the draft class, I probably would like to see it be 50-50. It was notable to me, significant to me, that when you looked at the game last week and you were seeing what Travion Henderson was doing, that they felt like they could up his carries to 19. I think ultimately for that pick to work out, he has to be able to be a guy who, not every game, but you have to feel like in a given game you can give him 18 to 21 carries. I thought that was good. It's not like he had this super explosive game. Yes, he had 3 touchdowns, but he only averaged 3.3 yards per carry. But now that he's proven he has some durability, I would like to see them make it more 50-50 because he's so explosive. Now, you look at Ramondre Stevenson, Jim. Remember the game he had in the season opener last year against Cincinnati. And Cincinnati's not. This might be a game where you want the hammer, and that's more Ramondre Stevenson. But the split of snaps that they had before Stevenson got injured, which was 70-30 Stevenson, that has to change. That it needs to be closer to 50-50 because Travion Henderson is just too productive and too dynamic.
We mentioned the good players from this draft. We did not mention Kyle Williams, who looked like maybe he's going to break out here in Tampa, but. It still just seems like he can't get on the same page with Drake
I agree.
May. Yeah.
But, it's funny. You think about that and you say, Kyle Williams, Drake May. How many times did we see that with Tom Brady and wide receivers in this offense? It's a challenge for the wide receivers in the Josh McDaniels offense because you have to read it and see it like the quarterback does. You have to be able to diagnose and decipher like the quarterback does. And that's not easy for a lot of guys. Now, Kyle Williams, I thought, would have had a leg up. And we talked to him a little bit about this during training camp when we were down there. He's a former quarterback.
Right.
But, again, when you're in high school and, JUCO, you're not running the Josh McDaniels offense as a quarterback.
All right, we named our hardest working player. That, of course, was Travion Henderson. Now we name our hardest working teacher. 98.5 Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network wants to congratulate Wyndham Woods School's MVP teacher, Narissa Hansen. Narissa brings kindness, inclusivity, and her signature style to everything she does in their middle school program. And she is a true champion. Coming up, Paul Perillo of Patriots.com will join us for his weekly pregame hit along with the top of the hour headlines with Jim Louth, who will have some news on Aaron Rodgers and his status today for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports of Patriots Radio Network.
Cincinnati today to take on the Bengals. Joe Flacco gets the start for Cincy. Joe Burrow not activated off IR after practicing this week. Jamar Chase, Trey Hendrickson also out for Cincinnati. Running back Ramondre Stevenson, wide receiver Kayshon Boutte, tight end Austin Hooper, all expected back for the Pats today. Linebacker Jelani Tavai out for personal reasons. The team elevated defensive tackle Jeremiah Farms from the practice squad with Milton Williams on IR. Pats and Bengals, Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots Radio Network. Kickoff just after 1. Around the league, Aaron Rodgers out today for the Steelers. Mason Rudolph gets the start. Rodgers had wanted to start. Mike Tomlin says Rudolph will get the start. Shedeur Sanders gets his first NFL start for the Browns today. Tyrod Taylor starting for the Jets against the Ravens. Justin Fields benched. Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, both expected back for the Bucs tonight against the Rams. NBA, Celtics host the Magic at TD Garden tonight at 6. C's coming off a loss to the Nets on Friday. You can hear the game in Boston on 105.7 WROR. Hockey, Bruins in San Jose, wrapping up their West Coast trip. You can hear that game on 98.5 The Sports Hub, pregame at 7:30. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update in 1 hour.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
Shotgun snap to Flacco. Drops back 5 steps. Fires a deep ball. Left side. T. Higgins comes away with the football. Touchdown, Bengals. He just ripped it away from the defensive back in coverage, and the Bengals take the lead.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray and Chris Gasper with you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for the Patriots. We're on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is the player to contain today for the Patriots, Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. And that's brought to you by Eagle Leasing, the Northeast leader in mobile storage and office equipment. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or visit eagleleasing.com. You see them everywhere. Eagle Leasing. Joining us here as he does each and every week prior to kickoff, it's Paul Perillo of Patriots.com. And would you agree with that assessment, Paul, that T. Higgins is actually the player to contain today? Or is it someone else? The underrated Andre Yoshivash, wide receiver of the Bengals. Mike Gesicki, who's been elevated and is going to play for the Bengals today.
Well, the only other one I would put in with T. Higgins would be Chase Brown. But since the Patriots have been, pretty stout against the run, I'd stick with Higgins and, make Joe Flacco do it with somebody else, right? You got no Chase to worry about. So make sure that T. Higgins doesn't take the game over and make a guy like Andrei Iosivas beat you. If he can catch 10 balls for 150 yards, tip your cap to him. But until something like that would happen, yeah, I would say T. Higgins should be the focus of the secondary for sure.
Paul, just curious how you feel about the Patriots without Milton Williams. What did it look like to you for the rest of that Jets game? I actually think defensive tackle is one of the areas where they have some pretty good depth, but he's been such an impactful player, arguably their best defensive player this year.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I feel like he has probably been their best defensive player. I think they'll miss him, but I also think they have some depth at that spot. So I do think, and this is something I heard Mike Reese talking about, and I really agree with him on it. As good as they've been against the run, I do think the last couple of weeks have shown some signs of maybe, like that there's a little bit of slippage there. I thought Sean Tucker in the second half of the Tampa game, found some openings, and certainly, I thought, not just Breece Hall, not just Justin Fields as a scrambler, but on some design runs, I thought they lost some of the edges there. So I do think they missed Milton Williams a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see as you move forward. Probably not as much today, because I think Cincinnati's going to want to throw the ball to try to keep up with the Patriots offensively. But a couple of weeks down the road, when you see Buffalo with James Cook and Baltimore, obviously with that whole thing with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, say a month from now, those two games I'll be keeping an eye on without Milton Williams, seeing what the run defense looks like.
Paul, do you have any concerns about a slow start on both sides of the ball? I mean, it's been slow starts for the defense. It feels like every other week for this team this year. But with this mini bye, having not played since the prior Thursday against the Jets, you think they might be a little bit rusty today?
I'm not necessarily concerned with that. I am curious to see what the defense looks like early on. And this is one of the things, the whole, the mini soap opera with Joe Burrow and Joe Flacco during the course of the week, when it kind of looked like it was trending toward Burrow playing. I was wondering if that could be one of those sort of mental things where the Patriots have really struggled early in games. If Burrow were to come back and brought him right down the field to open the game, I wondered, if maybe that could give Cincinnati sort of a really emotional lift. Joey's back. We're back now. Not necessarily taking into consideration the Patriots do that every week, and the other team goes down the field in the first drive. But I'm watching that. At some point when you're playing some of these teams, and Cincinnati is one of those teams that it's not a good team. It's certainly not a good defense, but offensively they can get hot, and they've been in the 30s more often than not with Flacco at the command. Don't just spot him 7 points today. Don't just give him that first drive touchdown and just think everything's going to be fine because that's the way it's been. This is an offense that I think is capable of continuing to score if you allow it to get hot early on. So I'm not worried about the bye as much as I am the defense early in the game.
We anticipate, we don't have inactives yet, that Ramondre Stevenson will return to the Patriots. He had such a great game against this team the last time the Patriots played them. But in his absence, Travion Henderson took a major step forward. How would you divvy up those snaps in the backfield moving forward today, Paul?
Yeah, I would continue the way it was. And, I want to get Henderson involved, but I don't necessarily need him to have 20, 25 touches, which I think he got over 20 touches in the Jets game. I'm not sure that's a great recipe for him. I think he's one of those diminishing returns guys. I think he's a big play machine when he's going well, and we saw that in Tampa. But I think if you want to run him between the tackles 15, 20 times, I think he's going to have a hard time holding up, number one. And number two, you're going to see the production sort of drop the way it did in the Jets game, just averaging barely over 3 yards a carry. Not that he had a bad game. Obviously, he had 3 touchdowns in the game. So, some of that is circumstantial. But I like the idea of Stevenson being sort of the guy that's going to take, the early down carries and let Henderson pick his spots and see if he can get some big plays, get him in space a little bit. I like throwing the ball to him, obviously. So I think now you might get a better version of Henderson based on what he's done the last 3 weeks with Stevenson out. So I think you might have potentially a more potent combination.
Are you bummed we're not getting Burrow today? Were you surprised to seeing how that thing was trending towards the end of the week?
Yeah, on Wednesday, I would have told you that I think Burrow's going to play. But as the week continued, I sort of felt less like that. But yeah, I'm a little bummed just because of the theater. I don't think it was going to impact the game either way in terms of winning and losing. I think they have virtually the same amount of opportunity to lose the game, and it's the one way would be you get in a shootout and you fall short. And I think Flacco could do that just as well, and he has. I mean, like the games that they've lost with Flacco, I mean, you realize it's, 47-42, 39-38. Those are the games that they're losing. So that could happen today with Flacco or Burrow, but I am a little disappointed just because of the theater of it. And again, I don't necessarily think it was going to impact the win-loss record for the Patriots.
Paul, when you look at the Patriots at this point in the season, obviously they're rolling with the 8-game winning streak and playing the way that they're playing. What are some of the things in your mind that as we go down this home stretch and they look to what should be a playoff berth that you feel like are areas they need improvement or areas they need to clean up? I'll start, for me, would be red zone defense. Again, they've allowed the fewest red zone possessions, but that red zone defensive percentage needs to be a lot lower than it is in terms of teams getting touchdowns. Right now, it's 72%.
I would agree with that 100%. That'd be at the top of my list. I'll add, and I thought the ESPN had an interesting sort of feature during the week with Darren Orlovsky and Mina Kimes and that crew on NFL Live talking about fatal flaws for all the playoff teams. And I thought Mina Kimes came, the pass defense. And it's just, it hasn't been consistent. The numbers in the secondary, I think, look a lot better than the actual play in the secondary, if that makes any sense. I think they haven't really faced any quarterbacks that can hurt them with any degree of consistency, save for, the two big wins that they have with Buffalo and Tampa. When you're playing, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if you're playing Dylan Gabriel and, Michael Penix and, all the guys that they've gone against, I just don't think they're capable of putting 4 strong quarters of football together. Justin Fields had guys open, and either A.D. Mitchell was dropping passes or he wasn't getting the ball to him. And that has happened in some of these games. I think the pass defense needs to be a little bit better if they're going to get into January and make a run at this. And I think that the opportunity is there. I mean, it's a pretty level AFC, I would say. I think there are a bunch of good teams. I don't really see any great ones. So if they can, do some of the things that you just talked about, Chris, in the red zone, and get a little bit, tighter in the secondary. And I suppose it has everything to do with marrying the rush and the coverage and all that stuff. But I do think that opposing quarterbacks have had some guys open and they just haven't been able to take advantage of it.
That said, you know me as a drastic football viewer, Paul. You've been around me long enough. I do wonder your thoughts on the Houston Texans after watching that relentless pass rush on Thursday, because I came out of that saying, all right, now it's now more important than ever they try to get a bye, because if you end up wild card weekend, you get the dumb Chargers or the Jags, fine, you'll beat them. But that defense of the Houston Texans, I want no part of.
We have to get Jim a Houston Texans Letterman jacket.
It's amazing.
He's all about the Texans.
It's amazing. I don't know how many times we've seen these, especially late season Thursday night games, and they just are not indicative whatsoever of anything that is to be worried about. I mean, Buffalo completely was out of gas in the second half of that game. Houston's defense is terrific. It's been one of the best defenses in football all year. The offensive line has a hard time protecting C.J. Stroud, which is why he's out right now. I think Houston's a good team. I don't necessarily worry about them any more than any of those other teams. Like I said, a Thursday night at home at this time of year, you have to win that game. You can't lose Thursday night home games, in November and expect to be any good. Houston did what it had to do to win that game. I don't think it's necessarily indicative of, they're a really dangerous team now. They're going to be hard-pressed to make the playoffs in the first place.
All right, Paul, finally, prediction for today?
Yeah, a lot of points, and most of them coming from the Patriots. I'm going 38-24, New England.
Oh, 24? Wow. So I'm just going to say quickly, you do realize the Patriots defense has not given up more than 23 points all year long. And again, Miami scored 27, but that was with the punt return. Defensively, they're going to
taking away all the points off of returns and whatnot?
Well, there is actually a stat.
The Patriots haven't scored more than 23.
There is actually a stat that is kept by StatsPass. It's offensive. It's offensive points scored and offensive points allowed. But you think the Bengals we'll get to 24 somehow? Do you have a special teams? Do you have Charlie Jones taking back another kickoff?
No, I do not. I think the Cincinnati offense is pretty good. If Chase was playing, I'd be going high 30s both ways.
Wow. All right, Paul. Always a pleasure. I won't see you Wednesday, so have a wonderful Thanksgiving to you and your family.
You guys as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Paulie.
All right, coming up, we'll talk to Bert Breer of the MMQB and ask him what is the status going forward with Joe Burrow, who we thought was going to be playing, but now isn't today. We get Joe Flacco instead. That, among other things, as Breer joins us next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots against the visiting Cincinnati Bengals. And it's time to talk to Bert Breer of the MMQB. He's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Good morning, Bert. Hello.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Very
Good, Bert. How are you doing?
It felt like Joe Burrow was trending towards playing in this game late last week. All signs pointed towards him coming back from this toe injury. And then I'll tell you, for me, when I heard some of the quotes coming out after Friday's practice talking about, 2 games in 5 days, I was like, oh, well, this means he's probably not playing. Well, now he's not. What are you hearing on that? Was that just, hey, we're going to handle him with kid gloves, or was there any kind of setback there?
Well, I think one thing you have to know to understand the situation here is like the relationship that Zach Taylor has with the Burrow family in particular. You know, Zach played at Nebraska as the quarterback there, and the Burrow family is a Nebraska football family. So that relationship goes way beyond just the Bengals. Both of Joe Burrow's brothers played at Nebraska. His dad played and coached there. And, so I do think like there's an element of Zach wanting to do right by Joe and wanting to make sure that no matter what happens here, they're not going into an off season where he is messed up and isn't able to do what he needs to do to get himself ready for the next year. So that's part of the equation. Like you said, the 2 games in 5 days is part of the equation and was always going to be part of the equation. And look, like the plan initially was not to play him in this game. The plan had been like, let's see how much of that stretch we can get through of 3 games in 11 days without having to pull the ripcord and putting him out there. And, initially they didn't think they were getting him back until mid-December, but he kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Went through Wednesday's practice. There was no issue at all. They were sort of standing around at the end of that one saying like, well, what more does he have to show us? Went through Thursday's practice, same thing, no setbacks. Everything looked okay. And, Friday morning they met and, just kind of thought better of it and just thought, you know what, like, because we have the situation in front of us that we have with 2 games in 5 days, we got him his work. Now we ought to get Flacco up and running and ready to go and start him in this game. And, really that's sort of the way all of it went, because I think they had to take it all as it came because he's back doing 11-on-11 work so much faster than they ever thought he would.
I want to ask you about some stuff around the rest of the NFL here. I guess we'll start with the situation in Buffalo, and I know we're jumping ahead towards the end of the season, but is Sean McDermott in danger, and how much danger is he in at this point based on where they're at?
Yeah, I don't think he is right now. Chris, I think you have to sort of remember what this franchise was before he got there, which was they'd gone 18 years without making it to the playoffs. So he and Brandon Beane have done a lot of great work to try to get that place to the point it's at now, which is, over the last, half decade, one of the 2 or 3 or 4 most successful franchises in all of the sport, but they haven't gotten over the top. And there's no question that that's going to be weighing on everybody. Josh Allen turns 30 in May. And so I don't think it's anywhere on anyone's radar right now, the idea that they'd be moving on without Sean McDermott. However, we've all been in these situations before. We've all seen these situations before, right? And if things go the wrong way, it certainly stands to reason where the pressure to try to capitalize when you've got a player like Josh Allen on your roster could wind up having ownership change course. To me, like the comp, I think the most apt comp is Tony Dungy with the Bucks, where The Buccaneers have been so bad for so long, and Tony Dungy came in there in the mid-'90s, and he completely reimagined that place and completely turned that place around. And I don't think anybody would argue with the great work that Tony Dungy did over 7 seasons there. But eventually they got to the point with this historic defense with Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp and Rondé Barber and John Lynch. They'd finally gotten to the point where it's like, okay, like we need something to put us over the top. And if you guys remember then, at the end of the 01 season, they started flirting with Bill Parcells and they wind up trading for John Gruden and winning the Super Bowl, and the rest is history. So I'd never rule something like that out now. It's just not on the Bills' radar as we speak.
Bert, what happened with Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers, and did the Patriots ultimately dodge a bullet there in their pursuit of him?
I mean, I don't know. You never know how it's going to turn out for a player if he's in a different setting. But that contract negotiation got pretty contentious. And, I can tell you just, looking back over the last few years with the Niners, they had let a few of those really drag out. So that happened with Deebo Samuel. If you remember, it happened with Nick Bosa, where, they had these star players and really they kind of went to the mat with those guys. And I think this is always the risk, right? Like, is that there's going to be some hard feelings that linger, and that's what happened here. And I know, they had hoped from a timeline perspective that this would be right around the time that they were getting him back. Like, I remember talking to people over the summer about this, and it was like right around week 10 was when you could expect to see Brandon Ayuk out there on the field. So, obviously there's been, some butting of heads on all of that and where he's at from an injury perspective. Is he pushing it? Is he doing everything he can to get back out there on the field? So you end up in the situation that you're in now. And, the way I look at it, they would have, what the Patriots were willing to do to get Brandon Ayuk. I think, you could say they did dodge a bullet. However, if Ayuk were who I think everybody thought he was going to be a year and a half ago, I mean, you're still talking about a guy who's in his mid-20s who could be your number one receiver for the foreseeable future. So the easy thing to say is yes, but you never know how a different situation can make for a different set of circumstances for a player. He certainly would have come to New England without all of the baggage that he's carried from that negotiation in San Francisco.
Bert, I know, like me, you pay attention to college football, and UNC lost yesterday. They cannot get to a bowl game now after going to 6 straight bowls under Mac Brown.
That's a shame.
I'm just curious.
There's something else how they lost that game.
Oh, I know. Did the fake field goal?
Yeah, it was crazy.
That was crazy, I know. But just what are you hearing on Bill Belichick? There was the report, he put out the statement about not being interested in the Giants job. Then Diana Rossini put out the thing that said the Giants were never interested in him. Is there any chance that anybody will be sniffing around him this offseason? Again, I'm just connecting dots potentially down the line. If Buffalo were to falter and get desperate, or what you're hearing around the NFL is that, Bill's basically a persona non grata at this point.
Yeah, I think these are all individual situations. Like, I think too often, like, we talk about these things, like there's some sort of council that like gathers at the end of the season and decides who's okay and who's not.
Council of Kings.
So I don't think he's been like blacklisted or anything like that. But, I do know, I think the biggest problem Bill would have in pursuing an NFL job is now the perception and maybe the reality that if you're going to hire him, you have to cater to him in every single way. You have to make your organization all about him, right? And that means setting up a personnel department a certain way. That means setting up your roster a certain way. That means running your business a certain way. And if you're a team, are you willing to do that for a guy who's 73 years old who may only be around for a couple of years? This is more than hiring a coach in the minds of NFL people. And that's why Bill tried to push messaging out there last year. If you guys remember, he was trying to push messaging out there last year. No, I don't need to hire my own GM. I don't need my own players. I don't need this and this and this and this. I think there's still a perception that he would come in and need those things and ask for those things and eventually try to push for the thing to be set up the way that he's always seen it set up. So not only do you have the way that it ended in New England, but I think you're also looking at the reality of it, which is, if I hire this guy, is he going to come and just totally deconstruct everything that we have going here? And now if it doesn't work 2 years from now, we're in shambles looking to, build something from the ground up. I think that would be the biggest question. I think that's why it would take just so many things, like so many boxes being checked for somebody to go and pursue him to be their head coach. And right now, I just don't know where that place would be. And I do think, by the way, like all the New York Post stuff and everything else, like that's a factor for the Giants. Like
it's got to be.
They have they have a relationship with Sean Payton too, right? Like Sean Payton was a coach there for a bunch of years, and they really like Sean Payton personally. But like I think because of some of the stuff that happened in New Orleans, Sean Payton would have trouble getting a job with the Giants. So like the Giants have, I don't want to call it like a holier than thou thing, but like there's certainly this like we're not really interested in being in the tabloids with your 24-year-old girlfriend. I think that's a factor too.
Oh, I mean, that story read like an episode of the Jerry Springer Show. It was entertaining, but yeah.
I want to know who the source is, because
right. Yeah, because they knew they were in Bill's office, so it's obviously someone that's close to him, or maybe one of the other coaches. But no, it was good stuff. And
I wish somebody was secretly recording it. I would.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what I would pay to hear the recording, but it wouldn't be zero.
Good stuff as always, Bert. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. We'll speak to you next time.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, guys.
All right, Bert. We will talk to Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston as he joins us each and every week as we get closer to kickoff to today's game. It's the Patriots at the Cincinnati Bengals, and Phil will join us next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Casper. We are here with you this morning ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots, who are on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. And it's time to give you the inactive list, brought to you by Ketchus Law Group. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, Ketchus Law is here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers. Visit KetchusLaw.com today. Jelani Tavai inactive. We already knew that. He is missing this game at Cincinnati for a personal reason. Caden Wallace, the guard. C.J. Dupre, the tight end. Am I saying his name correctly? Because it's spelled Dipre, but I've heard Dupre. Either way. Efton Chisholm, the wide receiver. He's inactive. Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle. Your emergency quarterback is Tommy Cutlets, a.k.a. Tommy DeVito. And to talk about this, a little bit more about today's game, we bring in Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston. And I want breaking news for you, Phil. I am off the Efton Chisholm train. I am actually now glad to see him on the inactive list, because him as a returner, P.U. He is way too slow and just runs in a straight line. So maybe we get a return today in Cincinnati.
You might. It was actually interesting asking special teams coordinator Jeremy Springer this week if Travian Henderson might get a few more looks there if Ramondre Stevenson is able to come back. And at that point, it wasn't certain that Stevenson would be back. So I think, Springer was playing it a little bit coy maybe, but I think you could see Henderson, if he's getting a few less carries on the ground, it would make sense to me to get him back involved in the kicking game there. Yeah, to me, Chisholm was really never that much of an effective returner in college, right? Playing in the Big Sky. And so having him back there was really more about making good decisions, taking care of the football. He's really just not that explosive playmaking kind of threat.
How do you feel about Kayshon Boutte being back, and what does that do for this offense?
I think that's huge, Chris, to have the guy who is, among receivers with 20 catches or more in the NFL, still second in the league in yards per catch, over 18. Having that guy back with your quarterback and the way that he throws the deep ball, to me, is big. Now, I know Mac Hollins has been really effective, honestly, in Boutte's absence, and they've used him, I think, quite a bit in that role when Hollins really has his own role that's unique to him. If you watch him, they use him like a tight end at times, guys, and I think Josh McDaniels has been really smart in terms of how he's used Mac Hollins, where you can put three receivers on the field. The opposing defense has to answer with, nickel or dime personnel, but then you can bring Hollins in tight to the formation and use him to block effectively, especially those smaller bodies, safeties and corners. And so he's been really good in that role. I think is the better deep ball guy, right, as productive as Hollins has been. And so to get him back out there and just give Drake May another option, given how Drake May wants to push the ball down the field. And there's clearly an established chemistry and a trust between those guys, getting him back with the way that this offense has really had to operate all year. Now they might be able to operate in a few different ways today because this matchup is so juicy for them. But this is a team that wants to throw it down the field and wants to put the ball in the air a bunch and kind of has to in order to move the ball. And so getting him back is big.
Ramondre Stevenson, he is back after missing the last 3 games with the toe injury. What do you think that split is going to look like between him and Travion Henderson, who's been hot lately?
Yeah, I lost you there for a second, Jim. But if Stevenson is back and playing a lot, I don't know how much you guys have talked about the split. But to me, that would be that's the question today: is how much work does Stevenson get? And I think it should be something close to 50-50, right? It should be close to an even split. Now, the last time we saw both these guys healthy, it was split where Stevenson had, quote unquote split. Stevenson had 50 snaps to Henderson's 14 in that game against the Browns. It shouldn't be that, right? They should be getting a little bit more of an even workload, in my opinion. But you have to give Stevenson a significant number of carries. It's great that Henderson was able to handle 24 touches last week, but I think if you're asking him to do that on a week-to-week basis, you might be asking for trouble just in terms of keeping him on the field. So give Stevenson a nice, healthy workload. Make sure that, by the time you hit the stretch run here, he's feeling good and he's back into condition. And, to me, this is something that they should really be efforting to pursue today, is being more efficient in that run game. This has been, a couple of very long and very impressive touchdown runs from Travion Henderson aside. On a down-to-down basis, this has been one of the least efficient running games in football, which is hard to do when you're as effective passing the ball as the Patriots are. You would think that these defenses are trying to lighten up the box and make sure that they're defending Drake May through the air, and they are at times, and the Patriots still haven't been able to run it all that effectively. So, to me, that's something that, against this team in particular, which is just about the worst or second worst in every category you can think of on the defensive side of the ball, this would be the game where you really try to see if you can establish something on the ground and give you something to work with moving forward.
Each week when you do your preview, you write something that says matchup that could surprise you. And you surprised me in saying your concern is actually the Patriots' run defense against Chase Brown. For everything we've talked about with the wide receivers and Jamar Chase is out and Joe Flacco and throwing the football, you think the biggest issue for the Patriots on defense could be Chase Brown in that Cincinnati running game against the Patriots defense missing Milton Williams.
Yeah, Chris, for me, I look at this matchup and the Bengals, as good as they've been through the air, they're surprisingly effective on the ground. And Brown hasn't been used a lot. They're last in the NFL in the sheer number of attempts. So they're not turning to their run game all that often. And I'm sure there's a variety of reasons for that. And maybe, quite frankly, they don't trust it all that much. But when you look at some of the advanced numbers, they're a top 10 team in terms of EPA per rush. They're a top 3 team in terms of their stuff rate. So when they do hand it off, they're not getting knocked down at or behind the line of scrimmage all that often. So, against a defense that, quite frankly, over the course of the last couple of weeks has let down against the run. They've allowed over 5 yards per carry each of the last 2 weeks. And you're not going to see the same kind of running threat at quarterback this week, obviously, that you did last week in Justin Fields with Joe Flacco out there. So that should make it a little bit simpler. But they have had their issues. And so that's something that, again, to me, this is sort of a get-right kind of game, right? They should win this game. They should win it handily. I think on both sides of the ball, you would love to see more effectiveness at or near the line of scrimmage in the run game, defending it and executing it yourselves.
So if I'm listening to you, sort of what I'm hearing is you want them to go full 2015 Patriots in Miami, Steven Jackson, like let's tune up our run game for the playoffs?
You know what? That thought actually crossed my mind, and I think the immediate thought soon thereafter in my slow-functioning brain was, you know what? Don't go that far with it. Like, don't go so far that you say to your offense, we're not throwing the bleeping ball until we run for a first down with home field advantage in the postseason on the line. Now, the stakes aren't quite the same this week as they were that week in the Steven Jackson game. That's what we've been calling it, Tommy Curran and I, here at NBC Sports Boston. I feel like that's the game from Steven Jackson that everybody remembers. So don't go that far with it, but you should be able to get something going there. And if you can't, that to me is a little bit of an issue. And if you're talking about what might be holding this team back in the future in terms of making the kind of run that people here are hoping they make, I really do. I look at their rushing offense first and foremost, because the best way, and we've talked a lot about, Drake May and the number of hits he's taken over the course of the season, the best way to protect your quarterback is with a running game. And so if you can't run it and you're going to be asking Drake May when the weather gets bad to drop back and throw it 40 times against a playoff caliber team, that to me is not what you're looking for. So in these last few weeks here, and they've done it before, right, with Josh McDaniels running the controls, they've done it before where they can sort of find a running game late. That should be something that they're really trying to do, and it starts this week.
Phil, any concerns about rust, with this little mini bye? It's been, 2 Thursdays since they've played in that last game against the Jets, or do you think that they'll, come out and be fresh and rejuvenated?
I think they'll be energized. Talking to guys in that locker room this week, they really felt like they needed that rest, and so I think you'll see sort of the positive aspects to that, Jim. The one area where I think you would maybe worry a little bit about rust would be with somebody like Booty, or even somebody like Stevenson, and just the ball security aspect of his job. Is he thinking at all about the toe? Or is, the lack of practice time over the course of the last few weeks, is there something else that's, making his mind race just a little bit, where he sort of takes his mind off of that high and tight thing that they've been trying to beat into him since the first few weeks of the season? And then with Booty, how does that hamstring feel? Is it really truly all the way back? I think it should be. Just talking to him over the course of the last few weeks, it feels like, he's responded, and the injury has responded well to practice, and so it's not anything I'm anticipating, but I think that's probably where you worry a little bit about rust, is just with those injured guys that are making their way back.
Phil, let me ask you this. This is related to the Patriots, but not this game. I want to get where you stand on it, and look, Jim still might ask you for your prediction, but if we don't get to it, it's okay, because it's in your story on NBC Sports Boston, and we'll drive some of your web traffic. Colts Chiefs. As a Patriots fan, who should you be rooting for today?
You should be rooting for the Chiefs. I feel strongly about this. I feel like you should be rooting for, if you're a Patriots fan, whatever gets you that bye and home field advantage. And so right now, it's the Colts, it's the Broncos. Those are the teams that are, that are in some senses standing in your way. And so I understand you don't really want to ever see Patrick Mahomes. You certainly don't want to see him in the postseason. They still got a long way to go before they even make the postseason, guys. So right now, and maybe this is, recency bias, or maybe I'm being, foolhardy and not thinking too far ahead, but I already talked about my slow functioning brain today. You guys can pick on me for that. I would be really reluctant to go anywhere but Gillette Stadium in the postseason, specifically Denver. And I know Denver's not really in that discussion of Colts v. Chiefs, but if they end up with that number one seed, you could end up there. And that to me is a little bit more daunting of a challenge than even seeing Patrick Mahomes at home with this Chiefs team around him. I just think this Chiefs team is so mediocre in spots around him. To see him throwing to Juju Smith-Schuster and Tyquan Thornton as often as he does, that just doesn't look like a championship caliber roster around one of the greatest quarterbacks ever.
Yeah, I had, because it's the whole, end of days Brady thing here. Like I had spent most of this season, Phil, saying like, well, you can't count them out because we've seen this movie before. As long as Mahomes is healthy, you can't count them out. After last week in Denver, that was the first time I was like, no, this is like the 2009 Patriots. There's just not enough there. They do feel kind of mediocre. And if they missed the playoffs, I wouldn't be stunned at all at this point.
Neither would I. And I think you can sort of hear it from them, Jim, at the podium at times, especially after these games, just how defeated they are with certain elements of how their team's performing. And, they're getting questions every week about, boy, why is Patrick Mahomes having to throw it all the way down the field to Tyquan Thornton as often as he is? And he said, listen, believe it or not, that's what defenses are daring us to do, essentially, is what he's saying. It's what they're giving them. And good for them. I would make Tyquan Thornton beat me too. And when that's the guy that Patrick Mahomes has to push it to down the field, you're going to have a hard time having a lot of success.
You want to get beat? You draft guys who get you beat.
Phil, thanks for joining us as always, and happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. We'll speak to you next time.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, guys. Same to you. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up, the voice of the Patriots, Bob Socci, has a weekly sit-down with a member of the team, and ahead of kickoff today against the Cincinnati Bengals, Bob talks with linebacker Jack Gibbons. That's going to be coming up next here at the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
With Mayfield in the gun on the second down and 10. Snap is back from the right hash. Mayfield drops back, moves up, throws it right flat, caught by Tucker, wrapped up by Gibbons, and the linebacker makes the play. Run it all the way on the outlet, and he takes him for a loss back to midfield. Good work by Jack Gibbons.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Casper. We are here with you this morning The Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, as we're getting closer to kickoff, the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots against the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati. Each and every week, the voice of the Patriots, Bob Sosi, is a weekly sit-down with a member of the team. And ahead of today's game, Bob is going to be talking with linebacker Jack Gibbons, and it's brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless Boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless Boiler that's right for your home or business. And a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers. Take it away, Bob.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Joined by Patriots linebacker Jack Gibbons before the Pats take on the Bengals, of course, this afternoon. And Jack, you guys had a little extra time to get ready for this game coming off the mini bye. How recharged do you feel? How re-energized do you feel this stage of the season, 11 weeks in?
Yeah, we've definitely been rolling. It's kind of been a while since we had a break. It was good to get that win and carry that momentum into the mini bye, give everyone a chance to kind of reset mentally, physically, rest up, and now we're excited to get back rolling.
And as the week's gone along, you've had to prepare for the Bengals. Of course, either Joe at quarterback for Cincinnati. It's a prolific offense with one of the best wide receivers in the league, even without Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. What do you make of this Bengals offense and the approach of head coach Zach Taylor and their play calling?
Yeah, they throw it all over the place. Like you said, both Joes can really spin it, and so it presents a challenge no matter who they have out there. They've put up a lot of points, especially recently, so it's definitely a big challenge for us this week.
I want to talk to you about your play. You've obviously seen an increase in reps defensively over the last few weeks with Christian out of the lineup dealing with an injury, and that's led to a decrease last time out on special teams. What kind of a difference did it make for you to play only defense? Are you eager on the sideline when you're not out there that third phase? Because it's been such a big part of your career.
Yeah, definitely felt a little different out there that time around, but like I said, I've always tried to do whatever I can to help the team win. That's been a big part of my role on this team and on teams I've been on in the past. So I definitely want to impact the game however I can, defensively, special teams, try to just do whatever I can to make an impact to help the team win.
Going back to the early stages of your career, how important was fourth down to establishing yourself in the NFL so that you could be a player on first down through third down?
Yeah, especially as an undrafted guy. I mean, that was the first real action I ever got was on special teams, and that's still a big part of why I'm in the league today. Is a big part of why I'm here is to try to be an impact player in that phase. So can't stress enough the importance of it, especially now with the new kickoff, that being a huge play. There's not as many touchbacks, and so we're having to cover kicks. We got opportunities to make big plays in the return game, so it's definitely a big key to our success, and so I'm happy to help do that.
What has been the biggest difference with the dynamic kickoff in terms of your responsibilities or your technique, your approach?
It's definitely a completely different play. You don't have as much time to build up speed. It's about making fast decisions and playing, but still playing with that speed and violence without having the running start that you used to have. So it's a very unique play. I think you kind of have seen teams try to kind of figure that out over the past year and a half, and people are kind of figuring out what they're good at, what's harder, what gives teams challenges, and so it's going to continue to evolve, but it's been a fun and exciting play, I think, just to be able to see the opportunity for big returns and big plays in the coverage game.
When you talk about speed and violence, reacting quickly on defense too, you've made some plays of late, especially that stood out, where you're reading and reacting almost immediately, almost with an awareness, a sixth sense of what's about to unfold. But I imagine that just doesn't happen on its own in that moment. Where do you trace it to? What do you attribute that ability to make a play before it really can develop for the offense?
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of something I've always tried to hang my hat on and feel like has been a skill set that I've had throughout my career, going back to high school, college even. I mean, I've just been playing linebacker since I was 5 years old. So some things you kind of start to develop kind of an instinct and a feel for, and then just film study, being prepared, seeing what teams like to do, and being able to get that half second can be an extra step to help you go make a play that otherwise you wouldn't be able to make.
How much time does that involve on your own, spending extra time studying that film as opposed to just in the meeting rooms?
Yeah, I mean, our coaches do a great job creating a game plan, giving us scouting reports, and we get a lot of information here, but you got to go home and study and digest that, and then also just watching tape so you can help speed your eye progression and help those reaction times happen faster. It's one thing to know the information. It's another thing to be able to have it be second nature and be able to see something and react to it. So definitely got to put in a lot of time on your own as well.
How exciting, how much fun is it right now to be playing meaningful football games late in the season? The success this team's had, really a remarkable turnaround from the last couple of years, but it's your first year in New England. The idea of playing meaningful games down the stretch for this team, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really ask for. I'm so excited. It's so much fun to come into work every day knowing that we got a chance to get in the tournament and win the whole thing at the end of it. So my first few years, we haven't won a lot of games, and so this has been completely new for me, being on a team that's really got some momentum and stacking wins, and so just trying to keep that rolling and enjoy it. It's a great group of guys who are all really unselfish, buy into their role, happy for each other to make plays and stuff, so it's really fun coming to work every day right now.
All right, you guys looking to pile up another one today. All the best to you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Jack Gibbons with us. Back with you guys.
Thanks, Bob. Bold statement from Jack Gibbons there. Chance to get into the tournament and win the whole thing. That's music to Patriots fans' ears, I would imagine. Hey, for the guaranteed lowest price on tires, go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Coming up, we'll check in on some of the other action for Week 12 as we'll go around the NFL. That along with the top of the hour headlines of Jim Louth coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports on Patriots Radio Network.
Patriots in Cincinnati to take on the 3-7 Bengals. The offense getting some weapons back today. Running back Ramondre Stevenson, wideout Kayshon Boutte, tight end Austin Hooper, all active today. The inactives, Jelani Tavai, he's out for personal reasons. Efton Chisholm, a healthy scratch. Defensive tackle Josh Farmer, guard Caden Wallace, tight end C.J. Dupree, also out. Tommy DeVito, the emergency third quarterback. For Cincinnati, no Joe Burrow. Joe Flacco starts at quarterback. Also no Jamar Chase and no Trey Hendrickson. Pats and Bengals. Kickoff just after 1. Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots Radio Network. Around the league, Aaron Rodgers out for the Steelers in Chicago today. Mason Rudolph gets the start. Justin Fields benched for the Jets. Tyrod Taylor starting against the Ravens. Packers running back Josh Jacobs inactive today. Shadur Sanders, he gets his first NFL start for the Browns today in Las Vegas. Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, both expected back for the Bucs tonight against the Rams in Sunday Night Football. NBA, the Celtics host the Magic at TD Garden tonight. You can hear that game in Boston on 105.7 WROR. Hockey, the Bruins in San Jose. They're wrapping up their West Coast trip. You can hear that game on 98.5 The Sports Hub pregame at 7:30. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update at halftime.
Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Casper.
That's right. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Casper here with you this afternoon as we get closer to kickoff a Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots, who are on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. And it's time to go around the NFL. It's brought to you by Webster Bank. 90 years of purpose, a future full of possibilities. Webster Bank. Progress starts now. We have the Vikings and Packers today in Green Bay. And, that young J.J. McCarthy has quickly turned into quite a lemon at quarterback for the Vikings. Here's their head coach, Kevin O'Connell, talking about what he can do to try to polish this turd.
Yeah, as the phrase I've been using with him, we gotta start seeing this cement dry on some of the things that we've really worked hard to make football habits for him from a fundamentals and technique standpoint.
That sounds like a broken man. And if you look at Jefferson, Addison, some of the other talent that's surrounding J.J. McCarthy, they look at him and say, well, we got no chance here. In fact, here's numbers to back this up, Chris. Through 5 games, J.J. McCarthy, 9, has completed just 52.8% of his passes and has a quarterback rating of 61.8. In the last 20 years, there have been 105 quarterbacks to throw at least 100 passes in their first 5 games. McCarthy ranks 94th in completion percentage and 92nd in passer rating. I don't know if you've seen much of him. He can't throw left. He's airmailing passes, even when he has time. He does not pass the eye test. He is not good.
Yeah, I was worried about that when he was coming out. We'll see. Again, you can't write any of these quarterbacks off anymore because as soon as you write them off, all of a sudden they're good. I'll give you another stat on this. If he throws another interception today, he'll only be the 4th quarterback in the past 20 years to throw an interception in each of his first 6 starts, joining this illustrious company, Zach Mettenberger, Blake Bortles, and Deshaun Kaiser.
Oh, my God. Oh, no, that's a list of stiffs. And think about that, too. If you can't establish a rapport with Justin Jefferson, who's the best wide receiver in the NFL, how bad must you be? He hasn't even won at home. Oh, he stinks. The Colts, the Chiefs, marquee game, 1:00 kickoff today in Kansas City. A must-win, I would think, for Kansas City. Here's their quarterback, Patrick Mahomes.
there's not a lot of times in this league where you're blowing teams out, and so there's a couple plays here and there that you have to make. And we've been able to make those plays in these last few years, and we're not doing that this year. And now it's about giving ourselves more opportunities to make those plays, and then when we get those opportunities, going out there and doing it. I'm excited for it. We got a lot of good football teams coming up, starting off with the Colts. But it's a great opportunity to go out there and get our season turned around and get going in the right direction.
Yeah, this is an interesting game in that it is an opportunity for the Chiefs to get their season turned around against a good team. And if the Colts happen to win here, I guess I got to start taking them more seriously than I have.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we talked about this a little bit with Phil Perry. I'm still of the mindset of, the Chiefs, maybe this is their 2009 Patriots year, but I'll tell you what, because of their Chiefs, you can't rule out until they're absolutely eliminated that it's their 2018 Patriots year, and that's the thing with them. Just some quick notes on Indianapolis. I mean, they've played really well, but Daniel Jones has really sort of slowed down here. Great in the first 8 games. In the last 2, he's thrown 4 interceptions, lost 3 fumbles, been sacked 12 times, and produced 2 of his 3 worst single-game passer ratings. So it seems like he's turning back into a passer pumpkin. Look out for that.
Yeah, he has. He's regressed these last couple of weeks. Something else I didn't notice about the Colts until we had some of the pregame shows on here in the studio, which I don't like, is that they have this whole win for Jim thing, which in a nutshell is nice because Jim Irsay, who passed, he was always kind of a kooky owner. I always kind of liked the cut of his jib. Okay, so win for Jim. They're making a player each week haul a guitar to the stadium. I mean, it's one from his collection. What a pain in the ass. And what if it's a Les Paul? Have you ever held a Les Paul?
No,
they're heavy.
I have not. I've never held.
And once you get there, what are you supposed to do with it? Keep it in your locker where I'm supposed to put my stuff? I don't like that. Browns Raiders debut of Shedeur Sanders making his first start. I mean, he's been in before, but his first start at quarterback for Cleveland. Here's Shedeur Sanders.
The same how I always am, knowing exactly where everybody's going to be, prepare, understand that they have a great defense, they're coached by a great coach, and they have great players on that side of the ball. So just doing what I can, to prepare mentally, physically, emotionally, to make sure I'm my best self.
Any clips of him that I've seen, especially like last week in mop-up duty against the Ravens, he has not looked good. But, did he fall in the draft because of attitude things,
yes.
A little too cocky? What do you expect out of him today? I don't know what to make of this kid.
I never know what to make of him either, but I think he'll be better in this game because I sort of feel like, and this is not the right way to be from a professional standpoint, he got to Cleveland and felt like they're not really going to give me a chance to play, so I'm not going to put a lot of effort in. And even getting into that game last week, I'm not sure he was ready to go. So now we'll see what it looks like when he prepares as a starter. Everything when you look like that is obviously open to be questioned. With Cleveland, though, it's more about the defense, and these are 2 bad teams. Geno Smith's basically been the worst quarterback in the league. Now, unbelievably, as good as he is, Darnold leads the league in turnovers, but Geno Smith is right there.
That Raiders team is unwatchable, and I watch a lot of bad football, and I have prided myself in years past of bad football on Thursday nights, but the Raiders they make me want to turn the channel, Chris. I'm
getting a little scared. Again, I know it's not Brady's full-time gig, but it's getting a little Dan Marino, Derek Jeter-esque in terms of him being with that team.
He picked the GM. He picked the quarterback and the coach. It's kind of a mess there. He deserves some of that blame.
Not great.
Eagles Cowboys marquee game in the 425 national window today. Here is Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts.
I take great pride in what we do on offense. I take great pride in how we go out there and play as a team and what our flow is. And so we obviously got work to do, and I think that obviously starts with me. That's always my approach. That's always me looking internally first in everything that we do, and then in due time rising above.
He has male vocal fry, or the opposite of male vocal fry, because he doesn't go up, he keeps it low and down. But man, that is annoying to listen to.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Human Ambient put me to sleep there. Is there a more boring pro athlete than Jalen Hurts? Maybe that's the part of the problem, the offense there. Everyone else is falling asleep around him. Here they are. You could argue they're the best team in football.
Yes.
but they still look like a mess offensively. What do you think that is there?
Well, here, let me give you this. I think part of it is obviously frustration. First, they're among the league leaders in 3-and-outs, so they have not been efficient offensively. And then guys are frustrated they're not getting their numbers. But this is with all those weapons around him. And I like Jalen Hurts. I respect him a lot. But there's no way with that offensive line and that team you should be held under 200 yards in 6 games this season in terms of passing, including 3 straight. I think he's playing it a little too safe, and it's pissing off his teammates.
Good one tonight, the Bucs and the Rams. I feel like this is must-win territory for the Tampa Bay Bucs. They've been on a skid here. LA Rams, to me, best team in football. Here is their quarterback, Matt Stafford, pretending to be afraid of Todd Bowles' defense.
It's a Todd Bowles defense. I think they're really well coached. They do a really nice job. He's been doing it for a long time. He understands what he wants to do, how he wants to attack offenses. I think their front is big and physical. A couple guys on the edge that are rushing the passer at a high clip. Their backer's been doing it for a while. Levante has, and I think they do a really nice job in the back end.
That's a kind, democratic way of saying this dummy's going to blitz at the worst possible time. I'm going to shred this defense just like I did in the divisional round and root to our Super Bowl win when we beat the Bucs down there when they still had Tom Brady. I'll never forget that with Cooper Kupp wide open.
Brady was so mad about that blitz.
As he should be. I feel like this is must-win for the Bucs. That's when Baker Mayfield can be at his most dangerous. I give the Bucs a chance tonight against.
But they're going to get Chris Godwin back just for Patriots fans and the whole MVP watch with Matthew Stafford and Drake May. There's a chance here for Stafford to become the only the 4th quarterback all time to have 30 touchdown passes and 5 or fewer interceptions in their team's first 11 games of a season. When that has happened before, for the 5 times previously, that player has won the MVP.
Oh, yeah. And the Rams last week, I now say they're the best team in the NFL because they can win different ways. You know, that they didn't need Matt Stafford to go out, throw for 300, 4 touchdowns like he had been doing. He threw for $150. They kind of won on defense. Their defense has been underrated and beat the Seahawks, so they can. That's a well-rounded team right there. Scary Rams. All right, that's around the NFL for Week 12. We return Zoe with his weekly sit-down with head coach Mike Vrabel. We will get to that coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports on Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper with you this afternoon ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots, who are on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. Each week, Scott Zolak sits down with head coach Mike Vrabel to pick his brain, get some insight ahead of kickoff. It's Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, brought to you by Big Y, your family market. Take it away, Zoe.
All right, thanks a lot, Big Jim. Joined now by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel here before the big game today. Coach, extra day off this week. You had the Monday, not normally, but what was different about last Monday as opposed to the Monday coming in after a Sunday game after you had a little break?
Yeah, well, I want to welcome Big Jim back. It's good to have you back up there in the box. You know that we always call those a bonus day, and trying to get back into it after a few days off. Sometimes those happen after a bye or a Thursday night game, so you focus on fundamentals and just getting back into the flow of things. We, it was basically Patriots versus Patriots, competing, running some plays, and just trying to get back into the flow of things. So that kind of jump-started the week, and then we got rolling on the preparation for Cincinnati.
Sometimes when you come away from a 1 or 2 day break, you worry about the tempo. How was tempo at practice?
I mean, it's where we are.
Yeah.
12 weeks in, so I think the guys have played a lot of football for us, and we have to manage that and do whatever we need to do to get them ready for the game, and they have to take some responsibility of that as well.
You get to the point where we don't have to have the pads on shells are enough. That sort of the glorified accelerated walkthrough is as good as any rep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that good teams know how to practice without full pads on, and so that doesn't mean that the speed is any less. Just there's not the same contact and the same collision that you may have with pads on. Mm-hmm. And then, the CBA dictates when we can have pads on, when we can't. We only have 2 more opportunities to wear shoulder pads for the rest of the regular season. So, figure out what 2 days you want to do that and in which weeks, and then go from there. But other than that, we have to have shells on.
Thought Travion Henderson had some good inside runs last week. Obviously, the yards per carry aren't where they want them, but his ability to spin, smell the end zone, get there, get the push from guys. You guys scored points, and that was a big thing.
Yeah, it was, and we had, they were efficient runs when we needed to have them. They were good, and we have to continue to create that. We have to continue to find, ways to run the football this time of the year. We understand that, especially at the end of the game. So again, we ended the game with the ball in our hands, had to get first down, and we converted. So that's something that I will remain to be, positive about, is the fact that we have 5-minute offense, and we've been able to execute that in some of these games.
And Ramondre being back and looking good will help that, right?
Yeah, he's going to help to that. Travion's going to still run the ball, and Ramondre and Terrell, and so they're all going to have a role. That's what this is about, and no different than what we're doing at receiver. And if one guy's doing really well, then that's what's going to go. But we were going to use all these guys and try to get something out of them.
Mooney look good? Did that full go?
No limitations.
No limitations. Good. Okay.
Get him back and have him help us like he did when he was out there before.
I talked to you on the TV end of it about Milton. He has limitations, but a good mix of guys. Next guy up.
The limitations are he's not available, so we can stop talking about him for a few weeks. Been through this before. This is the National Football League. Yep. This is where everybody's at. So nobody's going to feel sorry for us, and we'll just have to go play great defense and try to get off the field and take care of Brown and take care of Higgins and take care of Gesicki and everybody else, and then try to affect Joe Flacco.
Brandon Swinson gets elevated from the 53. How has he been progressing?
Oh, good. It's that time of year. Trying to make some spots for these young guys that we've invested some time into, and they've improved, and I'm excited, and we'll see where they're at for the game.
You've been preparing for two quarterbacks, I assume, this week. It started with Flacco, then you get the rumors that Joe's gonna give it a go. Now it's probably Flacco. They're both drop back guys, though. It doesn't seem like the offense would change that much, right?
I don't think the offense changes. I think just the thing that we had talked about, that Burrow would be able to extend probably a little bit more than what Joe would prefer. But they're both going to throw to the guy that's open. They're going to work through the progression. They're going to see the matchups that they like and be accurate with the football. So whoever ends up out there, we'll be ready for.
Running back's pretty damn good too. He'll give you some problems.
I really think he is a good player.
Yeah.
And he makes sometimes a lot out of a little. He runs hard. He's got good balance, good burst. Makes a lot of people miss, and that's going to be a big challenge for us.
Got to get after it early too, because crowd noise can get going out there when they're right.
Well, every time that we go on the road and that environment, our details and the communication and our focus, have to be extremely well, especially when we get into third down and critical situations in the red zone and all those types of things. And I hope that we can use the experiences that we've had up until this point to help us, but then we'll have to really lock in and focus on those critical situations.
Got a little late at the end of this week, Thanksgiving. Are you a turkey guy or no?
Yeah, I would take some turkey.
Got to take it, right?
Yeah, I think you have to have a little bit.
All right. More of a size guy.
I would say there's going to be a ham there, too. I think that ham is a necessity.
Love the ham, spiraled cut ham. Make the sandwiches.
Yeah, honey baked.
Honey baked.
Sweeter the better.
All right, good luck, man. Happy Thanksgiving for the fans. Good luck today against Cincinnati.
You got it. Thanks.
Right. Coming up, Zoe is going to join us from inside the broadcast booth out in Cincinnati to set the scene before kickoff. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports at Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here with you this afternoon as we're getting closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Cincinnati Bengals. And each week, Zoe joins us from inside the broadcast booth to set the scene before kickoff. It's time to design today's game plan and set the scene with Zoe, presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of your New England Patriots. Inside Paycor Stadium, is that what they're calling it now, Zoe?
I don't know what the hell this place is. Look, yeah, Paycor Stadium. Tell you what, these Midwest cities, obviously I'm from Pittsburgh. Love the city, love the stadium that's downtown, that's walkable. What a great setting here in Cincinnati on the Ohio. You got the bridges, the skyscrapers. This stadium was built 25 years ago. It doesn't fill it. This is one of the best booths in the league.
No kidding.
It really is. Yeah, very underrated.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Rust Belt. That people dog on Cincinnati. I don't mind it, and I certainly don't mind the Skyline chili. It's like a Greek bolognese. Did you have any since you arrived?
I did not. I tell you what, I was going to do a classy broadcast today because we were getting a lot of calls and emails about me being rude the way I am in the booth with the gas and everything, and stepping over Bob. I'm gonna have a classy call today. That's what I'm gonna do.
Classy, not gassy. Okay,
that'll be the day, right?
From to paraphrase the late great Notorious B.I.G. So you're saying you're going from gassy to classy.
Yes, Chris, I am East Coast. By the way, absolutely 100%. I'm all East Coast.
Zoe, do you expect any kind of rust today from the Patriots in that they're coming off this like little mini bye? No.
No, and I think one of the things I've noticed here, like, of course, the last couple of weeks traveling with them, because when we're home, I'm not really around the team. I do the TV, I do the radio stuff. I'm down there, twice a week, but you don't see the players at all. You see the players a ton on the road. They're developing a sense of, I don't say confidence and swag, not swagger. Swagger's not the right word, but the last couple of years, just walk around with their heads down, don't want to be out seeing people, and being around the hotel and the places you go out to eat, they're a sense of like happiness and joy playing football again, which is great. It's great to see.
What did you see in warm-ups from Ramondre Stevenson and Kayshon Boutte? How do those guys look?
They look fine. I think the extra weeks obviously here have given Ramondre a pretty good rest, and Boutte maybe could have went last Thursday. They didn't push it. I know he put on his whatever Dominion social thing that is, that it's a first degree tear of the hamstring injury, but he looks fine. I think they're good to go today. This team's really bad defensively. My ex-teammate Al Golden is defensive coordinator. I got a great Al Golden story for you too. Back in 1991 or 92, I was on IR after I hurt my ankle against Kansas City. I went to the company Christmas party, which is in that old north end zone of the old stadium. When Coach Mack was head coach, I was on IR. I showed up in crutches with Al Golden. He picked me up and drove me there. He and I left together. I was not on crutches anymore and had to go in to apologize to a lot of people in the front office the next day for what we did.
Oh, my God.
We were dancing machines, man. Yeah, an IR dancing machine. Yes.
That's unbelievable, so wow.
Al Golden was a tight end at Penn State. He came in the same year I did. Great kid. It's funny. I mean, he went to Temple and then went to Penn State. He had a lot of connections in the league. I think it's one of the reasons he's here.
Yeah.
But the defense is really hurt.
Do you have any insight? I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to Al, but any insight on why it hasn't worked defensively?
Chris, it's been that way for years here. It's crazy because they always had two really good edge guys, tall, long guys that could get after it. You remember Pac-Man? They used to have Pac-Man. They would have good corners, like cover corners, like that had swagger. Because you kind of have to when you play in the AFC East. You go against Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Like, there's a lot of smack talking, obviously, like last week with Chase. And what happened, with Ramsey, which was not a good thing. And I think that's one reason they're not playing Burrow here today. Like, Chase isn't there. But, if Chase was playing, maybe Joe Burrow plays in this game. We're all excited, thinking this game was going to have some juice, and now it doesn't with Joe Flacco there. But Flacco could throw the deep ball, man. And his team is not giving up the deep ball. So it's something to watch today. See if we might get caught on a couple of those.
Yeah, were you surprised that they ended up going with Flacco, or do you think they're not playing Burrow because it's more about the 2 games in 5 days thing?
Yeah, I heard your guys' show after us at 2 o'clock, 2 to 6, and football players want to play. Good football players want to play. It means something to them. There's pride there. And that even though he's getting $60 million, it's my team. I want to get out and play. It's a weird injury, though, because the more you read about it, that turf toe, because he had the worst kind. He had the surgery, and he's been off it for a while now. But if you rush back too quickly from that eventually leads to an Achilles tear. And boy, would that be the kiss of death for this staff and everybody in this organization if that guy gets hung up again on a year Achilles.
What's the vibe there from when you look at the Bengals and the warm-ups and the fans there? Because it has to be kind of deflate. You're 3-7, and I understand they want to protect Burrow, but kind of the message you're sending by not playing him after he practiced all week is, well, we don't really care about this game. We care more about the Ravens game on Thanksgiving.
You guys were there last week, and you saw the buzz in the stadium just for even a Thursday night game. I just took a picture of the sideline, and I'm sending it to both of you guys.
Okay.
There's nobody here. It's dead. It's worse than a preseason game, and that's one thing you got to worry about when you get into these type of games. I just texted it to you. Is you getting caught up in the environment and playing down to the competition. I want to see this defense start fast today. If you're really going to do something in the playoffs, something's got to change there about not letting teams go right down. Then you adjust. When you get into the playoffs, you don't want to play catch-up. You don't want to get down 10, down 14, because God knows we haven't been in those situations where you can come back and go 2-minute all game.
and you don't want that to happen. So more pressure on Barmore up front, I think, with the big guy being out, Milt. And we'll see what Tonga can do. He's going to get some reps on the inside as his turn.
Yeah, this photo just came through. This place does it looks dead. So, oh my.
That's what now. Yeah. So we're till kickoff. I just took that. That's live. That's 25 minutes to kickoff, guys. Wow. Look at the stands. Look at the sideline.
Yeah, and that's not late arrival. That place is dead.
That's dead.
That's right now.
And that stadium's downtown, and it's a nice stadium. It's in the downtown area. Wow,
it's gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people on the concourse outside walking, and shoot, I'd be outside too on a day like today. It's literally like 62, sunny, and no wind. It's perfect here today for football.
Oh, so Drake should be able to light him up then.
Oh, he had a good warm up, real good warm up. I mean, he was doing some of those off platform throws, rolling left. It's like those old, workout combine throws that like the BYU kid did, that Wilson kid, back across the green, roll to your left, throw back to the right about 60, 65 yards downfield, and they were dimes. And I'm just down there chuckling. I'm like, this kid's, he's feeling it. This could be a big breakout game for him too, Chris. Like, he hasn't had a 300-yard game.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think this is the first 300-yard game?
I do, today, yeah. I break him out today.
Go ahead. Well, Efton
You go.
Efton Chisholm was on the inactive list today, and so I'm off the Efton Chisholm train in terms of him being a returner. I just think he's too slow. Have you in the warm-up?
Too slow to return.
Who's going to be the return man today?
I think Henderson might be back there.
Okay.
Or I was watching, like, they're all back there catching, so it's hard to tell. They're not in their game uniforms, but they come out pregame early before everybody. Pretty much everybody's back there. Papa's back there a little bit. But I just think it's everybody just getting some catches in. Chisholm gives you nothing in a return game. If he's going to ever give you anything, it's a little possession guy in the slot. Yeah, that's what he is. He's just trying to buy time there while Henderson. So you don't want your guy getting injured returning kicks. That's for sure. Your second-round pick.
All right, and Milton Williams mentioned, the big guy being out. How much do you think they might miss him? Not for today, because it feels like everyone, and I'm with you, now this game kind of feels like a layup, but looking forward, Ravens, Bills, how much will they miss him here these next few weeks?
Well, it's probably a guy that, in all honesty, like, if you're fighting for it here, he could go week to week. You go week to week with him. Doesn't tell you something like, hey, we want to get this guy right for the playoffs. It's almost like a message. Put him away, shelf him for 4 games, because we're going to need that guy in January. I think that's what his team is right now. We come out of here today, it's 10-2, which is crazy. I still pitch myself.
Score prediction for today?
31-10.
Oh, wow. OT?
31-10.
10 points. Yeah. Okay. All right. So have a good call.
Have a great call.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. That is Zoe inside Paycor Stadium, setting the scene ahead of the Patriots kickoff against the Cincinnati Bengals. And boy, yeah, that photo he sent us. If we're this close to the start of the game and it's this empty, it has a preseason feel so far in Cincinnati today. When we come back, we'll give you the weather report for today, wrap things up, say our goodbyes, and thank yous for the day. That's all coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports on Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. This is Jim Murray, Chris Gasper with you this afternoon ahead of the Week 12 matchup for your New England Patriots on the road at the Cincinnati Bengals. Time for the weather report brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. And as you heard from Zoe in the prior segment, it's like a perfect day for football there. And I tweeted out that photo that he sent to Chris and I of a mostly empty Paycor Stadium. You'd think you just want to go because you can get in for cheap in Cincinnati, and they're looking around 63 degrees, no wind, blue skies. It doesn't look like the weather is going to be an issue at all today. So that's good news for the Patriots, and Drake May may be looking for his first 300-yard game. But just to go because you got nothing else to do in Cincinnati other than eat their kind of, underrated chili in my mind. Why not go? You can get in for like $10 today.
Yeah, there's actually some good restaurants and stuff in that area. That's a sneaky cool stadium. If you stay downtown, you can walk to it. That's a good one.
When temperatures drop, your property is at risk. Burst pipes, roof leaks, water damage can happen fast. That's why Blue Sky is here 24/7. Go to bluesky.com. That's BLU sky.com. Happy Thanksgiving from Blue Sky Restoration. It does, it's funny. Fans can get cocky. Those of us that cover the team, it doesn't usually happen much. But, there's the whole any given Sunday thing today. But I pretty much give the Bengals no chance. I've come around. I just don't see how they can stop the Patriots. And maybe they get off to a little bit of a slow start. And they have defensively, Chris, but this offense, I think, is going to shred this generationally terrible Bengals defense today.
Yeah, I would say so, too. And I think it's important. You don't want to give a team like the Bengals any hope here because I think that they will let go of the rope if you get up on them. This year, Jim, Cincinnati 0-6 when trailing after 3 quarters and 1-5 when trailing at halftime. So normally, if you get up on them, they're not coming back.
Yeah, again, give you those numbers of this historically bad defense, which currently ranks 32nd in yards per game, 31st in pass yards per game, 32nd in rushing yards per game, and the one that blows my mind, 32nd in points per game. Their average, what they're giving up, is over 33 points. 33 points.
Unreal. And they've allowed at least 27 points in 9 consecutive games. And unbelievably, and this is so Bengals, that only ties the franchise record.
You know, Zoe brought up a good point in that prior segment too. Back in the Marvin Lewis days, and it was kind of defense first for a stretch there. You know, that guys like Geno Atkins, who I always thought was wildly underrated. Patriots went in there. I think it was 2013, that rainy game they lost. You know,
I remember that game.
Yeah, I mean,
Danny Amendola didn't make a play he should have made.
Those days are long gone. They really don't have many defensive playmakers, especially with someone like Trey Hendrickson, who is out today. All right, some thanks to send out. Executive producer Kevin Majori, who's in for Jeremy Conley today. Technical producer today, Ryan Beaton. Intern Luke Arnpriester. Thank you, guys. And also thanks to Assistant Program Director Jim Louth, who is giving you the top of the hour headline.
Great job, Kevin, rolling solo.
The New England Patriots pregame show. It's been driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more, or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Coming up next, it is the New England Patriots and the Bengals from Paycor Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray, and we're signing off. Enjoy the game, everyone.
The Johnson Collection.
Play fake to Henderson, moves up to avoid the rush, throws off balance, Diggs makes the catch at the 30, and he's driven to the near sideline. Tackled out of bounds at the Jets 28 by Tony Adams. And there's Drake May stepping up to split a pair of rushing defenders.
Excellent pocket presence by Drake May, and it's again off play fake.
Through 11 weeks of 2025, an increasingly polished and productive Drake May has emerged as a leading MVP candidate in the NFL. Not that the Patriots' young quarterback is consumed by individual accolades.
No, I just hope to be top and wins. That's the biggest thing. Just trying to win, and all other stuff comes after that. And when we get time, and I think a lot of players in this team are doing great things to help me, and defense is playing great. So it's been fun. We got to keep going.
While May's Patriots have 9 wins and counting, their opponent, the Bengals, have lost 7 of their last 8 contests and are beset by injuries. Still, winning won't come easily, says receiver Stephon Diggs, especially on the road.
Going into a hostile environment, bringing your guys with you, that effort mindset. When good things happen, cool. When bad things happen, effort, move on. And band together. On the road, it's definitely hard. We're going into somebody else's stadium and nobody wants to lose. I don't care where you at and what time of the year, nobody wants to lose. So for us, I would say it's a little bit going against the grain, trying to go into those hostile environments and play together as a team.
Coming up, the 9-2 Patriots meet the 3-7 Bengals from Cincinnati.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap, ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
Wilson, quick throw. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go. It's Super Bowl 49. Driving forward. Diving to the goal line. It's good. A touchdown. And a title for the Patriots.
I can't believe it.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back to back. World championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
The Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to Paycor Stadium in downtown Cincinnati, Ohio. Along the banks of the Ohio, Bob Sosi with Scott Zolak. It is great to have you with us for this Week 12 encounter of the 9-2 New England Patriots and the 3-7 Cincinnati Bengals. These two teams meeting in the same place. The Patriots began 2024, and that opening day win for the Pats, Scott Zolak, was a high point last season for the Patriots. Now they're trying to reach a milestone for this team on the verge of a 10th win, the 28th 10-win season in franchise history, of course, in their first year under head coach Mike Vrabel.
And I think it comes off of a much-needed rest. You get the little bye off the Thursday night game. You get away for a little bit, get out of there, come back, you reset, and you get ready to face a quarterback that you heard towards the end of the week was potentially going to play, Joe Burrow, and now inactive here for today. You're going to see Joe Flacco. But, and I understand it. If you're a football player, you play. That's what you do. You make $60 million, but you're still the quarterback of this team. But you're going to get a guy today that you know where he's going to be behind, 7 yards behind center, without Milton Williams, and I think it's a chance for your front to do something today. Like defensively, I'm going to see them start the game fast here today. Last week, Justin Fields and company go right down the field, first drive. That's got to stop if we're eventually going to where we think we are, which is the playoffs, and you're going to do some damage when you get there.
Well, the Patriots facing Flacco and the Bengals offense. Cincinnati sits where it is, having lost 7 of 8 after a 2-0 start, primarily because of its defense. The Bengals scored 38 points in a loss to the Jets, blew a big lead late. Scored 42 in a loss to the Bears, gave up a touchdown, a game winner on a long pass to a tight end in the final half minute or so. The Cincinnati team with Flacco's been operating well offensively. They just haven't been able to stop anybody.
They haven't. And, that's led by my friend Al Golden, who's defensive coordinator. They just struggle. And it's funny because, over the years, they've had guys. They've had guys that can get after the passer, whether it's 1 or 2 guys. Guys like Pac-Man Jones, some corners with some swagger. You need it in the AFC East to face teams like Baltimore, like Pittsburgh. You got to be able to punch them in the mouth. This is a black and blue division, and defensively, they aren't playing like they belong anywhere near that division.
Without Trey Hendrickson and his 61 sacks today, Cincinnati's defense really with DJ Turner and then a cast of players who just haven't lived up to NFL standards thus far. And the Patriots, meanwhile, go at this game without Milton Williams. What do you expect from New England up front?
Well, I think, they've been mixing guys up there. So Dern's been in the mix. Tonga, who we've seen on offense, too, he's going to get a shot today. But it does put more pressure on Christian Barmore, who had his first sack a week ago, and he's been getting close. This could be one of those games where, push the middle, get the edge guys, get Landry, get guys off the edge, continue to push that pocket. Big game for Chazon, and then get some sacks for those guys in the middle. Keep running twists, keep rotating guys, keep it fresh.
And let's flip it back to the offense for the Patriots. They get Keyshawn Booty back. Ramondre Stevenson is back as well. They've had some flashes offensively in the run game. Trayvon Henderson with that performance against Tampa Bay. But this would be a great way to get that running game in gear today in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I know Mike, even though we got the touchdowns a week ago, wasn't happy with the average per rush when he's talking about, hey, we're under 4 yards per rush. That's not good enough. That's not good enough to win. As you hear T. Higgins get introduced here, it's about the only cheer he had at one of the most calm pregame environments that I can remember since the preseason. Nobody on the sidelines. Stadium half dead. They're starting to fill it now, but this city's a far cry from what it was calling a game here last year.
Down on the sidelines before the game, when you looked into the lower sections of the seating bowl area, a lot of red, white, and blue, not a lot of orange and black coming into the stadium early for this matchup of the Patriots and the Bengals. Cincinnati, as mentioned, has lost 7 of 8. The Patriots, meanwhile, have won 8 in a row, and they sit at 9-2. We've got the starting lineups and the kickoff coming up next on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Jones, they got Isobars, they got people. So I mean, they still got a lot of receivers that can work. So I mean, it's a challenge.
Christian Gonzalez talking about facing the Bengals here today. Let's start on offense. Your starting lineups are brought to you by the McGovern Auto Group, the official automotive dealer of the New England Patriots. 35 locations, 25 different automotive brands. Over 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock. Start your car shopping today at McGovernAuto.com. At wide receiver, you got Stephon Diggs, Pop Douglas, and Keyshawn Booty, who's back. Your tackles, Will Campbell and Morgan Moses. Guards are Jared Wilson and Michael Owenu. Center is Garrett Bradbury. Tight end is Hunter Henry. Running back, he's back today, Ramondre Stevenson. And your quarterback is Drake May. The coin toss is brought to you by Clinton Savings Bank. Don't play heads or tails with your business with CSB's new partner services. You can process payments, manage payroll, enjoy online banking. Get started at ClintonSavings.com. Member FDIC-DIF. Happy Thanksgiving from ClintonSavings.com. Cincinnati wins opening coin toss. They do defer. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports on Patriots Radio Network. My broadcast partner, your voice of the Patriots, Bob Sosi.
All right, so I'm just going to repeat those words. Absolutely gorgeous. Blue sky over the Cincinnati riverfront across what used to be Pete Rose Way from downtown Cincinnati here at Paycor Stadium. Temperature in the low 50s. Slight wind 5 miles per hour from the northwest to the southeast. And Evan McPherson for the Bengals in the black jersey with the white pants, the orange and black tiger stripes on the side of the legs of the pants with the orange socks and the orange helmet, of course, with those Bengals stripes for Cincinnati at home today. The Patriots are wearing their all whites today, and they have deployed
gorgeous
Terrell Jennings on the far side and Kyle Williams on the near side to our right, inside the 5 with the white jerseys and the white pants. Of course, the red and blue stripes, the flying Elvis logo on the shirt sleeves, and on the side of the silver helmets. And McPherson has the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. The Cincinnati team won its first 2 games and then hit the skids, having lost 7 of 8. While the Patriots, as you know, have won 8 in a row, and they have won all 5 games heretofore on the road this season. This opening kickoff is brought to you by your Massachusetts Jeep dealers. Hurry in for great deals on the entire Jeep lineup during the Black Friday sales event. McPherson with 2 steps in a swing of the right leg, lifts the kick toward Kyle Williams. The rookie backs up from the 1, across the 10, left side inside the number 20, and he's taken down at the 24-yard line. One of the strengths of the Bengals, again, a team with plenty of deficiencies, the special teams units under longtime special teams coordinator Darren Simmons. And it was Harris there on the stop to force the Patriots to begin their initial series inside the 25, going right to left.
All right, 3 wides with Hollins. He looks like the big guy. In essence, going to play that second tight end.
Patriots break from the huddle with Trevion Henderson, the starting running back, as Diggs motions left to right to join Booty on the far side of the field. Hay under center with a check at the line. Takes the snap, turns and gives. Henderson runs it into the left side. He runs past the 26 to the 27. He's taken down after a 3-yard gain.
Good to see the young guy get the start here. He sort of stepped in since Ramondre's been out with that turf toe. But he did a good job last week, sniffing that end zone. Had a nice spin move. Good press by the offensive line, continuing to push the pile.
That was the 101st carry for Trevion Henderson this season, averaging nearly 5 yards per rush. Those numbers, of course, augmented by the breakout performance, 2 long gains against Tampa Bay. Second down and 7 from the Patriot 27. Shotgun snap to May. He looks left with a pup. He looks to the middle, and he tosses it to Hollins on a crossing route. And Mack is able to make the catch. Stopped shy of the 34, close to the first down, but it's going to be third and about a half yard.
Looks like Jared Wilson, tough to get up here. Got rolled up. May slid up inside the pocket. Was thinking about running it, then dumps it to to Hollins on a right to left underneath the short gain.
Cincinnati, 32nd in the league in total defense, 32nd in rushing defense, 34th in passing defense, 32nd in scoring defense. And it's third and a half yard with May under center. Henderson, the single back. The Patriots on a tight formation. 2 receivers to the right. Drake turns and gives to Henderson. He's got a first down. It appears with the forward progress just across the 34. He was able to gain the first down, then the Bengals spun him backward.
Not good enough.
But the spot should give the Patriots a 1st and 10.
No push there. That's a backside tackle right there. But when who gets the wall off with Moses? There's no push, though.
And there is an injury for New England with a timeout on the field. Zoe had mentioned that Jared Wilson had gone down on the previous play, or at least came up limping a bit, and there is the player being attended to right now. Mike Vrabel's out there as well for the Pats. We've got a timeout on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. The injured Patriot, indeed, the left guard, Jared Wilson, the rookie from Georgia, replaced by Ben Brown. 4th play of the drive, a 1st and 10 handoff to Henderson with a cut to the right. He's able to carry for 6 out across the 40, going right to left to the 41 of New England. Stone on the tackle for Cincinnati.
Ben Brown has not been bad, over the course here of the last 2 years. Like, nice push right there, comes right in the game, creates a nice little opening in the middle for a 6-yard gain for Trevion Henderson.
Ben Brown has found a home in the NFL with New England. Cincinnati was his first employer in the National Football League, one of 4 teams for whom he's been employed. Second down and 4 for the Patriots from the right hash. Toss comes to the near side. Henderson looks for an opening and lowers the shoulders and takes a stick. He's going to be taken down at the line of scrimmage. Bengals flow to the football. Geno Stone among those tacklers for Cincinnati. Burks there as well.
Back-to-back plays right there. Brown, not good on that push right there. And Burks is down here.
Oren Burks, 8th-year, well-traveled linebacker from Vanderbilt, seated on the turf. He'll receive immediate attention.
That's a pretty good lick, too, man. You hear the contact from up here.
Bengals have struggled defensively in every category as we've documented. Missed tackles a big part of the story for them defensively. And on that carry, we had 4 or 5 Cincinnati defenders converging on the ball carrier, Trevion Henderson. Bengals lead the league with 126 missed tackles, according to the AP. And they're playing a couple of young linebackers specifically after trading Logan Wilson just short of the deadline. Opening series. 2.5 minutes off the clock. First quarter, Pats going right to left in the sunshine in Cincinnati. Two receivers, two to the right. One split left, and now Diggs comes left to line up in the slot. Mays at work with Henderson to his right on a 3rd down and 4. He takes the snap. He's back in the pocket. It's closing down. He's hit as he releases, and the ball flutters incomplete, landing in a vacant space just across midfield in front of one of the Bengal defenders, with Mac Hollins the closest Patriot. Fortunately for New England, with May contacted on that throw, it wasn't picked off.
This is a good straight shotgun, and the pressure comes right up the middle. It's just a little twist, but they get pushed back right into Drake May. And that's worst case scenario. Hand falling through, going off on the helmet. Something you don't want.
Bryce Behringer is out for the Patriots, with the pressure applied by Cincinnati's Chris Jenkins Jr., second-year defensive tackle out of Michigan.
His dad was a beast, man. Oh.
Now you've got a former Patriot, Marco Wilson, shaken up for the Bengals. Chris Jenkins played 10 seasons in the NFL, Carolina, the Jets, 4-time Pro Bowler.
That Carolina front, when they were humming, and back when they went to that Super Bowl, that 15-1 year, that was about as badass in front as you can have. And Jenkins, former Maryland Terp, by the way, very, very difficult to move. He was a load.
DeMarco Wilson, who the Bengals picked up last year when the Patriots let him go, comes off to the Cincinnati sideline. And Bryce Behringer, the Pats punter, out for only the 39th time this season. Meanwhile, over on the Patriots sideline, Jared Wilson being attended to by the medical staff.
It's like he's getting carted off.
It does not look good over there.
No, they,
snap is thigh high, right-footed kick, sails high to the near side, and at the 6 to run it back right across the 10. Charlie Jones to the 15, angled out of bounds, shoulder to the near sideline by Charles Wood. So the Bengals were start right around their 20, in fact, at the 19 after the 50-yard plus punt by Bryce Behringer. We've got a timeout and a scoreless first on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
It's Tonga and Barmore in the middle here, with Chazon and Landry as the edge.
After a scoreless opening series for the Patriots, they picked up a first down before a 53-yard punt by Bryce Behringer, 13-yard return by Charlie Jones. Cincinnati with a 1st and 10 handoff running left. Big hole for Chase Brown with a gain of 10 as he ran through the left side and was able to run along the numbers on a rush of 10 for Brown. A good back for Cincinnati. He's right around 100 yards from the line of scrimmage, running and receiving per week.
Chazon came all the way down inside, almost over the nose tackle. It's one thing to be concerned about. Remember Justin Fields a week ago breaking containment.
Patriots have the number 1 rushing defense in the league, but remember, playing today without Milton Williams. It's been a defense that has been prone to slow start. Shotgun snap to Flacco, quick release, throw underneath, and the catch is made with a curl to the 34-yard line on a pickup of 5, and he finds Mike Gesicki, the former Patriot, just off of injured reserve today for Cincinnati.
What an absolute disaster, though, for the Cleveland Browns to trade Joe Flacco away. To look at his numbers coming into this game at the age that he can still do it at with the receiver set that they have. And here they are starting Shedeur Sanders in their game today. I think it's at Vegas.
Since Joe Flacco at the age of 40 became a Bengal, going back to week 6, 4th in the NFL, and a number of categories, in fact, 2nd, some of the key vitals for a quarterback who turns and hands it off and a run up the middle, plowing into the line with a rush to the 36 for Cincinnati is Taj Brooks. He picks up a couple, and the Bengals are looking at a 3rd down and 4. When you look at Flacco, 2nd in completions, 3rd in touchdown passes, 4th in passing yards since week 6. Threw for 470 yards.
Right.
And a recent loss for Cincinnati.
Durden in the game, Tonga out. So 1st, 3rd short. He had Durden in.
Patriots at work with Woodson and Hawkins as the high safeties. Flacco with the back on his right hip. Sends Tinsley in motion to the right. 2-by-2 set in a tight formation. Flacco leans forward, takes the shoulder high snap. 4-man rush, plenty of time. Throw out to the left. It's caught by Gesicki right at the 1st down marker. Makes that grab out on the edge, just shy of the 40, with Woodson eventually covering for New England.
It's good throw, good catch. I thought Woodson was going to have a chance to get that offhand, that left hand in there and break that up. Gesicki's still sticking around, huh?
Mike Gesicki, 2nd year for the Bengals, 1-year contract a year ago. Then he was re-signed by Cincinnati prior to this year to a 3-year deal. Where it's originally a Dolphin out of Penn State.
Loved him coming out of Penn State.
Bengals work with a tight end on the right wing and motion right to left into the backfield. And then circling back to the right is Jones, handoff, and Brooks with a cut to the left. Rather, Brown with a cut to the left, swarmed under by the Patriots. 4 Patriots were there on the tackle, including Anthony Jennings and Christian Barmore.
I love him. Barmore makes a good play. He gets so excited about himself. He's talking to nobody. He's talking to himself, psyching himself up.
And you know he's talking fast. That's one thing about Christian. His teammates always...
We don't get enough post game with him.
About it.
they keep him in that locker.
That's a high energy guy.
Yep. Love it.
For the Bengals in the scoreless first, 8:45 and counting left in the opening quarter, going left to right with a second down and 9. Just across Cincinnati's 40. Shotgun snap to Flacco. Again, a quick throw to the left in front of Gonzalez. The pass is complete to T. Higgins. He makes that grab just outside the 45. It'll be a third and a short 5.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play more man. Like, you play zone against experienced quarterbacks, they're going to just dink and dunk you. It's easy pickings.
This is a guy with 205 career games under his belt before today. 200 starts. Of course, the career began as a Raven. Great success for Flacco early in his career since a journeyman. But he's been a comeback player of the year for the Browns as recently as a couple of years ago. He works in an empty set. 2 left, 3 right. Third down and 5. Shotgun snap is back from the 45. Pocket holds. He throws to the right. Open Gesicki. Makes the catch and steps out of bounds in front of 3 Patriots, including Marcus Jones. He's in Patriots territory at the New England 42.
Not a fan of the zone. On that short down. Not a fan of it. It's easy pickings. And just see, you don't even get a jam. Like these receivers getting off the line of scrimmage. It's almost like a 7-on-7. They're lucky they didn't go downfield, too. They even ran the seam. Looks like he got past him.
That's a third catch by Mike Gesicki on this drive for Cincinnati. And Joe Flacco with that pickup of 12. Now 4 for 4 for 26. And the Bengals on a 1st and 10 from the Patriot 42. Ball on the near hash, the right hash. With Brown to his left, Flacco with a play fake. Deep drop, quarterback steps into a long ball. He throws it deep to the right side. It lands incomplete in the end zone as he tried to hit Charlie Jones. Carlton Davis. It's good coverage for New England.
It's good coverage right there. Running it all the way through. It's basically the lone man shot he took right there. One man route deep. And again, you finally get some bump and run here. This is man coverage right here, running it throughout. A little bit of help over the top. Woodson jumps on the under guy. Lets the deep guy go.
Patriots catch a break without Jamar Chase in the lineup for Cincinnati, suspended for a game after spitting on Jalen Ramsey of the Steelers. The suspension upheld this past week after an appeal. 3 receivers left, 2nd and 10 give. Brown runs up the middle, and he pushes the pile with a spin to the right, driving with a dive to the 35. A lot of yards after contact and a pickup of 6 overall.
Looks like Jared Wilson's return questionable. I think he's going to be out. He got carted off the field, obviously into the x-ray room. About half the offensive line and some of the defense over to wish him good luck.
The Patriots have been able to start the same 5 on the offensive line for all but 1 game to this point. Wilson was injured earlier this year and now being carted off, presumably for x-rays. 3rd down and 4. Flacco is back, has time, throws it over the middle. Ball was knocked down. It was a drop. He tried to fit one in to T. Higgins with Robert Spillane among the 2 Patriots bracketing the receiver. And the Bengals are going to look at a 4th down and 3.
Again, it's zone. I mean, I'd go for it here. What are they doing? I'd boo too.
Well, they're going to try a field goal with Evan McPherson.
Okay. Wow.
Who against Green Bay
55,
hit a 67-yarder that landed on the crossbar and bounced over the crossbar. Good, but the Packers called timeout just before the snap. McPherson's longest officially is 59. From the near hash, the right hash of the 44. Rico with the spot. Swing of the right leg. McPherson's kick headed to the upright. Plenty of distance, and it's good. Cincinnati takes the lead on a 54-yard field goal. Midway through the first with 6:36 to go here in the opening quarter from Paycor on the Safety Insurance 98.5. The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Well, the converted field goal thus from Evan McPherson of Cincinnati, a 54-yarder to complete an 11-play, 46-yard drive in 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Former Patriot Mike Gesicki with 3 receptions from Joe Flacco on that series. And now McPherson will kick off. Left to right as the shadow of the near grandstand, where we're located, extends to the near hash marks. Patriots with Jennings in the sunlight and Williams in the shadows to our right, waiting on the kickoff. It's headed toward Kyle Williams. He backpedals to the 2 left side, across the 10, 15, 20. Stutter step at the 25. He goes down at the 28-yard line. And again, the Bengals with good coverage on the kickoff. Brian Asamoah among the tacklers for Cincinnati.
All right. We got here.
Ben Brown is in at left guard for the Patriots.
Go 3 wide with Hooper in at tight end.
With Jared Wilson injured on the first series. And the Patriots will align as Zoe told you with Hooper back out there after missing a game with a concussion. We've got Hollins to the right as Douglas comes left to join Booty. And a fake of a handoff on an end around to Douglas. A quick throw by May, and he tosses it incomplete.
Come on.
Drake May threw a ball into no man's land, although he had a pair of teammates who were open, one in the flat, Henderson, and then underneath Hooper in that same vicinity.
2 dressed up here. You got Pop Douglas on a fake end around. Drake comes off it. He doesn't get the feet square. You can see his toes sending forward, and he's thrown back to the left. Misses him by about 3 feet.
Shaky start for the Patriots offensively. May 1 for 3. And New England going to work on with a second down and 10, trailing 3-0. Ball at the 28-yard line with Hollins in motion across the formation line. Single back is Travion Henderson. Play fake, deep drop May. Time, checks it down. Henderson with a catch, wrapped up and brought down at the 32-yard line. A gain for 3.5. Carter among the tacklers for Cincinnati, a rookie 4th-round pick out of Clemson.
3rd long, you don't be operating in this. 3rd and 8. Let's get Booty going again here. I mean, it's a good pocket on this one, just good coverage. Force hit the check down, the playing zone against you.
Kayshon Booty missed the last couple of games for the Patriots due to a hamstring injury. And now New England goes to work with 3 receivers, 2 to the right, digs the inside slot. May with Stevenson to step in front of him as a pass protector. On a 3rd down and 7. Blitz high snap. Blitz is coming. Throw to the near side. It's incomplete. Bengals forced the rush throw as they blitzed. A defensive back, Geno Stone, coming from the right slot. Ivy was in there as well for Cincinnati with a throw airmail to the Bengals sideline.
Not good. Out of sync right here. And Mike Vrabel getting a Drake May's ear right here. But good job by Stone. He was over Stephon Diggs, then ran him all the way over to the other side. Brought him from the weak side, untouched. May had to release it.
And Ivy had the coverage on Henry with another punt by Bryce Behringer. This is his 2nd already in as many series for the Patriots here in the opening quarter. Pressure free, lifts the right-legged kick high toward the sky with catching a spinner away by Jones, but he's tackled after the first man. Woods couldn't bring him down. Good play by Marte Mapu in the open field to take him down at the 24 of Cincinnati on a 45-yard punt with plenty of hang time from Bryce Behringer. It's a 3-0 lead for the Bengals. They take over after this on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless Boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless Boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers. Opening quarter of play, 5:26 to go here in Cincinnati. Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak with you with the Bengals on top of the Patriots 3-0 in Cincinnati. To begin its 2nd series going left to right. From its 24-yard line with Flacco in the gun as Brown motions right to left. A handoff to Brooks. Runs it to the right side, and Christian Ellis darts into the backfield and takes him down in a rush of 3. With Ellis returning to the lineup for the first time in 3 games after suffering a hip injury versus Atlanta.
It's good to have him back. You know, kind of an underrated guy. He's active, he's fast. Has a pretty good nose for the football. Durden in there still with Barmore.
Well, it's a feel-good story for the Patriots. Well-traveled player early in his career, primarily a special teamer when he joined New England, claimed off waivers from the Eagles. He's found a home defensively. 2nd down and 7 for the Bengals. Flacco's under center. Single back is Brown. Man in motion to the right to tight end Sample. He'll lead the way on a toss right. And Brown speeds to the outside. Able to turn the corner a bit before Ellis shoves him out of bounds. But not before it's a 1st down for Cincinnati. So productivity from Chase Brown in the early going for the Bengals. That's a rush to the 35.
Yeah, Ponder trying to get there too. Like crashes. I don't know why he crashed down inside. It's a quick pitch with the toss action to the front side. But he crashes down inside and then he ends up in chase mode. Easy pickup around end.
Elijah
first
Ponder
down.
rookie undrafted free agent out of Cal Poly. Remember, the Patriots were without Milton Williams now for the next 4 weeks. On injured reserve with the ankle problem. Brown in motion right to left. Flacco, roll right, flips it in the flat. Catch is made. Tight end rumbles to the near side and shoved out of bounds by Carlton Davis. After that grab, Noah Fant, former first-round pick of the Broncos back in 2019. And he's close to another first down. They get a gain of 8 on the run by Brown and 9 on that little flip in the flat to Fant.
To me, it's going to be one of those games where you get a veteran quarterback. It's going to dink and dunk you because you're not going to be able to apply pressure. You're in constant zone coverage. And just methodically go down the field on you.
Joe Flacco has thrown for nearly 48,000 yards in his NFL career. Second down and 1. He moves under center, trips in a bunch left, tight end hand down right. Brown the single back. Flacco turns and gives. Chase Brown runs up the middle, big hole to carry to midfield. He's brought down by Woodson, or rather Hawkins, I beg your pardon. Hawkins, the safety on the tackle, at the 49.5 of Cincinnati. Another first down for the Bengals.
Slow start. Giving up some yards here in your zone coverage or getting some runs. And your quarterback and the offense look like they're in a funk and confused. It's not a good start here in Cincinnati. And the quarter's almost over.
The Bengals will break from the huddle. They won the coin toss and deferred, got the stop on the Patriots, who then allowed a score for the 9th time in 12 games defensively on the opening drive. Flacco had worked with a 1st and 10 from the left hash mark to the 49. Play fake with a deep drop. He sidearms to the right flat. It's caught by Sample in the tight end. Is hit by Hawkins. A gain of 1 to midfield.
Joe's trying to come off the play fake and look to T. Higgins, and they're doing a good job running with Higgins, but he wants to get him the ball downfield and get this place going.
Flacco in Week 9 against the Bears threw for a career-high 470 yards and 4 touchdowns. Cincinnati lost that game by a 47-42 final.
Unbelievable.
Bengals now work with 2 receivers to the left, 1 split to the right. Brown in the backfield on the right hip of Flacco. 2nd down and 9 handoff. Another hole up the middle, and Brown is stopped at the 45 of the Patriots. Lassoed there by Ellis, it appeared. It's a good play by Christian because that was another hole through that defensive front. Tonga eventually helped out as well. But that's a rush for 6+.
3rd and 4. You pick these up in your sleep. That's where we're going to be in zone.
Bengals will send Higgins to the left outside of Yossi Vash. Get an empty set. Tinsley along with Brown, a line to the right. There's a tight end, Gesicki, inside slot left. He's got 3 catches today. A 3rd down and 4 snap. Head high for Flacco. Time to throw it toward the right side. Too tall and behind Gesicki, who couldn't bring it down with his right hand as he was streaking across the field with a step or so on Woodson. And now the Bengals look at a 4th and 4.
Bad throw by Flacco. He knew it here, too. Put this ball out front. Gesicki could have caught it and kept running. He had good position on Woodson. And here they are, about the same spot they were where they almost kicked the field goal last drive. They should go for it.
The Bengals with the ball at the 45-yard line of New England. Rather than a 60-plus yard field goal try, they'll go for it on 4th and 4. 2 receivers, right, 2 left.
They're man down.
And now Brown joins Flacco with a change at the line. He points to his helmet with each hand. Brown motions out to the left. Early movement by Caleb Chason. Jumping across the line on the right side as soon as Brown went in motion away from Flacco. It's offsides, right? New England. No kidding.
Offside. Defense number 44. Unimpeded to the quarterback. 5-yard penalty results in a 1st down.
I don't know what the indicator was. Was it really the motion that went his way? Like he was 3 steps in motion towards it. This is. Oh, he just jumped. That's not even close. Nobody moved. There was no head bob by the quarterback. Nothing.
So 1st and 10 for Cincinnati. Gifted the fresh set of downs on the 4th down offsides. And now Flacco under center from the Patriot 40-yard line. Ball on the right hash as Cincy goes left to right. Brooks in the backfield. Handoff Yossi Vash. End around left. He carries to the outside. Tackled at the ankles and brought down to the far side by Spillane at the 35-yard line. That's a gain of 5.
Well, if they'd have given it to the first guy, he could have been up to the safety here on the right side. I thought that's who they gave it to.
Well, this Patriots defense playing on its heels in the early going.
It's like you're asleep right now.
Cincinnati coming off the 3 straight losses, 7 defeats in 8 games. With another time-consuming drive. The Bengals are about to snap it. for the 9th time. Having devoured nearly 4 minutes on this series with a 3-0 lead in the final minute of the opening quarter. Flacco in the gun, takes the snap, fakes to the right, tosses it back off the high ball off the hands of Brown, and luckily for Cincinnati, lands incomplete because he would have been blown up by Christian Ellis.
Really good read by Ellis right here. This is the benefits of having him back. Quick fake inside, good veteran guy, recognizes the fake, comes back, they're trying to screen it to the backside.
Corey Durden up in the face of Flacco as well, forced the extra air under the ball. High arcing throw, and the Bengals now face a 3rd down and 5. Only 3rd and 5.5. Brown to the left of Flacco. Sample joins him as well. Tight end in the backfield with Higgins to the left to receivers right. Flacco's back, steps up. Pressure coming. He goes backwards and he's sacked. Joe Flacco hanging in there for a long while before the Patriots eventually bring him down. Initially, it was Chase on, but it's Henry who gets the sack for the Patriots, or rather Landry who gets the sack for the Patriots.
That's one thing you have to worry about. Him scampering or him picking up legs on his, or yards on his 3rd down with his legs. This is a good coverage right here. It's a coverage sack. And it's Gonzalez on Higgins. He's got him. A little bit of a tug around the waist. He's got some gamesmanship, man, with the hands on the waist. You got to be careful with that. They're going to call that next time.
Final 15 seconds of the first quarter. Clock is on the move. Cincinnati doesn't have to snap it here to the punter, Ron Rico. Second-year punter with the Patriots deploying Marcus Jones to return. And this punt is delivered, lifted left to right. With wind at his back as Jones settles under it outside the hash marks to the right at the 10. So the Patriots will take over with poor starting field position. They're in arrears as we go to the second. It's 3-0 Cincinnati on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. And ahead of Thursday, we wish you and yours all the very best as the holiday approaches. Thanks for joining us in this Week 12 encounter. The Patriots and Bengals on to the second in Cincinnati. Pats trailing 3-0 to go left to right with a 1st and 10 from the 10. Shotgun snap to May. Throw to the left, and it's a low ball at the right hip of Stephon Diggs. Goes down to corral it. Makes the catch with a gain of 5.5, close to 6 yards for New England on that pass by Drake May. Now 3 for 6.
It's going to be a struggle today. That's how it feels right now.
Patriots with his Spurs from the huddle. Bengals got a 54-yard field goal at the wake of their first series. New England sends Ben Brown out to the right. It's a heavy bunt formation to the right with May to take the snap. He lobs it over the middle. Picked off. He overthrew the tight end. Stone has it. Running back right 15 to the 10. Stone to the 5. Stone to the end zone. Pick 6 Cincinnati.
What was that? He had the tight end going down the seam wide open. And he just, for whatever, it floated it. I mean, he looks lost to start this game, this Drake May. It's single high safety. It's the only guy in the middle of the field. Tight end clears. It's a lackadaisical throw. It just floats it right down the middle.
Well like behind Hunter Henry. Henry's running up the left seam. The throw is well behind him.
It's like he aimed it. He's having fun.
Remember that first series on the follow-through where he was hit on the incomplete 3rd down pass. And now the Bengals with a point after try by McPherson and a 9-0 Cincinnati lead. With a high snap put down by Rico. The kick is airborne to the uprights, and it's good. So the Patriots with an unforeseen and thus far unforgiving start in Cincinnati, falling behind the struggling Bengals 10-0 on the pick 6 by Stone. Here in the second on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. 33-yard interception return for a touchdown by Geno Stone of the Bengals. The safety with his second career score off of theft, 14th career interception overall. And the Patriots trail at 10-0 in the opening minute of the second quarter.
The start felt like Drake's first start against Houston a year ago, where he kind of just air one out early to get the pick out of the way and not seeing the field well. He's not seeing the field well for whatever reason.
McPherson with a line drive kickoff handled by Terrell Jennings, who ran it up the numbers left side past the 20 to the 30. And the Patriots will begin their best starting field position for New England in this opening half of play.
You said it during the break. A lot of trickery in the formations here. And this is some of the stuff like we just haven't ran. So is it because you have an extra day or two? You put in some little wrinkles? It's almost like you're getting too cute.
And you wonder, again, to go back to the first series for the Patriots, there was an incomplete pass to the near sideline where May's follow-through seemed to hit one of the Bengals. And you wonder about the lingering effects of that contact, because anything where he's tried to put touch on the ball has been very errant. He now turns and hands off to Henderson, runs through the line, carries up the middle, and Travion rushes it for 8+. A run across the 38 of New England.
Interesting, after that break, Mike Vrabel did not get after the offense's ass. He went down and huddled the whole defense up and had a long discussion with them. Now, this could be one of those things where you're sensing it early. Hey, guys, we're going to need you guys to go out and win this game today because our offense right now is not feeling it.
9-yard run officially for the Patriots. Westover, the fullback, in a three-point stance. Henderson stays on, hands on knees.
Number one.
He'll take the handoff again, runs it to the right side of the line, and he's got just enough for the first down for the Patriots. Across the 40.
You need a big play from Diggs or Hollins here. Like on a deep cross or a deep comeback, something to get you going, get you excited on offense.
Meanwhile, you've got a Patriots offensive lineman, the second of the game, being attended to. Morgan Moses down on a knee. The Patriots have already lost Jared Wilson, the rookie starting left guard. Now the veteran starting right tackle being ministered to. And when you look at the Patriots' start to this point, they have been very fortunate when it comes to attrition or the lack thereof for this team. But the injury to Williams a couple of Thursdays ago versus the Jets, and now Wilson and Moses today in Cincinnati.
Big boy Marcus Bryant in the game right now.
He came right in. Timeout. 13:22 on the clock in the second. 10-0 Cincinnati on the scoreboard. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Morgan Moses taken back to the Patriots locker room. So they're playing now without two of the starters on the offensive line, trailing 10-0 to Cincinnati with a 1st and 10 for the pass from the 40. Play fake by May, throw down the middle, and he overshot his man and nearly had another picked off. Tried to hit Matt Collins coming off the play fake.
I really wonder if he hit his hand. I said it when it happened on what I think maybe second throw of the game, where he couldn't fall through. They hit the arm and then the hand went off the helmet. Like that's. Even that right there would have been a hospital ball, even if it's down low.
Very erratic thus far, Drake May.
It's a good fake. Sets his feet.
3 for 8 start for the second-year quarterback. And now 2nd down and 10 as May play fakes. Again in the pocket. Crosses it across the middle behind. Henderson makes the grab. Runs across the 45. Slowed up and shoved back by 3 Bengals from the 47. The forward progress sets up a 3rd down and 3 for the Patriots.
I'm watching it. And Drake, I don't see him flexing the hand, babying it, looking down at it, trying to get it in the pouch that he's wearing. He actually doesn't have a pouch on.
Again, we're talking about a guy who's been the most accurate passer in the NFL through his first 11 starts this year. He came in with a .719 completion percentage.
MVP leader.
4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He's been picked off a pick 6 in this game, and now faces a 3rd and 7. 3 receivers left. Henry, the stand-up tight end right. The snap to May. He's back in the pocket. He moves up. He's going to run it across the 50 with a dive for a 1st down. Barely so to the Cincinnati 49-yard line. Making the 48, where they'll mark the football.
Good feet right there. Like if you're not feeling it downfield, and it's 3rd and 3, you read man. He's got to be thinking run to get him back into this game. It's good protection in the middle because like he's looking to run. Like he reads man, and then he looks to run.
Football's in the midst of the Bengals logo. Grandstand shadow extending across the hash marks.
Oh, he got it back. That was a fumble, Bob.
And May. The ball security an issue here in the opening half. Under center. Play fake to Stevenson. Deep drop by Drake. Throws it to Ramondre. Left flat. Makes the catch on the run. Across the 45 of the Bengals. And eventually shoved out of bounds. And marking him out at the 43.5.
Fresh legs, baby. Fresh shoulder. Lowered the boom right there on the sideline. Defensive players got up off the bench for that one. And there's a good throw. Great concern right here. You look at the owner's box. Mr. Kraft, Jonathan, Danny Kraft. Intently trying to stare at this quarterback, see what's going on here.
That's a gain of 5, a 2nd down and 5 with Stevenson to stay on tail of the tandem in the eye behind the fullback Westover. Hollins motions to the left, joins Stiggs that way. Handoff to Ramondre, runs it to the right side on the cut. Hit shy of the 40, but turns the legs to the 40. It'll set up a 3rd down and 2 for the Patriots. Ramondre Stevenson last year on the season opener played very well here in Cincinnati. 120 rushing yards and a touchdown, and the Patriots Win.
Interesting here. You said third 2. They sent Booty Diggs back into the game. I mean, it's 2-down territory here for me. You're asking me.
The ball at the 40-yard line of Cincinnati. And again, the Patriots playing with Bryant at right tackle, the rookie from Missouri. Brown, the journeyman left guard, inside of Campbell. 2 receivers to the left before Diggs motions right. And puts 3 receivers to the near side of the field on 3rd and 2. May throws to the middle. It's caught by Hunter Henry, and he's got the catch for a first down. Bumped inside the 30. 3 Bengals eventually took him to the turf at the Cincinnati 28.
Okay, there you go. 2 good throws of rhythm here now. Now, granted, they're short. But again, I'm still not seeing him labor with the hand. There's nothing going on with the hand. It's just getting settled in this game. He's got to get going.
That's a 12-yard completion to Hunter Henry. And the Patriots on the move here. 9:52 and counting in the second quarter, trailing 10-0.
Touchdown here. Get your fan.
Henderson single setback. Hollins to the left. Pop Douglas motions right to left. Fake to him. May is back to pass pressure. Moves up off balance throw. Wide open left side. Hunter Henry all alone to waltz into the end zone and leap with a spike. Touchdown, Patriots.
That's it. Touchdown right here would get you feeling good. And there you go. High fives in the owner's box. Man, did they blow coverage here with Hunter Henry. It's a double fake with Pop Douglas, then the back, but the quarterback with a great off-platform throw again, where he's not looked good up to this point. Finally gets a couple underneath throws going, and he's moving forward, and then finds Hunter at the last second, gives him a great catchable ball, double play fake, and he is off-platform here, throws a dime, touchdown. We're back.
Hunter Henry with his 5th touchdown catch of the season, 45th of his career, and Andy Borregales on for the point after try. Off the snap by Ashby and the hold of Behringer. And with the snap in place, swing of the right leg, kick is driven to the uprights. It's good, and the Patriots are in this ball game. Drake May with a touchdown pass, his 21st of the season, 28 yards to Hunter Henry. And with 9 minutes and 36 seconds left in the second quarter, it's Cincinnati 10, the Patriots 7 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Hunter Henry just found the end zone for Patriots touchdown, and that was almost as great as finding free money. Did you know that 1 in 10 people in Massachusetts have unclaimed property? FindMassMoney.gov is a free service from the Massachusetts State Treasurer's Office. Visit FindMassMoney.gov and see if you have money waiting for you. Now Hunter Henry touchdown catch, a 28-yard completion from Drake May. 9 plays, 70 yards, 4 minutes, 43 seconds. The vitals on the drive for the Patriots, who now trail the Bengals by a 10-7 score with 9:36 to go in the opening half. Andy Borregales has the ball blown off the tee at the 35 to our left. He'll kick off with Charlie Jones, the deepest of the 2 returners for the Bengals, inside the 5 right hash marks. Taj Brooks inside the 10 at the 8 on the near hash marks. And again, the win dislodges the football. So we're going to have the 12th man come off the sideline, Bryce Behringer. The Patriots punter will serve as a holder on a kickoff for Andy Borregales.
The flag isn't moving up top, nor are any of the orange flags on top the goalpost uprights. A little bit, if anything.
A little deceiving here off the Ohio.
Do you stand the ball straight up and down?
Borregales, again with the aid of Behringer. Bryce has to get off the field ASAP with a kickoff. Sailing left to right. Behringer takes the tee with him to the far side of the ball. Bounces inside the far sideline and skitters into the end zone. And it's a touchback as Borregales and the Patriots are able to keep that ball within the sideline and into the end zone rather than a ball that goes out of bounds before it got to the pylon. So the Bengals will start right to left with a 10-7 lead as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Did not return it, and therefore they begin from the 20 instead of the 35, and they begin with a handoff to Brown, who runs into a crowd. The Patriots with a penetration off the left edge of the defense, swarming to the football. Gregory among the tacklers with Durden, and Gibbons in there as well on the stop. That's a loss of a half yard.
Yeah, Jack Gibbons in there too with that lead. And I'll tell you what, you get Morgan Moses back. Illness is what he went to the locker room for. He's back on the sidelines. So they're just monitoring him closely here.
You know, the Patriots have suffered another injury to the gunner extraordinaire, Pro Bowler All-Pro Brendan Schooler. 2nd down and 10 officially. Higgins comes to the left along with Brown. 3 receivers in this direction to the wide side of the field for Flacco. Leans forward, he takes the snap. A late blitz coming. He's hit as he throws to the right, and his high ball is caught by Andre Yosivas, extending with a grab along the far side. Right to the first down marker. Christian Gonzalez with the coverage for the Patriots, but Yosivas with his first grab of the day, number 20 overall this season.
Okay, if you're 23, 27, or if you're 45, you continue to throw the football like that, you have a place in the National Football League. That's a great throw by Flacco. We got another Patriot down.
Patriot being attended to. That's Kyrus Tonga down on a knee across the way at the 20-yard line.
Man, starting to add up these injuries.
Yeah.
Huh?
We've talked about it. The Patriots withstood the injuries offensively to Stevenson and Booty the last few weeks. But today, we've already seen a couple of offensive linemen exit, one because of illness, key player on special teams, and now a key defender who plays offense periodically as well, being attended to. We've got a timeout, 10-7 Bengals on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Lost Kyrus Tonga for the moment. Receiving medical attention on the Patriots bench last night here in Cincinnati. His alma mater, BYU, picked up another win over the UC Bearcats. Here the Bengals lead the Patriots 10-7. Cincinnati with a 1st and 10 from the 30. Flacco handoff and running through the left side. Chase Brown, he rushes it for 5 out to the 36. Patriots run defense today with a few more gaps available to the Bengals without Milton Williams out there.
Well, offense wasn't getting it going. You know what I did? I went and got Diet Pepsi. I haven't done that in a while. Turned things around, I think.
A little caffeine for you?
Well, yeah, but what's nice, they get these 7.5-ounce cans, so they stay cold.
Chase Brown has carried it 8 times for 42 yards. He's averaging better than 5 yards per rush. Now the Bengals in a 2-by-2 set. 2nd down and 5. Flacco's under center. The veteran quarterback with a play fake and a deep drop. A lot of time. Double clutch. He throws it. Picked off. Goodbye. Running left side, 15-10. Turning around. Backpedaling into the end zone. It's Marcus Jones. Another pick 6 against Cincinnati.
Oh, boy, that'll wake you up. It's amazing how quick your team can turn. Man, you needed the touchdown on offense, and you needed a get-off on defense. A late, lazy throw by Flacco to the right flat. Patriots in cover 2 zone. Jones is just sitting all over it, man. Reads the quarterback size, and that is just easy pickings for him.
Marcus Jones had a 69-yard touchdown return on an interception of Joe Burrow against the Bengals in 2022. Here in Cincinnati last year, he recovered a fumble to prevent a Bengals touchdown and ran it back 17 yards. And in this case, Marcus Jones with easy pickings.
I stand corrected. That's cover 6. It's 2
cover
backside.
to the end zone. 33 yards.
2 backside, and it's cover 4 front side. He gets that from the underneath coverage. Wow.
And the kick by Borregales is right down the middle. And this game has turned indeed. Midway through the second, it's the Patriots 14 and the Bengals 10. So it's new contract, guy who makes plays on special teams. We know he can do it on offense. He has scored a touchdown in his career in every phase. And Marcus Jones has another against the Bengals at the expense of Joe Flacco. So we've had a pair of defensive scores in this game.
10 minutes this game is turned. Wow. That's deflating for Cincinnati. They come out and control the ball a little bit. Flacco seems like he was in rhythm. So they disguise it. They look cover 2. They roll cover 6, which means Gonzalez backs off, and they bring Jones from underneath coverage to read it, and it's just speed. Flacco knew it right away when he released it too. That stinks for a quarterback because it's, damn, I saw something that wasn't there, and it's just an easy pick and read for Jones. That's a good call for Zach and the defense, man. Wow.
Flacco had plenty of time too. No pressure whatsoever on the quarterback before releasing into the flat. Marcus Jones went in with a little bit of flair again, backpedaling across the goal line. Catchus Law was built in New England 40 years ago. Today, they are still here for you. Your neighbors, your fighters, your law firm. Hurt or injured? Book your free consultation today at CatchusLaw.com. No fee unless they win. Kick by Borregales into the end zone near his side. Charlie Jones takes the knee. 5 yards back in the end zone. Bengals returner with the same name as one of the all-time greats in our business, the underrated late great Charlie Jones. Of AFL, AFC, Olympic fame on NBC.
They show Burrow here on the sideline, and Yeah, it stinks. 9th game in a row. You know, for a fan base, got the guy, you got a franchise guy like him, he's one of the best in the league. Just had a tough time staying on the field here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, significant injuries for Burrow the last several seasons with Flacco under center, 1st and 10, hands it off to Brown. He lowers the shoulders and he drives straight ahead into the arms of Gibbons, and he pushes him for an extra yard or two after contact and a rush of 6.
I think they get off the run too quick, Cincinnati. Like they're getting a push. They're getting 6, 5, 7 a clip, and then they come out and start throwing it on 2nd and short. Like, their objective should be to come in, control the clock, keep the ball away from Drake May. That's an easy 6-yard pickup right at the middle.
Well, the Patriots gave up 140 to the Jets a couple of Thursdays ago, but Justin Fields had a good chunk of that yardage. This is the best I think. This is the best we've seen a running back.
I agree.
Including Tucker at Tampa Bay. The way Brown has been able to run in this first half against the Pats. And in motion, right to left, that's Brown. Takes the handoff, sweeping near side, one-on-one against Davis. Carter wraps him up. Good tackle in the open field, bringing him down, but it's a first down for the Bengals. Outside the numbers to the 46 of Cincinnati.
And Brown's a guy Vrabel's talked about all week, too. And again, in my pregame with the radio, the TV, it's like, you can't forget about this guy. This guy can make plays, man.
He's coming off 127 scrimmage yards against Pittsburgh. Since week 7, he's averaged over 100 yards rushing and receiving per game. 7-yard carry that time, and now the Bengals with 1st and 10. T. Higgins motions right to left. Patriot show zone. Snap to Flacco, hands it off. Brown starting up the middle. Cuts it to the outside left. Veers to the near side, and he tiptoes across the 45 of New England with a flag on the play.
Yeah, you got a hold here. This is the easy one right in the middle.
Holding. Offense number 63. 10-yard penalty and play. First down.
It's the left guard, Dylan Fairchild, who plays right next to the former Patriot, Ted Karras, the center and captain for the Bengals. But Fairchild, the guilty party, a rookie from Georgia.
Again, it's containment issues on the edge. Get crashed down inside again. This has been going on for a couple weeks now.
By the way, the referee, Lan Clark, no stranger to Patriots Cincinnati. He was the referee for last year's season opener here at Paycor Stadium. And working the Pats and Bengals again to week 12. It's a 1st and 20 for the Bengals from the 36. Going right to left, trailing 14-10 in the second. Snap and a handoff. Brown runs it into the left side, nowhere to go. This time shoved back, maybe a couple of yards on that rush. Ball comes loose at the end. Whistle sounded.
Stop firing the ball coming out. 2nd down.
Corey Durden with the hit. He's irate.
Yeah, the whistle blew, though. That's
upset with a quick whistle.
It's a quick whistle, but, okay, you got 3 guys wrapping up. You're pushing them back. Forward progress, stop. That's a good whistle. Sorry.
5:25 and counting left in the second quarter. Each team with all 3 timeouts available. Bengals took a 10-0 lead, got a field goal and then a defensive score. Patriots have come back with a touchdown pass to Henry and a pick 6 by Jones. Pats come with a blitz. Flacco drops back. Spillane pushes the pocket. Flacco sidearms a throw out in the neighborhood of Yosivash. Mike Vrabel looking for a grounding call, but Yosivash was out there for Cincinnati.
Third down.
I'm sorry, I misidentified here. This is Spillane on the crash hit in the middle. He absolutely blew up the protection in the middle. It's a delayed middle linebacker blitz. He actually crushes the back and then forces Flacco out. He gets out. That's close. Outside the pocket there. Get outside that tackle box. He was able to ground it.
Again, a receiver that was close enough in the area, according to referee Lan Clark. And now the officials interrupt the proceedings before a 3rd and 18 snap. I mentioned Clark worked the game between the Patriots and the Bengals here. He was the referee for Bill Belichick's last game in Foxborough
The game
against the
was stopped
Jets.
to determine number 80 was in the area. 3rd down.
And Gerard Mayo's first game as the Patriots head coach last year in Cincinnati.
Have you ever seen that? Aren't they calling games? He calls, hey, receiver in the area. They stop the clock and get confirmation on it. So if there wasn't, there was the ability to throw the flag then? That's odd.
So with a replay assist from upstairs, the judgment of the officials confirmed, and now as the Bengals back, Brown motions into the backfield. The Bengals are guilty of a false start.
Offense number 88. 5-yard penalty.
Todd Gesicki, the tight end. And these fans here in Cincinnati, after a hopeful start.
He wasn't the tight end a year ago that almost crossed the goal line on the fumble, correct? I know he had the
No, that was
he had the touchdown against
Tanner
us.
Hudson.
Right. Okay.
receivers, right to left. Flacco flips it over the middle for Higgins, and a hook and lateral. Gets it to Brown, runs near side, hurdles him in at the 45, and he carries it across the 47-yard line of Cincinnati all the way to midfield. And the Bengals, with a little razzle-dazzle, have put themselves in a 4th and 6, where they are going to send the punter out as they ran the hook and lateral.
How about 4th and 27, Bills, Texans, Thursday night?
Zach Taylor with a little cut and paste, or copy and paste, I should say, with Rico, the second-year punter, waiting to our right at the 35. And Marcus Jones inside the 10. Right-footed kick is lifted high to the far side of the field, outside the hash marks, handled by Jones at the 10, wrapped up and brought down immediately. That's a 40-yard punt to the point of no return. Good coverage by Cincy.
All right, you got 2-minute warning, 3 timeouts. You got all 3 timeouts, 4:18. Love to get some points here because Cincinnati won the opening coin toss. They did defer. They'll get it to start the second half.
Tyson Anderson with that last stop for the Bengals, forcing the Patriots to begin deep in their own end for the second time in this game with a 14-10 advantage. Friends, visit Valvoline Instant Oil Change for your 15-minute drive-through oil change. You never have to leave your car, and no appointment is ever needed. Get your 15% off coupon at NewEnglandOilChange.com.
Cincinnati defensively doing a good job against May. 7-12, 68 yards. Now, did have the touchdown to Hunter Henry, but also had the awful pick six.
And it was right in this part of the field where he threw that pick 6 to Geno Stone, overshooting tight end Hunter Henry. Henry's on the right wing with Hooper. Pair of tight ends, hand down each. They're stacked as Hollins motions right to left. May with a handoff to Henderson. Travion runs it up the middle, and he drives the pile for 4 yards to the 14. Playing about 60 to 90 minutes by car from Columbus at Ohio Stadium, of course, where he shined for the Buckeyes.
It's only an hour from here, huh?
Patriots with a second down and 6 coming up from their 14. Ball's on the left hash in the all-white uniforms with Diggs. Quiet thus far in the right slot inside of Westover. Henderson flexes left for the Pats. 2 tight ends on the left side with May in the gun. Out of an empty pocket. Takes the waist-high snap with a 4-man rush. He throws across middle. Reaching up. Henry makes the catch. Runs up the right hash marks. First down. Pushed across the 30-yard line. So the tight end again on the receiving end.
Lots of time.
Drake May.
Lots of time here. 3:20 and rolling. But good drive starter to get you out. Now you get some breathing room here. Now you start, everything's available to you.
That's a 17-yard completion. Barrett Carter, the linebacker, lost the tight end in coverage, and Osai made the tackle for Cincinnati. And now the Pats go to work left to right from the near hash. Westover in a 3-point stance, the fullback in front of Henderson. Ocean left to right across the formation, Hollins. He joins Booty near side of the field. Handoff Henderson, run up the middle, grabbed at the waist and brought down and rushed for 4. As he carries it across the 34 of New England.
Interesting. Tight formation there with Hollins. Into the twins to the right. They bring him in motion. Clock running 2:40. Just an easy handoff in the middle. In comes Bob Douglas. 2nd and 7.
Well, the Patriots right tackle is back in business. Morgan Moses today in his 178th game. After a bout with illness left in the opening half, he's returned. Now back on the right side of the line. Snap to May, play fake, throw down the middle, caught by the tight end. And Hooper is dropped to the backside, tumbling over the left hash mark, 48-yard line. Still in New England territory, but with a first down for the Patriots.
All right, Drake May.
Again, May finding the tight ends.
Drake May getting a little bit of a rhythm here now. Starting to find those tight ends in the middle.
And the Patriots pushing the tempo. No huddle with a 1st and 10. Trying to add to a 14-10 advantage. They could not get the snap off before the 2-minute warning.
This is a 2-minute warning.
They would not get it off before the 2-minute warning. We've got a timeout in Cincinnati. Again, the Pats 14. And the Bengals 10 on the Safety Insurance 98.5 of the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Stay tuned for the GMC Halftime Show as we get caught up on the first half highlights and news from around the league. The GMC Halftime Show is brought to you by the pros at your New England GMC dealers. Here in Cincinnati, Patriots fell behind 10-0, but they have since rallied to take a 14-10 advantage over the Bengals. Now in the midst of a promising drive. They started at the 10. They have the ball on their 48-yard line coming out of the 2-minute warning. They work left to right with Drake May after some early struggles, starting to feel it, especially with his tight ends. They're working an empty pocket with Stevenson flex to the left, 2 receivers right. He's got a tight end Henry off the left side. Drake leans forward, takes the snap waist high. 4-man rush, a throw to the left side. It's caught by a twisting tight end. Austin Hooper makes that catch outside the number 30 at the Bengal 31-yard line as May fitted in amidst 3 Bengal defenders.
Off the back foot. Homeboy's in rhythm right now, man. Drake May's starting to find himself. That's a nice back shoulder throw with converging safeties. Underneath and over the top are right there. But Hooper up that left vertical. Patriots are rolling.
21 yards to Austin Hooper. He's had a couple of big gains for the Patriots on this drive. 14 and now 21, as you know. 1st and 10 for the Pats from the left hash 31. Single setback. Red gloves, red shoes, Ramondre Stevenson. Henry, tight end, along with Hooper right. May, handoff. Stevenson jump cut left into a hole, and he slithers to the Bengals' 28-yard line, a rush of 3.
Look at the clock, using it too. We're down to 1:05, clock rolling.
Second carry for Ramondre Stevenson today upon return from a 3-game absence. Patriots still with all 3 timeouts remaining. Under a minute to go is Okota, now 55 and 54. May works from the shotgun. Stevenson will flex out left again. Henry, the tight end, hand down left with Diggs and Westover aligned to the right. The snap to Drake thigh high. Looks down the middle. He's going to move up, and he lost the ball as he's hit from behind. Is it a fumble or a forward pass? It's picked up by the Bengals. Whistle hasn't sounded yet. Running past the 45 across midfield for Cincinnati. It appeared to be Barrett Carter, the linebacker, scooping the ball off the turf.
Drake thinks it's a forward pass. To me, I felt
Going on the field is fumble recovered by the defense.
Rolling out on the field is a fumble. It will be reviewed as all turnovers are. Mike Vrabel seems calm and convinced on the far side, judging by his body language, that it was a forward pass. He threw the ball forward.
Yeah. Drake's standing right. Drake didn't move from where he threw it.
Out for video review. The ruling is an incomplete forward pass. They're down.
Good job here with the communication. Up top, down to Land Clark. Because from our angle, it looked like that ball popped forward and it was a fumble. Obviously, with the review, shot to the head.
Drake May was able to flip it toward the feet of Hunter Henry.
Actually, a really smart play by him. Going down, followed the tight end, and got it to the feet.
So now a 3rd down and 8 for the Patriots from the Cincinnati 29. Borregales has been warming up on the New England sideline. It's a 14-10 advantage for the Pats. 42 seconds to go in the half. Still all 3 timeouts remaining for New England.
Diggs has been quiet.
Diggs lined up, slot receiver right, outside of Henry, inside of Hollins. That's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers left, Booty in the slot, inside of Stevenson. May waits on the snap. Ramondre will join him in the backfield, now trotting to the quarterback's left hip. And Booty will widen his split to the left. Bengals in tight coverage from the 29 of Cincinnati. Drake May extends the hands, takes the snap. He's in the pocket. He runs it to the left. May being chased. May chopped down from behind and tackled as he falls to the turf. A couple of yards short of the first down line to gain. Demetrius Knight Jr., rookie out of South Carolina, 2nd-round pick, ran down the quarterback. Now the Pats have a 4th down decision to make.
Vrabel initially sent everybody out. Back up.
Cincinnati.
Drake was right there.
The first
He said,
of the
go
half.
huddle.
It'll be 30 seconds in length. Clock operator, please set the clock.
So the Bengals take the timeout with 30 seconds to go here on the half. Cincinnati will receive the kickoff to begin the 2nd quarter.
That was almost close to a horse collar, but he let the hand come out there.
Andy Borregales, the Patriots place kicker, is on the sideline next to Bryce Behringer. And it looks like they're going to stay there out of the timeout. Patriots offense huddling with the football placed down just across the left hash mark of the Cincinnati 23-yard line. The Patriots need to reach the 21. So it's
several of these this year.
A 4th and a yard and a half for the Pats, who've been very good on 4th down. May's under center. 2 receivers left. Diggs motions to the right and now into the backfield. Drake May pointing to his helmet. Perhaps trying to draw the Bengals offsides. Diggs motions back across the formation right to left, and May try to use the cadences to induce a penalty on the Bengals. Cincy won't bite.
New England, the first of the half.
That's called the timeout.
30 seconds in length.
It's been pretty interesting turn of events. Down 10, you have a chance to go up 7 here at the half. I'd take that, given the way this first quarter went, and it was not good.
Each team with a defensive score. Sorry, Zone.
No, but like defensively, they were giving up first down runs, third down conversions with the zone. Then they clamped down a little bit. You get the pick six. It really helps by Marcus Jones. And I thought Drake sort of found rhythm here in the second quarter.
Andy Borregales will attempt a 41-yard field goal, kicking toward the Ohio for the southeast end of Paycor Stadium. Uses that right arm as a lever to align his kick. Now in his stance in the red shoes, the long white sleeves. Ashby snaps it back. Barringer places it down. The kick is airborne to the uprights, and the kick is good. Borregales delivers for the Patriots with 28 seconds to go in the half, and New England has taken a 17-10 advantage.
That's a good fight back. Good way to claw your way back into sort of having control of this game again. Not that you ever had it to begin with. I thought you sort of played down to the competition the way things started. And one of the most lackluster first quarters we've had, but terrible environment here. But you can't let yourself get caught up in the environment. Now you look at teams like Buffalo. You go down to Houston, they're playing a backup quarterback, and you get housed. They go down to Miami, get housed down there. Road games are tough in this league.
The Patriots engineer a 9-play, 68-yard drive in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Andy Borregales with a 41-yard field goal. Now 16 for 18 this season, and the Pats have a touchdown lead over the Bengals at 17-10. Remember, no Schooler for the Patriots with an ankle injury. So that's a key player right now out of that special teams unit for New England. Well, the Bengals' Charlie Jones is a dangerous returner, one of the two deep men to our right at the 5. Jones with 3 touchdown returns in his career is going to have a chance here. Right side 7, across the 10, 15, 20. Accelerates 25, 30. He's got an angle to the right, across the 40, 45, 50. Down the middle of the field to the 45 of New England. He stumbles across the 35 and spills inside the 30 at the 27.
You got lucky.
And there is a flag that's way back at the 30-yard line to our right.
During the return, holding receiving team number 43. A 10-yard penalty. First down, Cincinnati.
The former Patriot Joe Giles Harris is the guilty party on the hold.
Yeah, he's got Anthony Jennings across the front of the jersey.
And that allowed Jones.
Yeah, Len Clark's throwing it right in time.
Yep.
Even before this breaks, Len Clark is throwing it as Anthony Jennings is getting held and taken down. You can see it from the reverse angle, and the returner didn't even break it yet.
And that was the block that really sprung him into the middle of the field. One-on-one against Borregales. He went to the middle rather than going to the outside there. Otherwise, he might have been gone.
Stefanski can't believe it. It's pretty visible on the replay.
Flacco in the gun to our right. Bengals have 2 timeouts left, 18 seconds to go in the half. A handoff to Brown. He runs up the middle, big hole, carries it left across the 30-35, and he's tackled at the 39-yard line by Marcus Jones. And so the Bengals, with 11 seconds to go, now set themselves up with a timeout on that drive starter, and then some.
Cincinnati.
With
the second of the half.
Just short of their 40-yard line. That's a 21-yard run by Chase Brown. Patriots rushing defense.
McPherson hit a 54-yarder, right? Earlier.
McPherson has a big leg. Yeah.
He was hitting from 60 in pregame.
Evan McPherson has a career long of 59. Again, earlier this season, he made a 67-yarder versus Green Bay. Would have been the record breaker, but the Packers had called timeout just before the snap. And on the retry, he missed it short. And now Flacco on a 1st and 10 takes a high snap. He's back in the pocket. Pocket is holding. Flacco throws down the middle. Caught by T. Higgins. Runs to the 45-yard line. 4 seconds to go. Bengals stop the clock.
Oh, it's going to be 61-62 here.
And so McPherson will come off the sideline, and he will attempt the long-distance field goal with the Bengals trailing 17-10 due to receive the opening kickoff of the second half. Evan McPherson earned the nickname Money Mac in the 2021-22 postseason. He has never missed a postseason field goal, 19 for 19. And a walk-off winner to beat Mike Vrabel's Titans in the divisional round during that Bengals run to the Super Bowl. And he beat the Chiefs in overtime of the AFC Championship. And he will now attempt a 63-yard field goal from the near hash mark, right to left toward the northeast end of Paycor Stadium, headed toward the Cincinnati skyline. McPherson again got the scoring underway with a 54-yarder. This one from 63. Rico looks to his kicker, turns to the long snapper. The snap is in place. Swing right leg. The kick is driven to the uprights. That kick is good! Wow. Right down the middle from 63 for Evan McPherson. So the Bengals on the long run by Brown, the pass to Higgins, gave their kicker the shot to deliver, and the little guy with a long-range field goal from 63, and there was no doubt about it. 5'11" Evan McPherson has drawn the Bengals within 17-13 of the Patriots. Jim Louth has the first half analysis and a look around the NFL coming up next on the GMC Halftime Show on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
It's time for the GMC Halftime Show.
60 minutes. Hey, this game is about 60 minutes, baby.
Brought to you by the pros at your New England GMC dealers.
Every down. Keep it up. Keep it up. Every one of you. Let's go. It's a ball game.
Now, here's Jim Louth.
It is now a ball game.
And the score at the half in Cincinnati, Patriots 17, Bengals 13. Drake May in the offense. They had the ball first. The Pats would pick up a first down, but they also lost guard Jared Wilson on the first drive. Wilson carted back to the locker room with an ankle injury. The Bengals, meanwhile, picked up 3 first downs on their opening drive, leading to an Evan McPherson 54-yard field goal, 3-0 Cincy. The game remained 3-0 through the rest of the first quarter, but that changed a couple plays later.
May to take the snap. He lobs it over the middle. Picked off. He overthrew the tight end. Stone has it. Running back right 15 to the 10. Stone to the 5. Stone to the end zone. Pick 6 Cincinnati.
What was that?
A disastrous start for Drake May and the Patriots. May only 3 for 7 for 16 yards, and that pick 6 early second quarter, 10-0 Bengals. They went to the ground game on the next drive. Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, each with a couple runs apiece. May had a first down run of his own, and it took a busted coverage to get them in the end zone.
May is back to pass pressure. Moves up off balance, throw wide open left side. Hunter Henry all alone to waltz into the end zone and leap with a spike. Touchdown, Patriots.
There you go. Hot box in the owner's box.
9 plays, 70 yards on the drive, 10-7 Bengals halfway through the second quarter. A few plays later, the Pats defense gave them the lead.
Play fake and a deep drop. Out of time. Double punch. He throws it. Picked off. Goodbye. Running left side 15-10. Turning around. Backpedaling into the end zone. It's Marcus Jones. Another pick 6 against Cincinnati.
14-10 Pats after their first pick 6 of the year. Andy Borregales added a 41-yard field goal in the final minute to make it 17-10, but the Bengals answered right back. Evan McPherson, a 61-yarder as the half expired to make it 17-13, and that's where we stand at the half. Coming up at the GMC Halftime Show, we'll get you updated on the rest of the day in the NFL. That's next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Time show the score in Cincinnati. Patriots 17, Bengals 13. Time to go around the NFL, driven by your New England GMC dealers. 6 other games in the 1 o'clock window in the NFL today. Jets now, third quarter now, lead the Ravens in Baltimore 7-3. Tyrod Taylor starting. Justin Fields was benched. Hit John Mechie for the only touchdown of that game. Mason Rudolph starting for the injured Aaron Rodgers in Chicago for the Steelers. He really hasn't been needed much, though. Jalen Warren, a touchdown run. DK Metcalf, a touchdown run. They also have a fumble return. They lead the Bears 21-17. Caleb Williams with 2 touchdown passes, 1 to DJ Moore, 1 to Colston Loveland. Giants on top of the Lions in Detroit 20-17 at the half. Big day for Jameis Winston and Wan'Dale Robinson. They connected on a 39-yard touchdown pass. Winston 9 for 14, 212 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Robinson 135 yards receiving in the first half. Jared Goff hit Amon-Ra St. Brown for a touchdown for Detroit. Packers lead the Vikings 10-6. in Green Bay. That game is also at the half. Emmanuel Wilson with a touchdown run for Green Bay in that one. The Colts in Kansas City, the game of the day. Colts lead the Chiefs 14-9 at the half. Daniel Jones with 2 touchdown passes, one to Michael Pittman, one to Drew Ogletree. Seahawks in Tennessee, 16-3 lead. Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba for the touchdown in that game. 3 field goals as well for Cincinnati. 4 o'clock game, Shadur Sanders makes his first NFL start for the Browns in Las Vegas. The Cowboys host the Eagles. They try to keep their playoff hopes alive. The Cowboys. Saints play the Falcons. Kirk Cousins getting the start for Atlanta. Jaguars in Arizona. Sunday Night Football, a good one. 6-4 Bucks in LA to take on the 8-2 Rams. Once again, the score at the half. In Cincinnati, Patriots 17, Bengals 13. We'll get you ready for the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to the GMC Halftime Show, driven by your New England GMC dealers. Drake May started the game 3 for 7, 16 yards and a pick 6. He'd finished the half on a 7 for 9 run, 104 yards and a touchdown. The receivers, though, wide receivers, only 2 catches for 12 yards in the first half. Bengals get the ball first after the break. Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak have the call of the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
All right, welcome back to Cincinnati here at Paycor Stadium. Patriots 17, Cincinnati 14. 40 yards in the final 17 seconds for Cincinnati. Ridiculous 20-yarder on first down on a run, which actually allowed them, 13 points to get the field goal as time expired there at the end of the first half. Drake May only 10 of 16, 120 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and not a lot of action from the receivers at all. Turn it over to Bob Sosi for the official call of the second half here. 17-13 the score.
14 of the points in this game scored by the defenses. Geno Stone with a pick 6 for Cincinnati. Marcus Jones with a pick 6 for the Patriots. And then a pair of field goals, one apiece. Borregales for the Pats at the 41-yarder before McPherson ended the half with a 63-yard field goal. Of course, that would have matched the Tom Dempsey record that stood from 1970 until Matt Prater broke it not too long ago. And now Little and Jacksonville with a 65-yarder. They keep pushing the limits of field goal distances. Borregales will kick off for the Patriots to begin the second half. Left to right in the sunshine in Cincinnati. Fielded on the run, left side, across the 15, 20, 25, 30. Brooks off, contact there. Spills inside the number, and he lands at the 32-yard line. Bengals are in their black jerseys with white numerals outlined in orange. The orange helmets with the tiger stripes. Of course, the Bengal stripes and the orange and black on the pat legs as well. Patriots in the all-white today with the navy blue numbers outlined in red and silver. The red and blue stripes on the pants and the shoulders. In the silver helmets with the red face masks. For the Bengals and Joe Flacco go right to left.
Black jerseys, white pants, orange helmets. They're not bad.
Flacco takes the snap shoulder high. Quick throw near side. Caught by T. Higgins coming back. Good. Wrapped up by Carlton Davis, I beg your pardon. Davis with tackle for the Patriots. Forward progress stopped at the 34. Remember last year the Bengals in that season opener against the Patriots? They're all orange.
That's awful. And they're all black's awful too. The all orange and they're all black. I've seen the all white too. They go white helmet. Mm-hmm. All right.
Pickup of 3, second down and 7 for the Bengals here in the black and white. Got a candy corn look for Cincinnati. My buddy Mike Reese, a big fan of candy corn. Handoff to the left side and a run across the 35 to the 36. Brown picks up 2.
That weirdo would like candy corn. Like, hey, let's eat some wax. It's disgusting, candy corn. One of the worst candies ever made. It's not even a candy.
I tend to agree, though. My daughter's a big fan. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I have 3 kids. None of them ever liked candy corn. I never really pushed it, though.
To each their own. There are 3 receivers to the right, 1 split left. That's Higgins across from Gonzalez. Bengals facing a 3rd down and 5. Flacco from the gun. Edwards with a back to his left, drops back. Splits coming, chase on to the quarterback. Flacco spins away, and he turfs one in the neighborhood of Yosivash.
Boy, they had it.
And Flacco was in the pocket, dead to rights for Chase on, but somehow Joe Flacco at the age of 40 able to spin away.
We call that a 3 and out? All right. Chase on, man, had him wrapped up like Eli Manning-esque. Not to bring that name up.
Christian Ellis did apply a hit on the backside of Flacco upon release. Ellis again in the act today for the Patriots. Very busy guy defensively. Now Marcus Jones waits on the punt by Rico, pressure free. Right foot
he got that.
Is lifted high, coming down inside the 10 with a bounce high in the air and headed on the run right at the 10-yard line. That ball landed at the 9, kicked back and straight in the air, and the Bengals able to cover it on a 54-yard punt to the point of no return by Ryan Rico. This gross average this year is better than 53. Early minutes of the third. 17-13 Patriots on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. For the third time in their last 4 series, the Patriots will begin at the 10-yard line, going left to right. They have a lead over the Cincinnati Bengals, but in an unexpectedly tight game at 17-13 New England early in the third. Pop Douglas in motion left to right as Drake May hands it off to Travion Henderson, who runs into a Bengals defender and makes the tackle for loss back to the 8-yard line.
We'll see if anything changes here. You know, the tight ends were a viable part of them pushing the ball downfield. It's kind of perplexing you're not able to get anything on a perimeter here against this crew with the way your receivers have sort of played here over the course of the last month and a half.
Hunter Henry could not sustain a block on Joseph Osai, so he has the tackle for loss, and the Patriots look at a 2nd down and 11 with May in the gun. Henderson to his right, one receiver to the right. That's Hollins. Henry, the tight end, right side hand down. 2 receivers out to the left. Booty along with Diggs. The snap to May. 4-man rush. Throws to the near side, ball back in the air and nearly intercepted. He forced one toward Hollins, and Geno Stone knocked it away. He already has a pick 6 in this game.
Again, they're just sitting on you on the outside. I find it hard to believe you're getting this kind of production. Now, again, road game. But still, like, you're not able to break free on one crosser. We haven't ran one deep crosser or rub route. Everything's been vertical with tight ends.
By the way, I said Stone. Stone wears 22. That was Dax Hill on that pass breakup. So Hill, number 23 for the Bengals, the 4th-year player, former first-round pick out of Michigan, with a pass defense. Now a 3rd down and 11 for the Patriots from their 9. Shotgun snap to May. 4-man rush. Pocket holding. Steps into a long throw down the middle. And is caught by a sliding receiver outside the 40-yard line. And then Bob Douglas is thrown to the turf as he made that catch. Running down the middle. Was on the turf and then was picked up and body slammed to the field.
That's
trying to play that drew a personal foul on the Jets 2 Thursdays ago.
This is a big-time MVP throw right here. Now, the middle backer doesn't carry Pop. It's underneath coverage. You actually get contact. Pop catches it sliding. Now, he wasn't down. He got up and started to run, so I think that's why he got the tackle.
Exactly. That's a play for 37 as May. Hands it off to Douglas, sweeping to the left side. Pop turns the corner to the 45-yard line and on a cut, lost his balance, and he goes down. Pop Douglas with a 1st down run for the Patriots of 14 yards. Pop Douglas unheard from in the opening half of play, suddenly in the act for the Patriots in a big way here in the 3rd quarter.
That was a big-time catch by Pop up the middle, but Drake threw that off the back foot, too. Like, that's the Drake May we know.
How about the energy of Douglas? He runs down the middle, makes that sliding catch, gets slammed to the turf, and then takes the handoff in the end around and goes 14 yards. 1st and 10 for the pass from the Bengals 40. Play fake by May, looking left, lobs it through, deep down the left side, that pass to Brady, draws a lot of contact, and draws a flag. Going to be a pass interference on Cincinnati inside the 5.
It's uncanny how he gets such attention and open on the deep ball, because there's not a lot of breakaway speed from Bodie. We've known that.
Pass interference. Defense number 23. 1st down at the spot of the foul.
But he instigates the contact. You know what I mean? He has great body control where the defender looks at him and he sees, okay, ball's coming, I'm reading it. And then you get the contact. But, like, it's just a bad job by the defender.
The right arm of Kayshon Boutte and the Patriots with a spot foul have it on a 1st and goal to go from the 5. 2 receivers stacked outside of the right. 1 split left. Henderson in the back with handoff to Travion. No, May's going to roll to his left, and May's going to toss the ball out of bounds. Got away from the pocket and shoveled it toward a cadre of photographers with no receivers in that area on the far side of the field.
Misdirection, fake, bell out. We get too cute down here, man. 1st and goal, get the flag. Can't pound it in there 4 times.
Bengals again last in the league in rushing defense.
Travion Henderson, 2 red zone touchdowns, had a good nose for the end zone a week ago, build off that. Plus, you got Ramondre back.
Pats lead at 17-13, knocking on the door at the Bengals 5-yard line. This drive began at the New England 10. 2 receivers to the left. Douglas sprints in motion. May drops back looking to throw. Swings it to the left. Catch out of the backfield by Henderson. Slips a hit. And he's tackled at the 2. Got away from one defender, but not the second. Brought down by Carter.
Again, it's a lot of action to the side, not up the middle. And you put a quarterback in a tough spot there too. Make quick decision. You got to do something with it.
A lot of respect for B.J. Hill in the middle of that defense, perhaps for Cincinnati. T.J. Slayton as well. The Patriots now look at a 3rd and goal to go. Remember, they converted on the 37-yard pass to Douglas on a 3rd down and 11.
Got 2 downs to get this here. Come on.
Henry to the left. Booty on the outside right with Diggs to slot one. You got Hollins in the slot left side of the field. And Henderson on the left hip of May. 3rd and goal to go. Drake turns to the sideline and now turns to the officials and asks for a timeout.
Where's he? Notice where he's at? In the gun.
New England.
1-1. He's in the gun. Play clock's going down. He's got to burn a timeout. But again, 3 and out to start the game for the to start the half for the defense. You get backed up on offense, really good punt. You get one hell of a throw coming out to get you out to Pop Douglas on a long one. What was that, 45?
37 to Pop, outside the 45.
Yep.
It's really uncanny how the Patriots team has turned things around in the 3rd quarter of games this year. The defense has allowed only 36 points in the 3rd quarter of games this season. And now the offense, again, abetted by the pass interference call, but again, with May making that 3rd down completion to Douglas, give the Pats a chance. Now have it on a 3rd and goal to go. The ball is across the left hash mark at the 1. I formation, West over the fullback. May stumbles out of the pocket, rolling to his right, looking to the end zone, throws it to the end zone, ball's knocked away. It was a late throw as Drake May stumbled away from the pocket. Giles Harris, the ex-Patriot, with a pass deflection. And the Pats will keep the offense on the field. 3 out, 3 in. They get a 4th coming into the huddle now for New England.
I mean, they sold themselves down here. I'm sorry. 1st and goal inside the 5, and you come out, gun, throwing it, reverse. We can't line up and run it in against this defense.
And now the Patriots have Hollins in the backfield to the right of May. Stevenson is in the left slot as a receiver. Diggs to the right. May drops back looking to throw. He throws it toward the left side. It's incomplete. There is a flag, however, coming out of the break. Kayshon Boutte might have been grabbed by the defensive back for Cincinnati, Dax Hill.
Man, you got bailed out here, I think. Yeah.
And again, more smoke and mirrors for the Patriots.
Again, Bob, it's
with a penalty on the Bengals to give New England a 1st and goal to go.
Yeah, he got grabbed. They grabbed the upper shoulder. But
pass interference. Defense number 23. First down at the 1-yard line.
That's the second penalty on Dax Hill trying to defend Kayshon Boutte. The pass interference gave the Pats a 1st and goal from the 5. That grab gives the Pats 1st and goal from inside the 1.
It's like 2 extra days, and these are plays we have not seen. Weird formations, like you said. Hollins offset in the backfield. Moshe coming back with Ramondre as the running back. A lot of action.
Patriots now line up Terrell Jennings behind Westover out of the I formation. Heavy set with May to pull away. Hand it to Jennings. Runs it to the left looking for an opening. Gets a push from Owenu. Gets a push from several teammates, but the pile goes to the 1. And they lose a half yard at least.
Maybe that's way. You got Vidarian Lowe in.
And a lot of extra beef up front. Lowe has got a touchdown pass in his career. Did that a year ago for the Patriots as the jumbo tight end. Now 2nd and goal to go. Football's just across the 2. Henry and Hollins to the left. Hooper to the right. Out of the I formation, West over the fullback. Up in front of Travion Henderson. Hayes under center, setting protections. Henry to the right. Play fake. May in the pocket. Throws it left wide open. Hunter Henry. 2nd touchdown for the Patriots. And there is a flag on the play.
Are they going to call Hollins on a pick? They might cut Hollins on the OPI here.
Based on the body language of Mac Hollins, contrasting that with the Bengals.
Hunter was pretty open.
Lan Clark, though, in a conversation with one of the Bengals defensive linemen, while several crewmates have a conversation right alongside them.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, they're going to... There's no reason for...
The Hollins picked off Dax Hill.
Hit him with the shoulder.
In the end zone. And finally...
After
deliberation.
Offense number 13. 10-yard penalty. Second half.
Did Lan Clark just make him call because he didn't want to call it? Umpire called it. Lamb wouldn't call it. And he said, all right, there you go.
So the Patriots are now backed up outside their 10 to the 11-yard line. They benefited from a pair of penalties by the Bengals, setting up 2 first-and-goal-to-go snaps. Now the Patriots have it on a second-and-goal to go from the 11-yard line. 2 receivers left. Douglas in the slot. Biggs on the outside of Henry Rugg. Meanwhile, Henderson to the right of Drake May. Takes the snap. Shovels it underneath. Henry makes the catch. Runs across the 5. Hunter Henry is tackled across the 1.
What a call.
Little shovel pass to the tight end.
Good call by McDaniels there. No smoke and mirrors. I mean, Chiefs do this all the time with Kelsey. Get it spread. Get the quarterback. He can move off the play fake. They'll flip underneath. Well executed. Good job by Will Campbell. Steph Diggs down there blocking at the goal line.
Hunter Henry already has a touchdown catch in this game. He's had a touchdown grab as well on this series, nullified. And he nearly had another right there. With the clock at 8:50 and counting here in the third, and the Patriots try to expand a 17-13 lead over the Bengals. Third and goal to go from the 1. Pats in a long huddle here.
They're going to have to burn a timeout, aren't they? Again?
With confusion. Forcing another timeout.
New England, the second of the half. Be 30 seconds away.
And that may be related to personnel confusion. Not sure if there was an extra player who had gone off the sideline, Austin Hooper, toward the huddle.
Rabel's counted about the 19. Staring back at the team, and he's just watching the game now. Like, what are we doing on offense? Come on, get your heads out of your know-whats. Hollins was in the huddle. He tried to step out. That's 12 in.
Patriots have used 2 timeouts in the last 2 minutes, and we're in the early portion of the third quarter in this 17-13 lead for the Pats. The ball is on the left hash mark 1. Goes to the football, touches the 1-yard line. The Patriots are in the huddle on the all-white. Booty will split to the left. Hollins to the right outside of Hooper. Westover, the fullback, with a hand down in the I formation.
Number 38, give it to him. Let's go.
And Ramondre Stevenson is that number 38 in the red gloves and red shoes. May turns and hands it. Stevenson runs up the middle, tries to twist and back his way in off the right side. He did not get in. He got stuffed.
Zero push by this offensive line down here. This has been going on since they are getting no movement.
We talked in the open. Outside of the Henderson game against Tampa Bay, the Patriots have not been able really to sustain success running the football.
And this is what gets your offensive coordinator itchy because he's leery to call the lead runs if you're going to go into a wall.
Well, the Bengals have been on defense for a long time. Their backs to the wall, up on the goal line. It is a 4th and goal to go from the 1. May out of the gun. Stevenson to his right. 2 receivers left. Diggs inside of Booty. To right. Hollins inside of Henry. Hunter with a short motion for the pass. The snap to May. A give to Stevenson. Hit in the backfield. Read perfectly by the Bengals. They collaborate and collapse on the ball carrier. And they stop him for a loss.
Man,
it was Geno Stone who diagnosed it.
Get your ass kicked right there. That is an ass kicking up front. Man, blown opportunity. Absolutely blown opportunity.
Patriots got the break on a defensive hold to give them 1st and goal to go from the 1. They don't get in. It's still 17-13 New England. Midway through the third on the Safety Insurance 98.5. The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Patriots here in Cincinnati after the mini-bye, longer than usual break for the Patriots between games, and they have struggled in a lot of ways, particularly in the red zone offensively. Stopped by the Bengals on a 4th and goal. Now handoff to to Brown on a run across the 10-yard line. And he dives out to the 15. He changed his shoes from the lime green. Well, he goes back to the lime green on the outside. They're orange on the inside of those shoes for Chase Brown. And another big run for him out to the 14-yard line. That's a gain of 13 for Cincinnati. A 1st and 10 for Brown, who today has rushed it 14 times for 91 yards.
It feels worse than that.
It's a 17-13 lead for the Patriots. But again, they had 1st and goal to go. At the Cincinnati won twice on that last sequence and did not score. Flacco leans forward, takes the snap, fakes to Brown. Back in the pocket with time. Double clutches, throws it near side. Coming open, Yosivas makes the catch and steps out of bounds at the 30. A lot of time for Joe Flacco to wait for Yosivas to clear the defenders in the zone, crossing the field near side, and a catch at the 31.
Say what you want. It's a really bad sequence here. You get the big call, it gets you down 1st and goal. You get penalized, then you call a push pass to the tight end. It gets you down to the 1. You can't punch it in. And any defense can't hold you back against the 1.
Now the Bengals deploy 2 receivers to the right. Jones in the slot inside of Higgins, matched up with Gonzalez. Tinsley to the near side, across from Davis. Flacco's under center. Brown the single set back, counter handoff to him. Brown runs it through the left side, found a crease, and he ran it across the 35 to the 37-yard line on a rush for 6. And we're seeing without Milton Williams and with Kyrus Tonga hurt for the Patriots today, this run defense, that line has not been able to eliminate those creases for Chase Brown.
They're crazy if they throw here. I'd keep pounding. And they take the time, too.
Brown now at 15 rushes for 97 yards, 6.5 yards per carry. Remember, he had a 21-yard run that set up the McPherson 63-yard field goal before halftime. 2nd down and 4. Yosivas in motion into the backfield, reverses direction. Toss goes right for Brown. He carries it to the right side. Spillane wraps him up at the waist, and Brown cannot escape. And that's a play made by the linebacker Spillane for a half-yard loss. Well done by Robert.
He's taken a lot of beating this year. Lasted many plays, many snaps, never off the field. Give him a lot of credit. He's a pretty physical player, too, in the middle.
Physical player, emotional leader for the Patriots defensively. First year, Pat.
Quiet. Just gives you effort all the time.
And now a 3rd down and 4 for Cincinnati. Ball on the right hash mark of the Bengals 37. Flacco at work with a back to his right. 2 receivers right, 2 left. Takes the snap, chest high. He throws it to the right. The pass in traffic is broken up. And a collision with a pair of Patriots slamming into one another. And you've got one of them still down on the turf, slow in rising. That's Jalen Hawkins, it appears, colliding with Robert Spillane. Now Hawkins seems to be okay.
That's hospital ball by Flacco. Just an awful decision by Flacco. Throws it right into coverage. I mean, you had 3 guys right there. You're lucky this ball was not picked or somebody's going to the hospital.
It would have been picked by Hawkins had Spillane not collided with him. Robert's knee actually knocked the ball loose. Snap to Rico. Right-footed punt. And it sails to the far side of the field, short of the 25. It's going to kick out of bounds at the 23 of New England. So the Patriots will take over with a 17-13 lead, 4:58 to go here on the 3rd on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Here in Cincinnati, Drake May, 13 of 22 for 171 yards, a touchdown pass, and an interception return for his score. His longest completion, 37 yards to Pop Douglas on the last series. And with that first down, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will help fund promising studies into new treatment for pediatric brain diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. May and company break from the huddle with a 1st and 10 forthcoming from the New England 24. Defense gets the stop to force a punt. Patriots leading at 17-13. Toss goes left for Travion Henderson. Runs behind Campbell, spins off a hit, dives out to the 27-yard line. And there's an injured player over on the far side of the field. In fact, there are a couple of players who are slow and rising. One for Cincinnati, the other for New England is still on the turf.
Is that a Wenu? No, it's not a Wenu.
And that appears to be
it. Is it Brian?
Will Campbell, I believe, is the player being attended to.
Look at the knee. Oh, no.
But we're going to take the time out with 4:48 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Campbell.
It's the Patriots 17 and the Bengals 13 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Patriots out of an injury timeout with Will Campbell suffering an apparent right knee injury, taken to the injury tent. At work on a second down play. Drake May throws it to the left. The pass is caught coming back to it. Kayshon Boutte. He curls inside, and he's wrapped up by Dax Hill and brought down at the 37 of New England.
So Marcus Bryant thrown right into the fire, left tackle, the young rook, and pretty good on his first rep right there. Good feet, good hand extended. And need a lot out of him. It did not look good with Will Campbell, guys.
Gain of 9 for Boutte, receiving from May. Hill's had a lot of problems with Boutte. He's picked up a pair of pass interference calls in this third quarter. 4 minutes and change left in the third as May rolls to his right, tosses it to the middle. Pass is caught, falling over the 40-yard line. Austin Hooper, the tight end, lands on the backside at the New England 41. That is a gain of 4 with Carter covering up for Cincinnati. The Patriots in this game have lost Brandon Schooler with an ankle injury. Their best player, one of the league's best on special teams. Jared Wilson, starting left guard, out with an ankle injury. And now his rookie classmate, starting left tackle, is out with a right knee injury. Snap to May, looks right, lobs the throw, looking for Hollins. A lot of contact, he reaches up, and he snags it with Hill, perhaps to draw another flag for Cincinnati. Mac Hollins is forced out of bounds inside the Bengal 40.
What a catch.
As the officials converge. And they're going to have another pass interference call on the Bengal defender, Hill.
Yep. Trying to keep an eye on that medical tent. Campbell's still in there. They did bring the cart over by it, though.
Morgan Moses has been out of this game and back in because of an illness. The right tackle.
Pass interference, defense number 23. That penalty is declined. Result of play is a first down.
Hollins has been such a nice surprise this year. I mean, really, how did Buffalo let this kid go? I say that every week to you.
How did teams let him go?
Right. Even Buffalo, it's a downfield passing game. Josh Allen likes to buy time, likes to fire it downfield. He's such a strong receiver.
Handoff. Henderson runs it into the right side, and Travion turns the legs, gets a push from behind, and he rushes it across the 30-yard line. That's a pickup of 5+ for the rookie back out of Ohio State.
Got Fedarian Lowe in there now, Bob.
And Hollins grabbed, by the way, for the Patriots, 24 yards. Drake May, now 16 of 25 for 208 yards after a very shaky start that included a pick 6 by the Bengals' Geno Stone. The Patriots, though, have devoured a lot of time in this third quarter. Didn't score on a first and goal to go from the one in the last series. Shotgun snap on second down. May's in trouble. He's wrapped up, and now he's set. The Bengals brought a defensive back who got to the quarterback first.
Two over Fedarian Lowe on the left side. Fedarian Lowe in the left tackle. They bring the pressure from the left side.
Jalen Davis just up off the practice squad was the first man there for the Bengals. Cedric Johnson was the second to sack Drake May.
Yeah, Ben Brown's turned inside. He should not have been. He's got to kick out. You need a call right there to kick out and slide to that should have been picked up.
And right now the Patriots have only one reserve offensive lineman, Marcus Bryant, the rookie out of Missouri. The Patriots confront a third down and 13 from the 38 as May drops back to throw. Pressure coming again. He moves up. He slides left. He throws off balance and he completes the pass. As he flips one, moving to his left, back across the middle to Hunter Henry, makes the catch, about 2 yards short of the first down line of the game. And here comes Borregales to attempt a field goal.
Will Campbell is on the cart with a towel draped over the head. It's not good. Yeah, emotional Will Campbell.
First round pick for the Patriots, fourth pick overall. Seated on the cart here in Cincinnati with Borregales to try to add to the Patriots lead. 17-13 at the moment. This will be a 45-yard try from straight on. The snap is in place from Ashby to Behringer. Borregales with his kick, sailing to the uprights, and he splits the sticks right down the middle. It's good again. Randy Borregales with another field goal for New England. He is made from 41 and now 45. And the Patriots have a 7-point lead with 1:04 to go here in the third quarter.
I mean, the injuries in this game, it's amazing. You lose your whole left side of your offensive line. As you said, Schooler, Tonga with the chest. was Marcus Bryant that started that drive at left tackle. It was Darian Lowe they brought in after about 2 snaps.
An 8-play, 49-yard drive in 3 minutes and 54 seconds culminates in the 45-yard field goal by Andy Borregales. With 64 seconds left here in the third quarter, the Patriots with the first points of the second half. Again, now with a 20-13 lead.
I think you knew the situation with Campbell. The relationship he's developed with Drake May. When everybody was down over there, Drake May went over and ended up taking the helmet off. You haven't seen that before. He just leaves it on, buckled up.
Borregales will kick off left to right. A pair of Bengals away. Jones at the 5 to our right. And this kick sailing in his direction. He backs up to the right. Fields with his heel on the goal line. Runs past the 15-20 outside to the 24-yard line. Forced wide to the boundary. Good kickoff coverage there for the Patriots downfield. Alex Austin, reserve defensive back, still involved on special teams. And you think about the way this season has gone for the Patriots. Up until the injuries to Stevenson and Booty, they really had not been hit with any kind of adversity when it comes to player health. But now they've lost Williams against the Jets, one of their best defensive players, and today the offensive line ravaged by injury. Handoff up the middle and a run out to the 28-yard line by Chase Brown.
Inability to even get to the locker room under your own power. Both guys carted off. Is that our guy Tyler down there getting the good sound on the sidelines, Dennis?
The two rookies, Jared Wilson and Will Campbell.
This could be a real costly win. If we get out of here with a win, this could be a real costly win as this thing plays out.
Chase Brown, meanwhile, has got over 100 yards for the Bengals. The back to the right of Flacco with a 2nd down and 5 coming for Cincinnati. The ball at the 28. Flacco's back to pass. Pass the ball, throws it across the middle. Brown makes the catch and takes a shot. Gibbons had the initial coverage for the Patriots. The second hit was by Craig Woodson. He's just short of the first down line to gain by about a half yard.
Woodson's grown up a lot this year, man. A lot of snaps for the young kid. The impact of the rookies on this rookie class, on this team this year, has been pretty damn good. All 7 of them.
That is the end of the third quarter. So as we head to the final 15 minutes of regulation in Cincinnati, the Patriots and the Bengals are separated by a touchdown. It's 2013 New England on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. In Cincinnati's Paycor Stadium, we head to the fourth quarter with the Patriots leading the Bengals by a 20-13 score on a day in which the Patriots came in riding an 8-game winning streak in search of a 10-win season for the first time since 2021. And with a 2-game lead over the Bills, who fell on Thursday in the AFC East, trying to take another step in the direction of the postseason, playing a meaningful game against a team that's had little reason for hope of late. And the Bengals on a quarterback sneak out of the between quarters break. Joe Flacco takes it across the 35 to the 36. But so many of the Patriots' hopes offensively down the stretch, hanging on an offensive line to protect Drake May, that today has been beset by a couple of hugely impactful injuries. Jared Wilson out with an ankle injury. Will Campbell's been carted off with a knee injury. 1st and 10 for Flacco from the 36. Play fakes, roll right, throws it for Higgins, snaps it, runs along the right side. Good play by Ellis to chop him down as he tracks him to the near sideline with a tackle at the 44 of Cincinnati.
Easy pickup for 8 yards right there. A little misdirection, play fake one side, and they drag him from left to right. It's not a great throw by Flacco. Good hands by T. Higgins.
You know, really, isn't that underscores a point that Zach Core made earlier this week, that Higgins runs through the catch, doesn't break stride, and there's a low ball where he's got to reach down.
It's a tough
and
catch.
Almost behind him.
People don't understand how hard that catch is.
He doesn't lose any speed in making the play. No. 2nd down and 2 after the 8-yard gain. Brown in the backfield stands upright. Orange gloves, green shoes, takes the handoff, stutter step through the left side. He runs, pushing close to the first down line to gain, but stopped short. He got across the 45. It'll be 3rd and 1.
You're down on almost 13 minutes here left in the clock, and imperative. Cincinnati starts building some first downs here. 3rd and 1. They got to pick this one up to have a shot.
Flacco led the Bengals to a late comeback against the Bears, only to relinquish the lead in the final minute. Now Cincinnati with a veteran quarterback. Originally a Raven, of course, first-round pick out of Delaware. Traded back in Week 6 to Cincinnati. Dropping back, directing traffic, plenty of time. And he throws it off of Brown, incomplete with a carom. Nearly picked off by Spillane. Eventually, Christian Barmore was bearing down on the quarterback, Flacco, and a long developing play. The Bengals are going to look at a 4th down and 1 at their 45.
I think they have to go here. Like, what do you have to lose, really? You're not playing field. You're not playing field position. Clock management here. This is you're down 7.
You're 3 and 7. You've lost 3 straight. 7 of 8.
My point is, that you get to New England, they go down and kick a field goal. You're down 10. Now you're really, you're full throw mode.
Tight end in motion. Hudson right to left. Reverses direction. Now he moves behind the center as if to take the snap. And a timeout is taken by Zach Taylor, the Bengals coach.
That's pretty. I do like that.
And the Bengals are going to send the punt team out.
Delay game. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Well, they take the delay game. They did not call the timeout. So beg your pardon. Cincinnati still
I'd have went for it.
With all 3 timeouts remaining. And Rico will punt it away for the Bengals. With Marcus Jones deployed inside the 10 to our right. Ryan Rico, the second-year punter out of BYU, signed by the Bengals as an undrafted free agent last year. Fields a waist-high snap, lifts the football, high left to right. Plenty of hang time as Jones sees that ball land behind him, and it's going to bound into the end zone for a touchback.
So not only do you not go for it, sorry, Bob, you get backed up and then your punter booms it into the end zone.
Yeah.
Not good.
And you hear the displeasure of the crowd in Cincinnati. Patriots back on the field on offense. 2 minutes into the 4th quarter. It's 2013 New England on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Here in Cincinnati, the Patriots with a 7-point lead over the Bengals, 20-13. 13:01 to go, 4th quarter. New England goes right to left from its 20-yard line. The Patriots again playing without the 2 starters on the left side of the offensive line, Wilson and Campbell, both injured in this game, replaced by Brown and Lowe, respectively. Drake May under center with Travion Henderson behind him, the single setback. May extends and hands it off. Travion runs it into the left side. He's brought down with a flag on the play, with Henderson tackled at the 23. Matt Collins today with a 24-yard reception. With that catch, Catches Law adds another $100 to the Catches for College program because no student should be sidelined by financial hurdles. Learn more at catcheslaw.com.
Offense number 77. 10-yard penalty. Play, 1st down.
Ben Brown, the reserve left guard, called for the hold.
That's full time for Darian Lowe now. The left tackle.
Lowe does have 21 career starts to his name. This is his 41st game, but again, the Patriots with big hits on the offensive line. 2 significant injuries to rookies today. The Patriots are back into a 1st and 20 from the 10. May drops back to throw. Pressure coming from his right. Moves up. Slings it across middle. Catch by Hunter Henry. Runs to the near side. He works his way. Weaving across the 30-yard line. Got a block from Stephon Diggs. And he clears the 1st down line to gain out to the 33.
You tell me if Diggs is in tune or not this year. So he hasn't gotten any targets today, correct? Like, not in the mix. 23-yard pickup, nice little game here by they're working with the tight ends, and he's blocking 25 yards downfield.
3 receivers to the right and 1 left, and throw to Kayshon Boutte. Spot route just inside the number 40. Sits down in front of Dax Hill with a catch at the 39. That completion is worth 6 yards.
So little curls are there if you want it. You can work it inside, you can work it out. They're there.
Henry today has been there for 6 catches and 101 yards for the Patriots, including a touchdown. And the Patriots with a 1st down play on the give to Henderson and run across the 45 of New England to the 46. Now the Patriots with their 7-point lead, trying to put this game out of Cincinnati's reach.
Things have not been perfect here today, but you got a chance for a statement type, close the game out type drive here to put the game away and really just get the hell out of here with the win, get to 10 wins. And get home and try to get people healthy. It's going to be tough.
A year ago, the Patriots ran out the final 2+ minutes of regulation to win the season opener here. Handoff, Henderson started left, ran it to the right, crossed the 50, got to the Cincinnati 49 on a rush of 4. And the clock will move under 11 minutes when Drake May takes the next snap with a 2nd down and 6 and a 2013 lead for the Patriots.
Yeah, they're talking to him too as you see Drake kind of peek up at the clock as he's trying to get the team huddled here.
They want to stay in that huddle a little longer, perhaps. Play clock now at 15.
Now. He's calling it at 15.
They had started to break, and then they regroup for a second or two. And now they go to work with Williams trying to get lined up outside left, one of 3 receivers, the rookie outside of Hollins and Henry. Henderson to the left of May. Travion with a play fake. May stands in, fires it left, catch on the slant for Williams, and he peels away from the defender. No, could not escape, and he almost did. Eric Carter grabbed him by the waist from behind and tackled him at the 31 of Cincinnati.
He's got Wills, Bob, but what I don't like before the play, the quarterback had to tell me on the wrong side of the field. We're trying to get you the ball. We're running a throw here. It's a pass play. You're running the under, and we got to tell you to go right all the way to the left. Now he does catch it, makes 18 yards. Got to be better there.
18 yards for number 18, a 1st and 10 for the Patriots from the 31. And they're in field goal range for Borregales as well. Stevenson, the single setback as Hollins motions left to right. 2 receivers to the left to check at the line of scrimmage. Pop Douglas points to his helmet, relaying the sign to Booty. Play fake by May. Stands in a lot of time. Now he bounces, rolling right. Chase pocket broke down, and May throws it downfield for Stevenson. Along the right sideline, incomplete. He nearly completed that ball, although Stevenson would have had a tough time staying in bounds.
Gary, he almost had that. How? Like, get out of it, Drake. You don't take the throw. Now, after he breaks container, this is on you. This is on the quarterback now. And he just casually flips that. Ramondre almost toe taps it on the sideline.
Cedric Johnson, Chris Jenkins Jr. blind the pressure for Cincinnati. Now the Patriots look at a 2nd down and 10. 9:41 to go, 4th quarter from the Bengals 31. They're going to pass lead by 7. Hunter Henry was lined up wide right. Came back in motion near side. May fakes to his left. Rolls to his right. Directing traffic. He's going to run. Across the 25. Across the 20. 1st down dive. Tackle at the Bengal 19-yard line. Drake May was brought down on that rush by Miles Murphy.
There's Vrabel right outside talking to the offense. Let's kill clock now. He's looking down at Josh. Let's run now. Let's run. Down under 9 minutes here coming up.
And you're in position to make this a 2-score game.
It's a good run by the quarterback.
The Patriots have the 7-point lead. Borregales has made field goals from 41 and 45. Of course, they'd rather have 7 here, but consuming time and objective for May and company. Hands it off, a run up the middle for Ramondre, and Stevenson rushes for only 1, a gain to the 18. Stuffed on the right hash mark.
You got to be utterly crazy not to run the ball here and kill time. Get that? Utterly?
And ball security imperative. Remember Ramondre Stevenson, 2022, Christmas Eve against the Bengals. A fumble late in a similar spot on the field at Gillette Stadium, preventing the Patriots from a potential game-winning drive.
Dennis got my joke.
Stevenson lines up left of May. 3 receivers to the left. I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. Utterly. Ball's on the right hash mark of the 18-yard line. Tight end stand upright. As May leans forward and takes the snap. He looks left. He throws to left. Hunter Henry makes the catch. Runs across the 10. Henry takes a hit at the 7. Stays on his feet and dives with a tackle made at the 4.
What was that early in the game? What was that? Trips left. Little play fake on the screen. Little slow it down. Throw it down the side. And then crease it with the tight end up the middle. That's a great play call.
14 yards for Hunter Henry. Injured Bengal on the tackle. Battle with a shot on Henry. Couldn't bring him down. Eventually, Geno Stone made the tackle for Cincinnati. Hunter Henry with 10 targets, 7 receptions, 115 yards, including a 28-yard touchdown reception. He had another touchdown catch that was nullified because of an offensive pass interference. He might have been shaken up just a bit on that play as well. He goes to the far sideline, gets a blow.
Such a good tight end, man. Such a good tight end over the course of the years here. Dependable, reliable, doesn't miss a lot of time ever.
Joseph Osai, the injured Bengal. And you think about Hunter Henry's career, thought of, for the most part, as a Charger first-round pick of San Diego. But he's longer tenured as a Patriot.
That's crazy.
He has climbed among the Patriot all-time tight end leaders in a number of categories. Right there in company with Ben Coates and Rob Gronkowski.
Boy, coach.
Russ Francis. And because of the team's struggles in recent years, just hasn't gotten the acclaim. But you're absolutely right. He's a guy who shows up week after week.
Going that left shoulder, too. You got two guys pushing you down, knock some wind out of you, too.
Well, the officials fell down as the Patriots broke the huddle here. Midway through the fourth, the first down and goal to go from the fourth. They in a tight formation has Diggs split left. Collins right. Drake, play fake, roll right. Throws it to the right side, incomplete. Tried to flip one. Austin Hooper leaked out.
It's a good job by May because he knew blitz was coming backside. He had the bell on the fake and hurry up and get around and just get that thing thrown away to avoid a loss. Here we go again, down inside the 5. And having trouble moving it.
Patriots were stopped by the Bengals despite 2 first and goal to goes from the 1 on the same sequence. Bengals were guilty of a pass interference on 4th down in that sequence early in the 3rd. Now the Patriots with an overload. 3 tight ends are stacked left. Hollins split right. Henderson to the left of May, and he operates from the shotgun. Drake steps toward the line to set the protection. Turns to Henderson with a word or two. Slaps his hands, waits for the snap, takes it, gives it to Travion. Henderson started middle, runs it left, driving the pile, reaching out, and stopped short inside the 1. He's a half yard away.
Yeah, sneak it now, man. Sneak it. Don't hand it off. Don't do anything. Don't roll him out. Let's get a push in the middle.
Stone with a tackle for Cincinnati prevented Travion Henderson from reaching the football over the goal line.
Oh!
He did come down with the ball on the goal line, but his knees were down at that point. And now the Patriots with a 3rd and goal to go just inside the 1. Again, heavy set.
Tush push.
Tush push formation. May takes the snap. Drake May off the right side, leaning in. No signal yet from the officials. The Bengals say they stopped him. Matt Collins, who's the furthest from May, says it's a touchdown. And the players with a closer point of view are correct. It's going to be a 4th and goal to go.
Look at Vrabel. Vrabel's at it. He's looking down. He said 3. They were kicking 3. It's frustrating.
The objective here, 2-score game. But the red zone problems persist for the Patriots offense. An issue 2 Thursdays ago versus the Jets. And now Borregales and is made from 41 and 45.
Say it. You're getting no push from 71. There's no push there.
17 for 19 overall this season. He's going to attempt a 19-yard field goal off the near hash mark to make this a 2-score difference. The snap from Ashby to Behringer. The kick is lifted to the uprights, and the kick is good. So Andy comes through, the rookie for the Patriots, with his 3rd field goal of the day. The Patriots have a 23-13 lead over Cincinnati with 5:55 to go. 4th quarter on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Got a lot of run out of the lasagna topic a week ago. We won't touch on that this week, it being a holiday week.
Well, let's touch on the Patriots' last scoring drive. 13 plays, 79 yards in 7:06. 19-yard field goal by Andy Borregales gives New England a 23-13 lead over Cincinnati. 5:55 to go 4th quarter. Borregales kicks off right to left as he punches a liner to the near side, angling over Jones, runs it right 15-20 to the 25-yard line, out to the 28. Stood up and pushed backwards by Alex Austin and Anthony Jennings. Give Jennings a lot of credit. There's a guy who played a lot of football in recent years for the Patriots as a starter. Not quite the scheme fit in this new defense for the Patriots. Thought to be on the trade block. His snaps defensively down, still giving effort.
Yeah, he's
on every special teams rep.
He's found a way to survive pretty much every year. Not just this year. I'm talking, even when Bill was here and things changed with Gerard a year ago, and now you get another new scheme. He finds a way to just hang around enough to make some plays.
First down and 10 for Flacco and the Bengals from the 29-yard line as Higgins motions to the right. Flacco play fakes to Brown. Settles in a pocket and throws it incomplete and nearly gave the Patriots the ball game. He threw that pass behind the intended receiver, Yosivas, right between a pair of Pats, Gonzalez, and Jones. Marcus already with a pick 6 in this game.
This has not been the good Joe Flacco we saw today. Now, credit to the defense, too. Good pressure right there in the middle. Farms really gets after him here. That's just a blown block.
Jeremiah Farms has to be careful. Got a hit on Flacco after the ball was out. Farms from the practice squad. Second down and 10 for Cincinnati. 2-by-2 set. Snap to Flacco. Pressure from Chason. Throws it left. Pass is caught by Gesicki. Quiet since the opening drive for the Bengals. He steps out of bounds. However, here, heard from with a first down catch to the New England sideline for 13 yards.
Uh-oh. Something happened to Joe Flacco. They're pumping his finger back in. He can't go. Can't go.
Flacco has come to the near side.
Yep, off a hand.
And he's playing catch in front of the Bengals bench. Jake Browning has been a part-time starter for the Bengals this year. When Joe Burrow, first one down, goes in, he takes the snap. He rolls to his right. He's being chased. He throws downfield, completes the pass to Yosivas. Right side across the 45. Brought down by Woodson. And Yosivas is shaken up for Cincinnati.
Yeah, Flacco, I think he dislocated this finger. And the trainer had to try and pop it back in as he was coming out. That's when he ran Browning in.
Yosivas injured at the 44-yard line after the catch and the tackle.
He's a big kid, too. 6'3", 6'4".
And the numbers of players injured today are startling.
If anything, looked like a head.
Flacco on the follow-through.
Oh.
Yep, right index finger, it appeared.
Oh, man, it's dislocated, yeah. Ooh, nasty.
Meanwhile, on the next play, Browning able to escape the pass rush, completing the throw. And Flacco's on the sideline trying to come back in.
That's gonna hurt.
Jake
hurts.
Browning.
But that sucker swells up.
Is out there for Cincinnati. Now, Browning does have starting experience. He's 4-6 in his career as a starter. This is a relief role, of course, with 4:59 to go in the fourth quarter. Struggled early this season after he had a nice run for the Bengals a couple of years ago.
Boy, it's your best
Flacco's
friend.
going to come back in.
Your best friend when this happens is one of those hot wax containers. You just sort of soak the hand in there, keep the hot wax on it, take it off, put it back in, because that thing just stiffens up once that thing gets stiff.
Yosivas on his feet, comes to the near side for the Bengals. Wore a Tigers uniform in college at Princeton in the orange and black, and now as a Cincinnati Bengal goes into the injury tent with the Patriots on top by 2 scores, 23-13, under 5 minutes to go, fourth quarter.
Flacco talking to everybody in the huddle. It's like, how's your hand? How's your finger?
Joe Flacco, Joe Cool out there. Not the original Joe Cool, but this guy has always been quarterback. Seems to have the same look on his face, good or bad. He throws a lob deep down the right side for T. Higgins. There's a lot of contact, and there's going to be a flag on the play as the ball is incomplete, landing incomplete. Higgins is hurt. Carlton Davis was engaged with the receiver.
Higgins is out.
And now Higgins down on the turf,
defense,
motionless at the moment.
First down is spot of the foul.
Carlton Davis called for the pass interference. That's his 4th DPI of the season. And for Cincinnati,
they're signaling for something here.
Oh, Higgins came down back of the helmet, slammed into the turf, and then he rolled over.
Let's see here again. He reaches too behind Davis.
And Higgins, as soon as he rolled over, was motionless.
Yeah.
Before the medical team for the Bengals got to him off the near sideline. He did have his arm around the back of Carlton Davis with the contact between the two of them. And Higgins was trying to bring the ball in as it was on his shoulder. He is still
got 7
on the
guys
turf, lying down, face first into the turf. And it looks like the Bengals medical team going to try to roll him over on his side. You have an entire
they're going to roll him over now.
Team of personnel. They do roll him over, trying to mobilize the neck as they do so. T. Higgins has been a sensational player for the Cincinnati Bengals. 6th-year receiver out of Clemson.
He's moving. He moved his right leg.
Signed a 4-year, $115 million contract for Cincinnati through 2029. He, along with Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, represent Cincinnati's hopes of coming back in the AFC North in 2026 after so much adversity for them, with Burrow in particular, here in 2025. And now Higgins is seated.
That's a good sign, man.
You hear the fans reacting. Collective sigh of relief, and he's
got movement,
moving his head, swiveling it back and forth. He was nodding it as well. But adversity is struck repeatedly today.
Yeah. 9 guys working.
And the medical cart will come back out on the field. It's been an all-too recurring scene here in Cincinnati today. Jared Wilson, Will Campbell, the 2 rookie starters on the Patriots offensive line. The former with an ankle injury, the latter with a knee injury, both taken off. Brendan Schooler lost because of an ankle injury for the Patriots today. Kyrus Tonga was hurt. Morgan Moses has been playing through illness. The Bengals have seen Yossi Vash go into the blue tent, and now Higgins, one of the league's best receivers, to the applause of these fans, sitting in the front seat of that cart, grabbing the back of his head. Being taken into the tunnel to our right, out of our view. 4:45 on the clock. 10-point game, Patriots 23, Cincinnati 13. With that pass interference, the Bengals have it at the Patriots' 17-yard line. That penalty worth 27 yards. Joe Flacco himself playing through injury. Back out there in the gun. Chase Brown to his left. 2 receivers left to right. Flacco takes the snap. He throws it left to the end zone. A man with a step in the pass is laid in there for a touchdown, Tinsley. Cincinnati is on the board. A perfect throw by Flacco over the shoulder of Gonzalez and into the hands of Tinsley. And the Bengals have made this a 1-score game again.
Wow. Tinsley beat him like a drum there. Right by him. Good throw. Great throw by Flacco. Enough room to fade the receiver out to the boundary. Just a little stutter move, and Gonzalez gets beat right up the jam.
17-yard touchdown pass to complete a 4-play, 71-yard drive in only 75 seconds. McPherson on for the point after try. And the snap is in place. Swing of the right leg. Kick lifted to the uprights is good. The Patriots lead is 3. With 4:40 to go. New England 23. Cincinnati 20.
That's credit to Flacco fighting to get back in there after the dislocated finger on the index finger on his throwing hand. Comes in, throws a hell of a ball to Higgins, which ends up on his departure. And then touchdown to Tinsley. 4 plays, 71 yards. A lot of time taken off the clock. That's the key. Still
absolutely 75 seconds off the clock. And again, the Patriots with a couple of opportunities in this second half, repeatedly in the third quarter. Goal to go, unable to score a touchdown, unable to score any points on a long sequence, and then having to settle for the field goal. The last time they were in the shadow of the end zone, and now the Bengals down by 3 with McPherson teeing the football up at the 35 to our left. While Flacco in his salt and pepper beard looks over the surface tablet on the bench with all 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning remaining for Cincinnati. Darrell Jennings to our right on the far side at the 5. To the near side at the 1. Kyle Williams. McPherson's kick lifted in the direction of Williams, the rookie from the 5. 10, 15 on the number 20, right past the 30-yard line, and he runs it out inside the number 40. Tackled at the 41.
Good run
of New England. Good run back by Kyle Williams, stopped by Jordan Battle.
He didn't hesitate there. The other one sort of hesitated, off the catch. And then right there, he hit that from the get-go. Pick a lane and go.
Guns N' Roses at the Jungle in Cincinnati. Hasn't been the same for these Bengals the last couple of years as they have struggled, especially defensively this year. Last season, the Patriots in the opener salted the game away with a drive that killed the clock in the final 2+ minutes. Now they need the 4-minute offense with a 3-point lead. Snap to May. Handoff Henderson. Travion runs it right. He runs across the 45, and he is tackled at the 48-yard line. And an 8-yard run. Battle made the stop.
It's good. It's a big one on first down. 8 yards. Jeez, another Bengal down. There you go. He gets up.
Took this. Slayton with an injury for the Cincinnati Bengals. Apparently okay with the Patriots in their huddle. The clock will move under 4 minutes with a 2nd down and 2 from the New England 48. Mays in the gun, Henderson right. Diggs comes in motion right to left. Hollins is split to the right. 2 receivers wide left. Diggs inside of Booty. Late handoff. Henderson runs up the middle. And he has a first down with a rush to the Cincinnati 49.
Clock moving down under 4. They're not going to start the timeouts yet. They'll probably let this get down to the 2-minute, then start using it.
So first down and 10 for the Patriots from the 49-yard line. The Pats looking for a 9th straight win, seeking a 10th victory overall. Their first 10-win campaign since 2021. A 3rd in the career of Mike Vrabel as a head coach. Bradbury will snap it back to May. Henry has had a huge day for the Pats. Lines up on the right wing. Diggs is split to the right. Booty left. Delayed give no. Timeout.
New England.
Patriots spending their final timeout.
Timeout. New England. Their 3rd and final of the half. Be 30 seconds late.
There's been some clock management challenges for the Patriots in the second half. They spent a timeout with 10:23 to go in the 3rd quarter. Another with 8:38 to go in the 3rd. Both seem to be play clock related. And now they use their final timeout here with 3:04 to go.
Clock operator, reset the clock to 3:08.
I'll make it 3:08 on the reset of the clock.
There's some really weird graphics on the CBS broadcast.
You don't like those animations of
no,
Mike Vrabel?
I'm not a fan of them. I'd be a fan of it if it looked like the individual they were talking about. Looks like one of those games where like Belichick didn't sign up on being a head coach and they just threw some random guy out
First
there.
and 10 handoff. Stevenson runs it left, and the Bengals collapse on him, stop him at the line of scrimmage. Zach Taylor hurries out to call timeout. So that first down play, the key for the Bengals to use the timeouts this side of the 2-minute warning. They spend their first with 3:02 to go.
Timeout. Cincinnati, the first of the half. It'll be 30 seconds late.
All right, so now if you're the Patriots, do you run it again? 2nd and 10, force the Bengals to keep using timeouts? Or
yeah, I run it. I run it again. Make them burn the timeouts.
Pass. Remember with Vidarian Lowe and Ben Brown operating on the left side of Garrett Bradbury, the center. Plays with the 2 rookies, Hunter Henry. There's a line for New England, left as well. Hollins split left short side of the field. 2 receivers right, Diggs inside of Booty. Stevenson off the right side of May. He's in the gun, 2nd down and 10 from the 50. Takes the snap, retreats in the pocket, looks down the middle, throws to the middle, and it's incomplete.
That's why I run it.
Pass that ball behind the intended receiver, Matt Hollins on a crossing run, covered by Dax Hill. And now it's 3rd down and 10.
I mean, this is... The ball get tipped. That was just that bad of a miss, huh?
Keep in mind,
let's see here.
Hill has been penalized 3 times for Cincinnati, including a 4th and goal to go pass interference.
Well, Drake May's been off today. He's been off.
Ball's on the near hash, and the Patriots need to convert a 3rd and 10. 3:01 to go. They lead by 3. 3 receivers, 2 to the right, 1 split left. May with Stevenson to join him in the backfield. Drops back to throw. Pocket hold. Throws down the middle. Caught by Diggs. Makes the catch coming across the field with a grab at the Cincinnati 36 for a first down, New England.
And there he is.
DJ Turner with a tackle, the first reception of the day.
Timeout.
for Stephon Diggs. Make it the second reception of the day for Stephon Diggs.
Just keeps working.
His second catch, and none bigger by a Patriot this afternoon. Able to get free of the Bengals' best defensive player, DJ Turner.
Still have one more timeout left, which is amazing.
That's a gain of 14 for the Patriots. Drake May's on the verge of 300 yards with 294 passing yards, but again, it has been an inconsistent day for him. Struggled early, found a rhythm in the middle, has been a bit shaky of late, but not that pass. Out of the I formation, 1st and 10 from the Cincinnati 36. Holland short motion from the right, 2:51 to go. Holland's on the left wing. May pulls away, hands it to Henderson. Travion runs it right. He's brought down in the backfield. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage, able to dive across it for a half yard. 2:42 and counting.
They're going to let it run here. Okay, so it's 2nd down. We do have the 2-minute.
Bengals have one timeout left.
Still going to snap it with 2:10 left. About 2:10. About 2:09, 2:08, somewhere.
Bengals will use that 2-minute warning as another timeout and then likely try to take a timeout if they get a stop on 3rd down.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Holland splits to the right. Football splits the hash marks at the 35 of Cincinnati. Pats in the all-white going right to left with their 3-point lead. 2 tight ends left before Henry motions right from the eye. Westover up in front of Henderson. Travion takes the handoff. He slices through the right side. He dives to the 33. And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. It'll be a 3rd down and long for New England. But the Patriots have a 23-20 lead over Cincinnati. Exactly 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Hey friends, stay tuned for the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Shaw's and Star Market make shopping, ordering online, and saving easier than ever. Download the Shaw's Deals and Delivery app or the Star Market Deals and Delivery app today. The Patriots with a 23-20 lead over Cincinnati. Out of the 2-minute warning, exactly 2 minutes left. Trying to convert a 3rd and 7 from the Bengals' 33.5-yard line. 1 receiver right, 3 left. Henry now in motion left to right. Stevenson, right of May. Blitz coming. Throw to the near side. Pass is nearly intercepted. Drake May floated one towards Stephon Diggs with a blitz coming. And the ball was nearly picked off by DJ Turner. And had he been able to make the catch, he might have been gone.
He stays on his feet. That is a pick 6, and there ain't nobody back there.
1:56 to go.
Wow, is that dangerous?
The Patriots have a 3-point lead. They will look to make it a 6-point advantage.
It's a hell of a blitz by Al Gold.
Andy Borregales will come out to attempt a 52-yard field goal. Borregales today has made from 41, 45, and 19. The longest of the season for him, 53. From the right hash, snap is in place. Kick is lifted to the uprights, and that kick is drawing down the middle. It's good. He started it right. He split the sticks. He's got his 4th field goal of the day. And the Patriots have a 6-point lead at 26-20.
Rookie's been money, man. He has been money since the beginning of the year. That's not necessarily a win for you right there. That just gets you up 6. It's 26-20.
It eliminates the possibility, though, of McPherson with his leg, right?
That's right.
Tying the game for Cincinnati. And Andy Borregales, going back to week 2, missed a couple of extra points in Miami. And thereafter, he's missed only 1 kick, field goals and PATs combined. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Plus to complete a 9-play, 27-yard series in 2 minutes and 49 seconds. The Patriots again lead by 6 over the Bengals, 26-20. 1:51 to go. Cincinnati has 1 timeout left.
I understand the intention of Drake May wanting to get rid of that ball there. Like, okay, it's a blitz. You got to unblock defender coming right at you. You got to get rid of it. You got to throw it. Even when he wants to ground that next time.
Patriots have to cover the kick, of course, with Jones to return for Cincinnati. Borregales has done a good job for the Patriots to this point with his kickoffs as well. He runs up from our right and punches the ball, this time to the other side of the field, to the far side left. It's handled across the 10, to the 15, to the 20, to the 25-yard line, and nowhere to go on the return with a spin to the outside, to the 28-yard line.
Amazingly,
run back for the Bengals.
And with those incompletions, Cincinnati still has a timeout in their pocket.
Gary Brightwell on the run back. Just up from the practice squad. Cincinnati in the huddle. Flacco with no Jamar Chase suspended before today's game. No T. Higgins injured on the last series for the Bengals. First down and 10. Yossi-Vash injured as well today, but he's back out there. Flacco's back in the pocket. He lobs a throw to the near side, and he overshoots Tinsley with a throw that was angled to the right sideline. Two Patriots underneath. The third coming over, Marcus Jones. It'll be second down and 10 for the Bengals.
Still in that zone. Still in that zone, man. I mean, it's a good push in the middle. Little game was run on the inside there. John Moore looking, he's got some good pressure going here. Don't fall asleep on Gesicki here.
Yeah, Pat's trying to keep everything in front of them with Hawkins and Woodson, the safeties. Tinsley splits left, three go right. Gesicki among them in the white sleeves. Shotgun snap to Flacco, four-man rush with a throw underneath. It's caught by Hudson, the tight end, wrapped up the football, and he carries it close to the first down line to gain, but he's short. 9.5 yards, tackled by Spillane, just shy of the 38. Clock on the move.
It's a tough one now because clock's on the move. They got to pick up the first and not the first, not worry about pushing the ball downfield.
Brown in the backfield. Flacco takes the snap. Four-man rush. Flacco stands in, slings it to the right, passes incomplete. Knocked away by Carlton Davis. With that throw off the mark toward Yossi-Vash, and now it's going to be 4th and 1 for Cincinnati. And the Patriots, with their 6-point lead, can end it right here. 1:14 to go.
Bad choice by Flacco. You want to pick up the first down there. Get the little check down just to reset the downs for you.
Browns had a big day running the ball for the Bengals. 18 carries, 103 yards. He stands to the right of Flacco. Yossi-Vash on the right side. Two receivers, Gesicki to the left. Shotgun run for Brown. He runs it into the right side. He's got a first down. Forward progress is stopped at the 41-yard line. The clock
that forced you to burn it
at 1:07 halts because of a timeout. That run, as Zoe told you, forced the Bengals to call their final timeout.
Timeout, Cincinnati. Their third and final of the half. It will be 30 seconds in length. Clock, reset the clock to 1:09.
Joe Burrow had returned to practice a couple of weeks ago. This week, more involved in practice early in the week. We were wondering whether we would see Joe Flacco or Joe Burrow. It has been Flacco, with the exception of one play, seemingly dislocating his finger before returning.
It's not good clock management here. It's taken him about 40 seconds to actually pick up the first down, get to 10 yards. Actually 11.
And again, no Higgins, who rode off in a cart seemingly with a head injury after the last series.
What about
two receivers left. Gesicki's in the slot inside of Tinsley. Yossi-Vash on the outside right. Brown moves up in front of Flacco. Patriots show blitz and they come with it. Flacco rolling right, being chased by Hawkins. Flacco throws on the go. Wings it incomplete to the near side. 64 seconds to go. Second down and 10 for Cincy.
Hawkins with the pressure, pushing him outside. It's a nice time to approach by him. Gets through that E-gap on that right side. Nothing Flacco could do about that.
They rushed Hawkins, dropped out Henry and Landry in coverage, and now it's a second down and 10. Brown to the left of Flacco. Two receivers, left, two right. Takes the snap. Four-man rush. On a twist. Throw left. Caught by Brown on the run. Tries to get outside, and he is able to sidestep to the boundary. Marcus Jones with the contact outside at the 43.
Second, third, and 8.
But that's only a gain of 3. Third down and 7. 58 seconds to go. Patriots by 6, 26-20. Bengals in the huddle in the black jerseys, the orange helmets with the tiger stripes, the white pants. Flacco in the number 16. The Bengals on a third down and 7 from the left hash mark 43. At work with two in the backfield. Two receivers wide to the right, one split left. High snap. Flacco drops back. Pocket holds. Loads up. Throws a deep ball. Nobody there for Cincinnati as the ball lands incomplete inside the 15. It's a good 20 yards away from the closest Bengals receiver. It's fourth down and 8.
No rhyme or reason to what they're doing on this drive. They're forcing the ball outside on second, third, short. He just launches one there.
51 seconds to go. The Patriots with a fourth down and 8, defending in search of a 9th straight win and a 10th overall. A game that has been costly in many ways physically for the Pats, Nonetheless, an opportunity to close it out right here. They show blitz, and they come with a blitz. Pressure to the quarterback. Flacco hinders. He throws. Passes caught by Tinsley along the near side. Makes a leaping catch. Lands in bounds at the 45 of New England. As Joe Flacco took a shot, just as he was releasing the football, Marcus Jones nearly intercepted the pass. Tinsley made a juggling grab, and Flacco takes the snap from the shotgun. The whistle sound. We may get a review of that catch by Tinsley.
I can't believe Jones didn't get a hand on this. Marcus Jones is the underneath defender. And the ball is juggled
booth
on the
review
catch.
with Tinsley making a bobbling catch.
Staff, after review, the ruling is the runner was out of bounds.
Oh, my, that's good. That's bummer.
Clock operator preset to 36 seconds. 3, 6.
Well, they're going to rule it a catch and say that he was out of bounds.
Oh, I thought he said it was no catch.
I thought maybe they were going to review the catch because
that's what I thought.
Tinsley
correction 47
did
seconds.
bobble the ball. Right foot was down, left foot was down. And it's hard to see from our vantage point that we have on the replay monitor whether he had secured the ball before sliding across the boundary. I thought they were going to review to see if he made the catch.
That's what I thought.
And what they're ruling is that indeed he came down out of bounds, not in the field of play. The officials kept the clock winding, and so they've set the clock at 47 seconds. And it is a first down, but for Cincinnati. Bengals lead it, or trail it by 6, and they have 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Patriots defending with a 4-man rush, a twist up front. Flacco steps into his throw, crossfield, running back with catch is made at the 27-yard line by Yosivach. The clock continues to count down. 38, 37, 36, and 35. The Bengals hurry to the line. Flacco has to clock it. He takes the snap, and he spikes the football with 32 seconds to go. And Cincinnati will have it with a 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. No chase from the outset. No Higgins down the stretch. But Flacco with the 19-yard completion to Yosivach. After has got to have it 4th and 8 completion against the blitz for 12 yards to Tinsley. The Patriots
I don't have a good feeling.
with 32 seconds to go defending with Hawkins and Woodson up top. 4 across the defensive front and wide splits. Flacco has it on the right hash mark of the 26. He's in the gun, raising his right hand, leaning forward. 2 receivers left to right. Takes the snap, drops back, throws it to the right, and the pass is going to be knocked down incomplete. Carlton Davis undercut the route. The throw intended for Tinsley. Knocked it down with 27 seconds left. 3rd down and 10 forthcoming.
Ball's a little back to the inside. If that ball's outside, I think that's complete. Problem is, clock would continue to run. It'd be about another 17-second runoff. Would take you down under 10 seconds.
So on a 3rd down and 10 with the football on the right hash mark of the 26, the Bengals in the huddle. Play clock is at 12 with Yosivach outside of Gesicki to the left, Hudson on the left wing. Tinsley split to the right. Brown on the right side of Flacco takes the snap. 4-man rush, plenty of time. Throw down the middle, ball is going to be incomplete. Sailing between Davis and Hawkins, 2 closing defenders on a throw intended for Tinsley. Fans looking for a call.
I'd be looking for a call, too, if this was at home. But
oh, boy, Carlton Davis.
I mean, he plays right through him, Bob.
Over the back, if not through the back of the receiver. Davis has already been called for pass interference today. And now it's 4th down and 10 for the Bengals. 23 seconds on the clock. Patriots 26, Cincinnati 20. Bengals break from the huddle. Gesicki left slot inside of Tinsley. Hudson in the right slot inside of Yosivach. Brown moves up in front of Flacco. The quarterback leans forward, takes a head-eye snap. A blitz coming. Flacco stands in, throws the ball toward the middle. Ball sped into the air, incomplete. Knocked away by Marcus Jones. He had the pick 6 early for the Patriots. And there the denial to lift the Patriots to their 9th straight win and their 10th overall. It comes at a cost, but nonetheless, they're going to hold on in Cincinnati by a 26-20 score with 18 seconds left and only 1 snap remaining from victory formation.
Yeah, that's a good get off by your defense here. Again, it's the pressure by Jason from the right side that gets the Flacco. He gets the first hit, and that forces that ball up. Defenders converge on it, Jones with the play, the offhanded play, three offhanded plays by your corners. 2 by Davis, 1 by Jones on this ending drive. The Patriots get out of here with a costly win to get to 10-2. 10-2, that's a big number, though.
Drake May drops to the knee, and the Patriots do win their 9th straight, 10th overall this year, but in some ways a Pyrrhic victory for New England, losing the 2 rookie starters on the offensive line, the special teams ace Schooler. Tonga went out with an injury for the Pats. Yet they were able to finish what they set out to accomplish. They hold on to beat the Bengals 26-20. And so they've got an extra day for the Giants coming up. It's a Monday night game for New England.
They're going to need to get everybody up and running. You got to get Darian Lowe up and running, Matt Brown, all those guys. And now, you've got to buckle up now. You got to stretch here with the Giants, with the bye coming on the other side. Get another breather there. You got a holiday week here, but it's a costly win. This game did not start well for them. Down 10. Found a way to come back. It's credit to coaching. They coach the hell out of this team. They do. Red zone offense, you got issues down inside the 5. You got to clean that up, too. If you can't line up with your 2 backs healthy here today, first and goal inside the 5, you got problems.
Yeah, the red zone problems on the offensive side. And meanwhile, defensively, what had been a strength, certainly depleted with Milton Williams out of the lineup today. They allowed a 100-yard game to Chase Brown.
It showed. And you didn't contain the edge today. Yeah. There was runs going outside. But happy Thanksgiving, big guy, to all our fans out there listening. Pats are 10-2 and still in control of this thing as you start losing players.
Yeah, so much to be thankful for in this booth. We do wish for all the best for the young Patriots injured today. And hopefully, the news that we fear won't be the news that we receive come Monday. So again, the Patriots win it over the Bengals today. Who's on the postgame? And as we ready to send you back to Waltham, a lot of handshakes, players hugging down on the field. Again, a gritty game. Both teams sustained a lot of injuries. But again, the Patriots, despite the adversity on that front, win it over the Bengals. And New England is now 10-2, 28th 10-win season for the Patriots since the 1970 NFL-AFL merger. To Joe Murray and Mark Dondero back in our Waltham studios for the Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Gentlemen?
All right, Bob Zoe, happy Thanksgiving to you and yours as the Patriots get another win, 26-20 at Cincinnati. Boy, it was ugly, Joe. It was a mess, but the Patriots do get a win over the Bengals, make it 9 in a row, the first team in the NFL as of right now to 10 wins as the Patriots improve their record to 10-2. A lot to get to on the post-game show. Mark Dondero, Joe Murray, we're going to get to that coming up after another Patriots victory, this time in Cincinnati. And that's next on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
This is the Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show.
Holding! Come on! How do we not see this? Come on! Call it!
Now, here's Mark Dondero and Joe Murray.
All right, welcome into the Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Shaws and Star Market makes shopping, ordering online, and saving easier than ever. Download the Shaws Deals and Delivery app or the Star Market Deals and Delivery app today. Mark Dondero, Joe Murray, 26-20. The Patriots win a costly game in Cincinnati. They do get their 9th straight win. They do find a way to battle back from being down 10-0 early, but it cost them. And there was a lot of bad football in this game. Joe Murray, what was your big takeaway from what you saw this afternoon?
Patriots extend their win streak to 9 games. They held off the Bengals, but at what cost, right? The injuries will bring up, but the offense was held back today. Drake May didn't look like himself early on. He did settle. But I just did not like their play calling today, and I got to remind you, Mark, that this was historically one of the worst defenses of all time. So to have that type of performance against a team that was down how many guys? Their starting quarterback, receiver, etc. Not the greatest looking effort, but they did enough to survive. And they have 10 wins with another little bit of time off here, an extra day with the Giants on deck, then the bye. But long term, at what cost did this win, did it cost them today with those injuries?
Oh, there's a cost. I'm conflicted, to be honest with you, Joey. On one hand, and this is my primary takeaway from the game today, okay? On one hand, good win, you get the win, a win is a win, all those different things. Here's the problem, though. I'm not going to talk about a problem. This is what I'm going to say, okay?
This is the NFL. You know it. I know it. Everybody listening, everybody watching knows it. The NFL is competitive, hyper competitive. You can lose any given week, any given Sunday, all the cliches. They found a way, despite being a mess for large portions of this game, putting a lot of bad plays out there. They found a way, Joe, to win. Okay, I feel like I'm responsible to point that out and to make that my primary takeaway. Obviously, there are things we're going to have to get to, like you said, the injuries, some bad plays, play calling, sequences I did not like, and a trend I didn't like, to be quite honest with you, and we'll get to all that. But I just feel like this is in an NFL where, you can lose any game, any week. Everybody's so good and talented. Obviously, Joe, the Patriots had won 8 in a row. For a large stretch of that, Drake May looked unbelievable. Okay, the team looked unbeatable. We sat here for weeks being like, how do you beat the Patriots? How do you do it? What do you do? How do you have to approach it? They didn't look great today. Okay, it's the NFL. They're not going to look like a juggernaut every week. This is not going to happen. So with that thought in mind, I sit here and I say, they didn't look like a juggernaut this week. They were playing a team that had historically one of the worst defenses we've seen. Yeah, they were on the road, but it's not a good team. They're down a bunch of guys, including their best receiver, including their starting quarterback, including another receiver, their other top receiver who went out of this game late. But that's the NFL, and weird things happen, and they found a way to still battle back from being down 10 and get the win. I know there's a lot of ugly to talk about. We're going to talk about it, but I just feel like that's where we are. That's what I think. Let's hear what Mike Vrabel has to say. He's at the podium now. That's brought to you by Oakers Technology.
I don't have an update on anybody right now, unfortunately. I appreciate you guys all talking about the injuries this week, so thanks.
Mike, how much of a battle was this?
It was.
Mentally from start to finish?
That's what happens in this league. You need everybody, and you go through the season, you go on the road, and it's tough, and nobody wants to talk about numbers and records. That doesn't mean shit.
What about Andy?
Huge. Those are great, and appreciate what he's done. And I think he's, a lot of confidence there. And then the operation, we had, I went through 4 or 5 different combinations on a field goal. You lose linemen, and now you got Farms and, Durden and Morgan's the win. It's just like a lot of moving parts. So give those guys credit for being able to jump in there and help us.
Like, it had been a while since your team faced a double-digit deficit. What did you see out of your group down 10-0?
We settled down. We settled down, and they gave us one back, and gave us a little bit of life there defensively. So we settled down, and again, it wasn't perfect by any means, but it was, I would say, just enough. Yeah, and again, big plays is 1st and 20, we throw to Hunter and Diggs, who every receiver wants production, and ball didn't find him as many times a day, but he turned and blocked, and we went from a holding penalty to 1st and 20 to then converting, and that gave us a spark there. So Hunter was huge, and everybody's battling. It's late in the season, and everybody's beat up.
How frustrating with the goal line stance?
What happened? We didn't score today. Again, you gotta score with your man, whatever you call, and it'll be a good learning opportunity for us in a lot of phases, and just how important and how critical the week of practice is, and being ready to go, because you never know when your opportunity is going to come, and making sure that everybody's on the same page, and a lot of moving parts today.
Is there anything limiting Drake May
Limiting? No, just probably admittedly not his best performance, but give them credit, and I think he came up big with some good throws, and I'm sure there's a couple that he'd like to have back.
Like you're talking about after efficient finish, see Chase on get a piece of Flacco there at the end, and see Carl come up with a couple pass breakups.
Yeah, and again, to have that penalty called on him and then come back and still be able to challenge and stab, and I didn't think he was too bad on the PI. Maybe it was, but again, to have that called on you and then to come over there and be able to challenge and finish is a testament to him, and being able to Andy make the kick and make it a touchdown game, allowed us just enough time to get them stopped on fourth down.
You had a team in Tennessee that suffered a lot of injuries. What did you learn from that season that you're going to apply this year?
Prepare as a starter and be ready to go and take advantage of your opportunity.
What impressed you most about defense on that final series and how
Just trying to, mix everybody in there and try to, mix in some pressure and, give the coaching staff just great job by them. Great job by the players to be able to get the call in there quickly, mix in some pressure, mix in some man, and then, in the gotta-have-it situation there, being able to force the quarterback into getting rid of the football.
On Friday, you had talked about the speed in which the team recovers from a good play or a bad play.
We need some work at everybody, me included, starting with me. I mean, that's just, I'm proud to, keep coaching these guys and we'll respond. But I think, we can focus on that, just the speed in which we recover and just these are long games and, they're decided by a few plays. So in the end, we made a couple more than they did.
Drew, final question.
You talked about the joy of the game. How typical was it in the locker room after, just because of Jared going down, Bill going down, and it was kind of a tough day physically for a lot of you guys?
Injuries, we talk about it, part of the game, but we were able to, share some time with Jelani back home, and so that was cool. And again, we'll look to rejoin him here shortly. So I think that was the biggest thing. We'll get those guys back there from injury, however it is. Our staff will do a great job. Players will work hard. So got to be ready to go. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us. I'm pretty sure of that. They don't have any.
All right, that was Mike Vrabel at the press conference. Mike Vrabel's press conference is powered by Oakers Technologies. Our coach knows a winning playbook is the key to success. When it comes to your company's technology, the Oakers playbook has been unstoppable for over 100 years. Happy Thanksgiving from Oakers, proud partner of your New England Patriots. The other big takeaway, Joe, we talked earlier in this season about the Patriots' identity. And thankfully, they found it, okay? And it's great. Dynamic downfield passing plays of Drake May and the offense and guys getting open and making big chunk yardage. The problem is that's unavailable down by the goal line, okay? And they don't have an identity down by the goal line, okay? They have an overall identity, which is good, and we've appreciated that. Down by the goal line, they've got nothing. Have had issues all year running it. The play calling has been problematic, and if you want to talk about Josh McDaniels, that's where I would start. And they don't have a great identity down inside the 10-yard line, and that showed up big time today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got bailed out on a call, on a holding on a fourth down to only get the ball back again to not score. And you should have settled for 3. They didn't, but being consistent, they were aggressive once again, right? They got conservative late, and if you think about it, they kind of needed that field goal here in that obviously that defensive drive. But I'm the guy that complains about Josh McDaniels all the time, but how do you take the ball out of Drake May's hands when you're on the goal line? Mm-hmm. The word quarterback means 4 runners, the 4th runner. Like, let him run the football. And the only thing I could think of was, are they worried about his health? Like, the guys were dropping like flies, et cetera, et cetera. It's inexcusable there.
Yeah.
They tried a weak tush push.
Oh.
Weak.
Touch that. Yeah, that wasn't
weak
a push. That was
it's
impatient.
Just today they had an opportunity multiple times to take a double-digit lead and literally step on the Bengals. And instead they played with their food. And it makes them look beatable. It makes them look beatable. Did they get to everything you said? In general, this team, with the new roster and the injuries they're facing, they went on the road today and won a game and closed it out. Right? They're now won 9 games in a row. That's good. But long term, when you play better teams, you're not going to get away with that. You're just not. That's a takeaway. They struggle in the red zone, whether it's defensively or offensively.
Correct. There's a lot of places to go here. Me personally, inside the 5-yard line, I detest shotgun, especially inside the 2-yard line. I hate shotgun. Now, the Patriots for years have had a lot of success. They used to love to do that fake snap to like Kevin Falk or somebody like that, and they would find success doing that. Maybe a draw play every so often, but by and large, I don't want you. I want you to be able to run the football, or I like a play action pass, or I like even more so a play action rollout, especially when you have a quarterback like Drake May. You said it. Why would you not try to be a little bit more creative if you're going to run it? Use May. If you are going to be in the shotgun, use him. Get him in space and try to run with him. If he takes a little bit of a hit, that's fine. He's big. He can handle it. They didn't do anything well enough inside the 5 or 10 yard line today offensively, for sure. I lost track of how many plays they had down there, and they didn't score 11 plays, and they got 3 points. 11 plays or something inside the 5 yard, inside the 10 yard line. They got 3 points.
And 2 timeouts.
And 2 timeouts wasted. I mean, you have time to talk about it, and they didn't manage those well. And defensively, Joe, we know they've had issues in the red zone defensively. I've come to understand, a nice stop at the end there. This is a professional defense. Now, it'll be interesting to see when it matters and when the playoffs roll around, if that's what burns them. This is not some dynamic defense that has a nickname and is really ferocious. That's not what this is. They're a professional defense, and I like that. I can ride with that, especially when you have Drake May and a pretty good or prolific offense. That works. When you have games like today against a team that's severely banged up, it doesn't work as well. It's a professional defense, and I give them credit. So good for them in that regard, because I like that, and I think that's a good thing for this unit, this team. But they're not dynamic. They're not going to they're not going to dominate an offense. They're not going to just shut someone down completely, and that's why you can put yourself at risk if you're bad in the red zone or have a up and down day offensively.
Or turnovers. And they had one of those as well. I would pose this to you, Mark, and our callers. Are you happy where they're at as far as 10 wins, on their way to an AFC East championship and fighting for the number 1 seed? Like, are you happy about that and on that side of the fence? Or are you looking at it differently as maybe the schedule is a little bit of fool's gold? They are beating who's in front of them. They are a first-year program under Mike Vrabel. Now we're starting to see, can they play through adversity? Like Milton Williams was out today, they won, but Chase Brown ran all over. And that's the first time they've had a running back do that this year, if you think about it. So I'm curious what side of the fence people are on, because you can look at it and say, oh man, they can't win without a left tackle, right? They're left or right, left guard, whatever it is.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this a first year thing where they've won 10 games and we should be happy with it? Or are you looking at this team as a true Super Bowl contender, and now today maybe that they dropped a little bit based off their roster because they weren't deep to begin with?
We're going to get to that, and that's a great question. My initial thought on that question, Joe, would be I'm more concerned about the defense. Now, obviously, with these injuries.
Thank you for listening to this presentation of the Johnson Collection.